So if you've clicked on this video, you're probably thinking, what on earth is this? I know your videos are on the long side, Senoranta, but this is pushing it surely. So let me explain. As many of my subscribers will know, I tend to use still images in my videos rather than actual footage of The Sopranos due to copyright issues. For a fair while though, I started to put more and more video footage into my videos over the course of a year or two without any problems. But then something happened. I don't know if it was connected to the HBO Warner Brothers merger and an intern was given a very specific job to do, but all of a sudden, one after another, my Sopranos videos and The Wire videos that had video clips in them were getting copyright hits from HBO. So I had to trim these clips out, which resulted in videos that skipped and jumped in my narration. Because it's not just the video clips that get taken out, but what I was saying too, sometimes mid-sentence, sometimes entire sentences being skipped over. It frustrated me so much to cut the videos, all that hard work, matching the clips to the narration, all that analysis, and I had to cut it. It's sad when videos go young like that. With some videos, it resulted in them having small skips because it was only a few seconds here and there. With others, because I had to cut out entire minutes worth, they ended up becoming nonsensical. But a while back, I won my first appeal with YouTube and HBO over use of Sopranos clips, and I've started testing the waters by putting some more clips in and haven't had much issues with copyright. You might have noticed some of my more recent Sopranos videos have had a lot of video footage in them, and so far I haven't had much issues. Which is great, but what about all those videos I've had to bastardize when now I know how to win a copyright appeal? It frustrates me even more now to know that maybe cutting the videos wasn't necessary, and I still get so many comments from people questioning why my videos skip, and I always have to say to them, listen, it's not bad editing, I had to take all this stuff out. So what I thought I'd do, instead of re-uploading all these videos one by one with the original clips and audio, was to create a single massive video with all the Sopranos videos I've done that I had to chop and change, re-uploaded with the video clips as they originally were. I'm planning on doing one for The Wire too, as I was forced to cut many of my Wire videos as well. Not every one of my Sopranos videos that was affected is in this video. I didn't have all the original files, but it is a fair few of them, and it's nice to be able to give fans the full uncut versions of videos that were massively affected, like Why You're Wrong About Phil Leotardo and The Dumbest Decisions in The Sopranos, where I had to cut so much. I've separated them by chapters so you can jump to whichever video you want to watch, and I've edited them slightly to give them a flow instead of having a long-winded intro for each video. So I hope you enjoyed this analysis, which is essentially a compilation of several different ones I've done over the years. Here we go, memory lane. In The Sopranos, we follow the mob boss of New Jersey, Tony Soprano, as he deals with the issues that come with being head of a family and of a criminal organization. Tony is...
I skipped the preambles.
Okay, so I guess if you've clicked on this video, you know who Tony is. And you'll also know the most discussed aspect of The Sopranos is always the ending, as Tony sat at the diner with his family and the screen blacked out. What happened? Was Tony killed? Was it Zelensky? Long John Silver maybe? Or did life just carry on as normal? What does the ending mean?
It means, sit on this, cocksucker.
You know, to be honest, the feeling I get from hardcore Sopranos fans at this moment in time is that people are actually tired of discussing the ending.
I can't have this conversation again.
For sure, I have never really been too interested in discussing this show's ending, and I sense that people are starting to get bored. Discussions on the ending, they died on the vine, petered out. I made a video on it some time ago, which was basically a compilation of everything David Chase publicly said on the ending, a video which is now out of date as he's spoken about it multiple times since. For me, discussions on the ending were somewhat redundant.
You know, I don't want to talk about that situation ever again with anybody.
Because I always felt it didn't matter whether Tony died or not, or who had him popped. For me, the ending surmised that Tony Soprano was finished, every which way but loose. He had way too many enemies, his loyal circle were dead, and he had Carlo's testimony hanging over him. As he says himself, there's only two endings for a guy like him, jail or dead. Plus, he has completely lost his humanity by the end of the season. This is more important. The final scene harks back to Tony's dinner with his family in the season 1 finale, where he tells them to remember the little moments. AJ makes a callback to this, which Tony doesn't even remember and assumes is sarcasm. Even Junior, with his mind rotting from dementia, still remembers the little moments.
We used to play catch.
Tony has wronged so many people, by the time someone does have him killed, it doesn't matter who it was because so many people were justified in wanting him gone. Tony Soprano is finished, and he doesn't even have Melfi's therapy sessions anymore to slow the toxicity process. In any case though, the ending of The Sopranos is still worth discussing. Using the technique of positive visualization, I do feel Tony bought it in the end. And rather than present a case of what I thought happened, I made a video compiling all the major ending theories and highlighting the evidences. Did Rhiannon have something to do with it? Was little Carmine pulling the strings? Could multiple theories be true at the same time? As in, maybe New York put out a hit on Tony and yet Eugene's wife's hitman got there first. Check out that video I did on the ending, plus a bonus one I did on Eugene's connection with the ending.
Thank you. That was great.
But in my video, I said that the theory I buy the most is that Butch, Patsy and Paulie were involved in Tony's death. And one day I'd try to do a full video on it, and here it is. Butch had Tony killed, and he was in contact with Paulie and Patsy for it, or some variation of this theory. This is the best theory on The Sopranos' ending, in my opinion. The most logical conclusion as to who did Tony in. One of the reasons is that it is explicitly stated in the show. We're not going into the unknown not knowing. There's no mental gymnastics required to come to this conclusion. We decapitate and do business with what's left, as Phil Leotardo says at one point. They got redundant upper management, bleeds off half the kick, take them out and absorb the whole thing, as Butch says at another. Plus, need I mention that one of the original endings of the show had Tony whacked by New York? The point being is that Tony getting killed by the Lupertazzis has always been in the air. Phil planned it. Butchie tried to do it during the war. It's stated in the show and is planned, unlike other theories. It's just a matter of whether New York went through with it and who was involved. Silvio even says at one point that people are being swayed to new management. You don't need to be San Tzu to feel it's the most plausible theory. It has connective tissue from previous events and would work for several reasons, not least because it feels organic and something realistic, for reasons I will discern in time. So let's take a look at the evidences and motivations for each of the three characters, starting with Butch. In this video, I'm not too interested in symbolisms and dreams, though I will talk about that kind of stuff a bit. I'm more focused on character motivations and tangible evidences. Now, I've already made a video on why Butchie sold out Phil.
Thank you. That was great.
So I won't go into that, but Butch had his eyes everywhere. He saw that the war was costly and he had battle fatigue. He may have made a truce with Tony in their sit down and backed off, but Butch had plenty of reasons for wanting Tony dead. I mean, he straight up hates the guy, as shown by his general demeanor towards Mr. Type A personality, whether at Phil's house with the drills, when he squares up to Tony at the hospital, and the mere fact that Tony pointed a gun at his face and threatened him during the Coco beatdown. In a world where throwing food at someone has to be resolved, this was a major event that went unpunished. And remember, Butch was Don Ho about killing Tony when talking with Phil. It was he who was really pushing it at a time where even Mr. Pavlavi was unwilling to cause dysentery in the ranks. Also, Butch may have heard through the grapevine that Tony was about to go down on a RICO case, and it would be in the best interest of New York if Tony was taken out to avoid him flipping, which, as I discussed in a previous video, is more likely than not by the end of the show. It's interesting to ponder whether it was always the plan to take out Tony, even with the final sit-down, with Butch wanting to clean up the bad blood in the families by taking out the two petty warring personalities, Phil and then Tony, or whether New York made a decision after the hit on Phil. After all, when you ostensibly lose a war to some pygmy thing, and the boss of one of the 5 families is shot in front of his family and has his face crushed so his mother can't give him an open casket at his funeral, you gotta respond, for your own sake. The rank and file, and even the other 4 families would demand satisfaction, so Butch would give the go-ahead on Tony Soprano. As a side note, I don't see Butch lasting as boss. He's just a gangster, I suppose. A grunt who'll get replaced after being found on a sidewalk in a pool of his own blood. He just never comes off as boss material. So let's move on to Patsy. Even the actor who plays him feels Patsy was involved in Tony's death precisely because Patsy's twin brother Philly was killed on the orders of Tony, something which infuriates Patsy. Of course, he said he got over it, but you never truly get over something like that. In fact, he drunkenly almost killed Tony before settling for pissing in his pool. Patsy gets screwed over repeatedly with promotions. When Christopher gets put in charge of Paulie's crew instead of him, when Vito dies and Carlo is up, and when Carlo flips and Paulie becomes captain of that crew. I mean, how much more betrayal can Patsy take? He also openly shows dissent on occasion, like here.
Thank you. That was great.
And you just never really get the feeling that this guy would care much if he woke up one day and was told Tony died and he reports to new management. There is also the thing with his son. Carlo's son Jason was arrested for selling X, and Carlo goes missing, presumably flipping. Jason was close to Patsy's son, who was only introduced around 2 episodes pre the finale, and there must surely have been a reason for his inclusion so late in the show. When the Parisis have dinner with Tony's family, with Patsy's son engaged to Meadow, there is an awkwardness in the air, and it isn't just because of Mrs. Parisi's inability to tell jokes. They look nervous, and even more so when Tony asks why Jason Parisi isn't here. Tony knows Carlo is singing like a canary, and he calls Jason Gervasi Jason Parisi's pal, and he says he heard Carlo's Jason got into some trouble. Patsy and Tony exchange looks. Patsy wants his wife to shut up and not discuss it, but Tony has clearly put something in the air, an insinuation maybe, that he thinks Patsy might also flip to save his son if he is caught up in Jason Gervasi's shenanigans, if he's already been arrested maybe. After all, why isn't he here? Just the idea that Tony suspects Patsy's son is in trouble could be enough to flip, putting both father and son at risk of being whacked. Tony killed Philly, he killed his close friend, the OG Santa Claus, he killed a captain over a horse, so I don't want to hear in the comment section that he wouldn't have had Patsy clipped because their children were getting married.
End of subject!
I don't feel Patsy is the kind of character to orchestrate such a conspiracy, but if he was approached and saw which way the wind was blowing, saw that his own life was in danger, he'd agree to cross sides, playing a passive but meaningful role in the cabal against Tony. That could provide an explanation in case people ask, why did he take so long to take revenge for his brother? In fact, through his son, who would be told by Meadow, Patsy may have informed New York where Tony was staying at Holston's, though that isn't really important because by that point Tony wasn't in hiding and could easily have been followed. By marrying the soon-to-be deceased mob boss's daughter, Patsy would feel symbolically closer to the throne. It's plausible that he thought he would be put in charge, but New York would assure Paulie that Patsy would also be taken out, and in turn Butch could have Paulie killed and absorbed Jersey. In other words, in this world of rats and turncoats, they all betray each other. A major hole in this theory is that Patsy is shot at by New York goons and he actively shoots back. There's no way this is staged, we're not making a western here. So how do you explain this? Well, maybe the shooters didn't know it was him and were in the moment. Maybe they didn't care and were willing to take him out because he was a low-level Jersey guy anyway, even if they did make a deal with him. Or maybe they didn't even know he was involved, as New York only dealt with Paulie directly, who sold Patsy out. So he, Paulie, would be the only one in Jersey after the fact to know he betrayed Tony, which is a very Paulie thing to do. New York quite simply possibly didn't even know Patsy was involved. Which brings us to Paulie himself. Paulie is a snake and the ultimate survivor. He flirted with the idea of becoming boss before, of betraying Tony, and had links, however superficial, with New York. Paulie is established as being terrified of dying, and when it's all said and done, if he's cornered one day and told to meet with Butch, who tells him what the score is, and he can either end up dead like Tony, or become the new boss, or become a puppet head with New York swallowing up Jersey like Ginny swallows up chocolate bars, do you really see Paulie not being swayed by new management? He would do anything to survive, and plus, he had plenty of reasons to betray Tony, not least because of the way Tony treated him in the later seasons. Pine barrens, Tony favouring Ralph in the sit-down, the Pile My painting fiasco, Bobby leapfrogging Paulie in rank, and of course, the scene where Tony came close to killing Paulie on the boat. We all know Paulie was superstitious. We all know about the 3 o'clock thing. We know he was woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and Tony was sitting at Paulie's 3 o'clock when he was considering murdering him. Maybe he put all this together and he knew the jig was up and Tony's gotta go, taking Christopher's 3 o'clock warning when on the boat. Something is off about Paulie in the final few episodes, something which makes sense if you watch knowing he already knows Tony has been marked for death. His sad expression when being offered the promotion, grimacing when coming out of the Bing, extended shots of him looking pensive. Of course, many of these things can be explained away, like him simply being agitated in a time of war when many of the old crew members are dead after he managed to beat cancer. But that's the brilliance of The Sopranos. Things often work both ways or multiple ways. Paulie's panicked expression when Tony offers the captain role to Patsy is often used as evidence for this theory, another thing which works both ways. Either it hurt his ego, or because he knows Patsy is involved, he thinks Patsy might get cold feet about whacking Tony now that Mr. Mob Boss is giving him his dues, so Paulie quickly accepts the job which he believes is cursed. There are two curious scenes between him and Patsy. One in the urinals where Paulie says, "It's all yours," presumably referencing the Phil Leotardo hit, and another where Paulie says to him, "You'll be fine, don't worry about it," and saying, "Don't discuss this until we're in the Pichadou." I mean, if they were simply talking about Phil, why would Patsy be worried? Unless I guess they were talking about Carlo's son and Patsy was talking to Paulie about how uncomfortable he felt with his son, known to be close to Carlo's son. But it's all a bit off. But it fits perfectly if you imagine they're conspiring against Tony. Not to mention about the scene where Patsy is pissing like a racehorse. The last time we saw him pissing was when he was plotting to kill Tony. Paulie saying "it's all yours" could mean he's done his part in the conspiracy and Patsy's part is coming next. Or maybe he's insinuating that the big seat will soon be Patsy's. In that dream that Paulie had when he is approached by the traitor pussy, Paulie says, "When my time comes, tell me, will I stand up?" This could be in reference to dying or getting whacked, being able to take it standing like a man. But it could also work with this theory, i.e., when they approach me to betray Tony, will I be loyal to my capo? It works, doesn't it? I know, I must have been top of my fucking class, right? There's no need to thank me.
Thank you. That was great.
When New York are discussing who to take out, Butch shuts down the idea of clipping Paulie as they only want upper management, which is strange, seeing as though Paulie has been around for ages and he is one of Tony's closest men. Maybe Butch didn't make this decision because Carmine thought the world of Paulie, but because he had already made a deal with him. This all takes place in a barbershop that Butch has, and Paulie walks into the Bing at one point with a whole box of scissors, which he may have gotten from Butch at the barbershop. The box of scissors could also be symbolism for 30 pieces of silver, and there's more Judas symbolism, with Paulie seeing what he thinks is a vision of the Virgin Mary. There's more scissor talk, with Paulie killing his mother's friend, whose husband left her a fortune from selling barber scissors. When the mob wives are doing their home movie thing, Rosalie talks to Adriana about Judas and the Last Supper, which is a very similar ending to The Sopranos. Tony has a Last Supper with his family. And who is the Judas in this situation? It can only be one man. Tony mentions that the cat who always stares at the photo of Christopher could possibly smell a rat in the wall, and this same cat approaches Paulie in his final scene, implying he's a rat. Another clue is that in the Funhouse dream, Tony envisions a scene that The Godfather 3 shamelessly ripped off, where Silvio says,
Our true enemy has yet to reveal himself.
And after this we are shown Tony killing Paulie, and the screen goes black. And finally, in the last sit-down, Paulie shakes Butch's hand behind Tony's back as everyone leaves, when there was no real need for Butch to shake his hand. So there you have it. My evidence is for why I think a combination of Butch, Paulie and Patsy had Tony killed. What do you think happened at that diner? Let me know in the comments below, and thanks for watching.
Thank you. That was great.
In The Sopranos, we follow the life of New Jersey mafia boss Tony Soprano. Tony has a number of capos working under him, one of whom is Carlo Gervasi. After Jimmy Altieri is killed on suspicion of being a rat, Carlo is promoted to the position of capo and has the role of overseeing Soprano's activity at the Newark ports. He has very little backstory, first appearing as a capo in the first episode of season 4, and he's not even referenced by name until season 6. When Vito Spatafore is outed as an ass muncher, Tony gives his construction business to Carlo. Carlo is one of the most outspoken against Vito after he's found out, even suggesting to Tony that he knows a detective who could help in tracking down Vito. He expresses his wish to drag the parade float under his car for the honor of the family, as what Vito does, as he says, is a sin. When Vito is eventually turned into a popsicle as a result of the Shah of Iran's secret police, Carlo praises Phil in front of Tony and the rest of the crew. Another notable Carlo moment is when another parade float, Fat Dom Gamiello, makes jokes about Vito to Silvio and Carlo in Satrial's, and Carlo stabs him. Eventually, it is revealed that Carlo's son was picked up by the feds for drug dealing and Carlo goes missing. That, and the fact that Tony's attorney confirms to him that someone is testifying before a grand jury and indictments are on their way, pretty much confirms that Carlo flipped and became a state witness after his son was nabbed. Of course, that's the ostensible reason, but as I discussed in a previous video, there was a whole bunch of reasons for Carlo flipping. His estimation of Tony as a boss plummets when Bobby goes through a great deal of effort to get Tony his envelope, with Tony dismissively saying, "Fuck all that honor and loyalty shit." And he would have been furious to be told by Tony that he should start sucking cock when Tony berates him in the car when they're driving home from Hesh's place. Not to mention Carlo's cousin Bert Gervasi was taken out by Silvio for his betrayal. Check out that video to see the deeper reasons why Carlo flipped on Tony, or at least know how Tony made it easier for Carlo because of his behavior. But in today's short video, I wanted to point out 2 instances where I think Carlo's snitch-like tendencies, which would later manifest to him becoming a full-blown rat, were on display. Early signs that he would become a snitch. The first is when Tony gives him the construction job. He's all giddy and excited about it. Great acting, you have to say as well, from the actor.
Thank you, Tom. I don't know what to say.
But Carlo takes this moment to utter his disdain for Vito and his potential return to New Jersey. He does so, though, by insulating himself as far away from any blame, shall we say, any potential wrath from Tony, rather than straight up say, "Tony, as your capo, I want to say I don't want to work with Vito if he comes back." He says,
"The guys in Vito's crew, they say if he was to come back, they refuse to take orders from him. A couple of the other captains won't talk to him. And I don't disagree."
And then immediately throws Paulie's name in the conversation, saying,
And Paulie especially. Now that he's accepted it, hey, he's the most out for Vito's scalp.
Yeah, I know this isn't a huge deal, but what he's basically saying here is that I don't want Vito around and there's others who share my opinion. But he uses Vito's crew's name, other captains, and just after sliding his own vote in there, he jumps to Paulie, shifts the focus of the conversation to how much Paulie hates Vito, as opposed to he himself. And it works because Silvio's follow-up comment is about Paulie.
He's gone fucking mau-mau on the subject.
Paulie, who isn't even here to defend himself. How much more betrayal can he take? Both Carlo and Paulie are equally out for Vito's blood. Why not just be straight up about it? I like Carlo. I think he's a solid character and the actor playing him is fantastic. But there is a bit of a snivelling element about him, a weaselness. Like, why does he always sound like he's about to burst into tears?
We hear you, Tom.
Maybe you should start sucking cock instead of watching TV Land, because Vito brought in 3 times what you do on construction.
The second example is from the Fat Dom incident. Dom saying his stuff goes too far and Silvio hits him, telling Carlo to hit Dom as well, as is his right to do so. But Carlo fucking stabs the guy. You can even hear Sil going, "Carlo, no!" By that point, as Carlo has stabbed him, Fat Dom has to go. Silvio is all in now, but clearly, aside from Dom being really stupid, the guy who really escalated the situation was Carlo. He stabbed the guy, killed him, when the situation could have ended with Fat Dom easily waddling back to New York with a black eye. And when Tony arrives, Silvio tries to minimize the situation, to keep Tony out of it by telling him to go back to his car. But when Tony comes in, Silvio explains the situation, is vague, and then Carlo says,
Still hit him first.
like he's a child, squealing on his brother when he's in trouble by his parent. Even his body language, as Tony walks in, he looks like a kid who knows he's in some deep trouble. It's subtle, but it's there. Silvio was explaining the situation. He said Carlo's name, but didn't go into the specifics. And Carlo jumps in to say Still hit him first, just desperate to clear his name and put Silvio in it. And what's worse is he bloody stabbed the guy to death. This is hardly Silvio's collar to take. And though the scene may have been played for laughs, Carlo's line is good foreshadowing, a little nod to later in the season when he becomes a rat. It shows that when push comes to shove, he'll be disloyal to keep his own neck off the chopping block, that he bends easily. He may fold under questioning. There's a few other instances too, like Silvio noticing rat droppings when Carlo is cooking in the beginning of the scene, the fact that his cousin betrays the Sopranos crew and it was he, Carlo, who sponsored him to get made. When the crew is on the lam at the end of the show during the war and are discussing people paying New York instead of them, Carlo essentially justifies it, dismissively explaining that there's a power vacuum. Shouldn't he be outraged here, or at least acting like it in front of Tony and the other capos? So there you have it. Am I seeing too much into these two scenes, or do you agree that Carlo's betrayal is foreshadowed in these small character moments? In The Sopranos, Tony Soprano must sift through the murky waters of the underworld as boss of a crime family, a treacherous and cynical world where betrayal is right around the corner. Tony faces issues from unreliable subordinates like his nephew Christopher, antagonism from rival gangsters like Phil Leotardo, and the ever-present threat of the law looming over his head. One of the men working under Tony is Vito Spatafore, who is made captain of the Aprile crew after the mysterious disappearance of Ralph Cifaretto. Vito's efforts in greasing the union pays off, as he ends up as Tony's highest and most valuable earner through things like no-show jobs, no-work jobs, and blowjobs to security guards early in the morning. Yes, though it may make you feel like you were stabbed in the heart when you heard the news, but you all had to accept that Vito was not in fact a professional practical joker, but a muncher of ass. The news shakes the Sopranos crew and threatens to cause intense, violent dysentery in the ranks, with guys like Paulie and Carlo having their estimation of Tony as a boss plummet as he dilly-dallies his way around the Vito issue, wanting to give him a pash because of how much cash he makes him. Phil Leotardo, however, acting boss of the much larger, more powerful New York Lupertazzi family, is outraged at Vito's coming out of the closet, especially since Vito is married to his cousin. He considers it a personal dishonor and stain on his family, and this is one of the many fractures in the relationship between him and Tony. On numerous occasions, Phil demands to know what's being done about Vito, what efforts are being made to find him after he floats away and goes into hiding. Vito contacts Tony and wants back in, with Tony warm to the idea after Vito promises to put money in his pocket, but at the last minute he changes his mind because of Phil's pressure. But it's Phil and his men who get to Vito first, appearing in the motel that Vito is staying in, murdering him and even ramming a pool cue up his ass. Now, there is an interesting question that comes up with this affair, and which might just have a surprising answer, and that is, how exactly did Phil know where Vito was staying? It clearly wasn't haphazard chance that they spotted him coming home that night and attacked him, because they were already in the room, Phil hiding in the closet for who knows how long, not a peep. So is it possible that someone may have squealed on Vito, told Phil his location? It wouldn't be Tony, of course, as Tony was clearly upset that Phil got one over him by getting to Vito first. Now I'll get to the interesting character who I think it may have been later, but let's run through a series of possibilities. Of course, it may simply be that the way Phil found out happened off-screen and is not relevant, not important. Not everything has to be explained. It's hardly as important as, say, knowing whether the pool cue up Vito's ass was chalked or not. Philly is the boss of one of the 5 New York families. He was looking hard for Vito, had 200 soldiers in his family, many of whom he would have tasked with tracking down Vito. It was also slowly becoming more known by Jersey that Vito was back in town. It stands to reason that Vito was spotted by someone, followed to where he was staying, And then Phil was given the heads up. Phil already makes his suspicions clear to Tony, saying he was seen, that he's sure his wife has seen Vito, but she's playing innocent. And Vito isn't exactly the smartest guy around, dancing like the guy from the Village People in a mob-connected bar, or sucking off a security guard at a site where he and other mobsters worked. So Vito may have made a mistake somewhere, leading him to get caught. Maybe the phone he used was tapped. After all, Carlo mentioned having a detective who could help them track down Vito. So the mob even had cops who could assist in their search. Maybe when he was brazenly walking around a supermarket, someone caught a glimpse of him. Could it be that his wife slipped up, whether intentionally or not? Maybe Phil asking a leading question and her indicating a location with her response. Maybe on some level she was deluded enough to think that Phil would actually get Vito the help he needs, all the right doctor notes. And she was tired, wanted the drama and trauma to end, and wanted her husband home. So maybe she told Phil everything she knew. But this would rely on her actually knowing where Vito was, which is up for debate, and I don't think we get an indication that Vito actually told her, Tony, or anyone where he was staying. It's possible one of Tony's capos, sickened with how he was handling the situation, got word back to someone they were close with in the Lupertazzi family. You wouldn't put it past Paulie. Vito wasn't the only one to put his mouth to work, though Paulie used it in a very different way when letting off steam to Johnny's sack. The Sopranos already had to deal with the Tony B situation and the squeeze Phil Leotardo put on Jersey because of all that. The shooting, his brother Billy, whatever happened there. And perhaps the guys were, too tired to be dragged into another conflict because of Tony and his greed, which was really the only reason why Tony even considered keeping Vito around. So maybe Paulie, Carlo, one of the guys in Vito's crew, had a quick word with a Lupertazzi soldier, telling them that Tony had been speaking to Vito about coming back to Jersey, and that was enough for Phil to up his search, and one thing led to another. There's one interesting possibility, a suspect who is actually the reason why I made this video, and that is this guy, Terry Doria. A guy who was part of the Altieri crew, which is now run by Carlo, by the way, so he may have had Carlo in his ear about keeping an eye out for Vito. Doria was one of the guys who tracked down Vito at his Gomar's beach house with criminal mastermind Benny Fazio, the actor getting his foot run over in real life apparently, a bit of Sopranos trivia there for you. And Doria's main claim to fame was the classic scene where he meets with Vito, borrows money from him, and later, when it's confirmed that Vito is dead and Patsy says he wished he borrowed money from Vito, we cut to Doria with a cheeky grin to himself, knowing that he borrowed 20k off Vito, which no one knows about and he doesn't have to pay back. No principal, no vig, straight up profit. But perhaps this scene is a little more sinister. Of course, the reason why Vito is so openly letting Terry borrow money is because he's trying to win back favor in the family. He's going to have to buy his way back. And Terry wants to utilize the situation by taking money from a guy who he pretty much knows is a dead man walking, and is banking on the fact that Vito isn't going to be around for much longer. But what if old Terry Doria made sure that Vito wasn't going to be around much longer? What if he followed Vito back to where he was staying and got word back to someone he knew in the Lupertazzi family so that they would take him out and it wouldn't be traced back to him? Or Vito just straight up told him where he was staying so Terry could pay him his vig. Maybe even Carlo was in on it, seeing as though he was in Carlo's crew. He told Carlo, Carlo told New York, and then after the deed is done, Carlo can waltz into the Bing, acting all surprised and immediately saying, oh, it must have been Phil. After all, there's not much to the Vito and Terry scene. It pretty much exists to set up the joke later, and I guess to subvert our expectations because Vito is killed in his next scene. So maybe this was actually the intention of the scene and most of us didn't even pick up on it. That Dorian set up Vito and his smile isn't just a cheeky nod to the 20k he got, but that he manufactured the situation to make sure he wouldn't have to pay Vito back. I mean, the guy doesn't haggle about the vig, and these guys are really tight about their money. On top of that, the scene is immediately followed up by the scene with Tony and Phil, which starts off with a statue of a guy with a baseball bat, symbolizing Vito's death, as if to say, this scene is where Vito sealed his fate. The fact that Vito says, appreciate you coming out to see me, means this was a pre-arranged meeting, increasing the likelihood that there'd be a way for Terry to get some info on where Vito was staying, even if it was as simple as Terry telling whoever needs to be told that he met with Vito in a store, which puts Vito in a vicinity. We saw something similar when Tony wants information on Phil during the Season 6 war and Agent Harris says to him, Oyster Bay, Long Island, and that was enough for one thing to lead to another and ending up with Phil's head squashed like a watermelon. So there you have it. What do you make of this theory that Terry Dorian actually set up Vito and played a part in his death? Do you think it's possible, or is this theory too far-fetched? Today I wanted to count down the top 8 dumbest decisions made by characters in the show. Let me know what your own list looks like down in the comment section below. At number 8, Beansy not placating to Ritchie. Hindsight is a beautiful thing, so let's be fair to Beansy here. He tried to be brave, tried to avoid getting shaken down, and thought Ritchie couldn't touch him because he had Tony in his corner. Plus, Ritchie probably had it in for Beansy no matter how he handled the situation. But given he knows Ritchie, he knows what Ritchie is like, and squaring up to the guy doesn't seem like the smartest thing in retrospect. Maybe he could have set up a payment scheme with Ritchie, and as soon as he was gone, go to Tony and try to get him off his back, similar to what Hesh did in Season 1 when Junior was overtaxing him. Obviously, Beansy didn't know this would happen, but Ritchie was dead just a short while later, so had he paid up, Ritchie would eventually be dead anyway, and Beansy would still be walking today. Number 7. Paulie telling Johnny Sack about the joke. When Ralph makes a joke about Ginny's ass, Paulie rushes to tell Johnny as he's frustrated with his treatment by the guys while he's in the can, plus he hates Ralph and is jealous of his success. Paulie isn't intelligent enough to see the bigger picture, and is dumb enough to be manipulated by Sack to give him information about Jersey, but in this instance, he clearly knew that Sack would become irate, but who's to say it wouldn't come back to bite Paulie? Johnny and Tony are on good terms. He could have easily told Tony who told him, something Tony pushed for during one of the sit-downs. Just because he got a bit petty, he almost got himself killed, and he massively derailed the relationship between New York and Jersey. The only reason this isn't higher on the list is because it's one of the few examples on this list which never actually amounts to anything for the person making the decision. Although, as we know, Tony did consider killing Paulie years later on the boat because of the joke. He got away with it, but he could have easily been killed. Number 6. Matthew Bevilacqua and Sean trying to kill Christopher. You know that a decision from Jackie Jr. or Cheesefuck has to make this list. Maybe we could argue about Jackie's decision not to skip town after the card game robbery gone wrong, or the robbery itself, but I don't think the robbery was an utterly brain-dead decision in of itself. Jackie just failed to see the difference in context when his father did it, and the execution was terrible. They were on drugs and shot at made men. These two plonkers though, what on earth were they thinking? Why did they assume that Ritchie would want Christopher dead and they would go running to him for protection, when Ritchie's going out of the way to look spick and clean in Tony's eyes? Chris is the boss's nephew, you utter weak-minded fool. How do you expect to get away with that? Even the execution, they just rolled up on him in broad daylight from the window of a moving car like they've just watched Boys in the Hood, and they failed to kill Chris anyway when it's all said and done. Number 5. Tony B beating on Mr. Kim. I've tried to go for decisions made by characters when they were in full capacity of their mental state, which is why I haven't included anything about Chris and drugs, the T-1000 joining the executive game, AJ trying to whack Junior, or Irina calling Carmela, which she could have been killed for, because then we're in the territory of addictions or people acting highly emotional and not thinking rationally. So maybe this shouldn't count, because that animal Blundetto was angry and frustrated leading up to when he flipped and just went to town on Kim. But for a character whose intelligence is often brought up, Tony B sure was a dumb guy. Some things we can chalk up to his temperament, like when he went after Billy and Phil Leotardo. But even that wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing. He planned it and was aware he would do it even when Tony went to visit him. He fails to kill Phil, who is the bigger problem of the two brothers. He takes the Joey Peeps contract when Tony didn't want his family involved in Lupertazzi affairs. He spends most of the cash he finds, and he gets his foot run over during the hit, meaning he's easily identifiable. He's kinda dumb, isn't he? Of course, A lot of this stems from him wanting to be on the straight and narrow, and seeing the mob guys around him live easy lives, raking in the cash. It has an effect on him. His kids make comments about the wealth they have versus what Tony Soprano's kids have. So there is a bit of empathy you can feel for him. But that's why beating up Mr. Kim was so stupid. He was just about there. He almost made it. He just passed his exam and the spar was almost ready. And he throws it all away to get back in the game. Number 4. Aid not bringing a lawyer or not telling Chris. Adriana proved a few times she's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but surely as the girlfriend of a gangster, she should have been trained in how to deal with the cops if you get picked up, or have previous experience with getting picked up. Why didn't she demand a lawyer present? Why wasn't she wise to the FBI's games and manipulation? Why did she think she would go down for 25 to life for a bit of coke? Why didn't she tell Chris? She just swallowed whatever the feds gave her and then puked it out all over the sun visor. I know she was scared and she was probably too afraid to go to Chris when the FBI mentioned that she brought a Fed to Tony Soprano's home, but Aid displayed an incredible amount of naivety in this storyline. Number 3. Fat Dom cracks jokes about Vito to Silvio and Carlo. This guy must be one of the dumbest mobsters in the Sopranos universe. A soldier from New York, he comes to Jersey to give Sil money he's owed. This is shortly after Vito, outed as an ass muncher, was killed by Phil in New York. In fact, Fat Dom was actually there, beating on Vito as hard as Vito beat off that security guard. So there's clearly going to be tension. Fat Dom greets the duo, says he can't stay to eat but sits down anyway after saying he's in a hurry, and subsequently decides to start seeing just how much he can piss off two made guys, one a consigliere and the other, well, we all know what he thought about Vito and his blood pressure medication. He makes one crack, then another, and can we really blame Silvio, who already tried to mitigate the situation by lessening the impact of Dom's jokes and then politely suggesting Dom should leave, for smacking the parade float upside the head? He even said what he said, got away with it, and then he starts again. Can't he see that Carlo has turned around and wiped his hands, getting ready for attack mode? Carlo is furious. He makes a crack about Dom's mother, and this is the face Dom makes as a follow-up. He just did not read the room. Even then, Silvio tries to get Dom to leave. The guy practically had a death wish. Was he practicing all his jokes in the car on the way to Jersey, laughing to himself and congratulating himself on his comedic genius? The man got about 4 or 5 jokes in, clean and easy. He should have quit while he was ahead. I think he actually got offended towards the end too. The crack about Carlo's lipstick was made after Carlo mentioned Dom's mother, and by this point, Dom isn't smiling, and I think he's actually offended, which is why he raised his level of insult. Of course, we do have to be fair, and in the proper context, Dom's actions weren't that stupid. He just went beyond what he could have gotten away with. First of all, he's a made guy, and a made guy cannot be touched, so he has no reason to think he's going to get physically attacked by Silvio and then straight up shanked by Carlo. Secondly, it's supposed to highlight the attitude of New York to Jersey, how they feel they can do what they want and spit in Jersey's face while they do so. Dom walked in with the swagger and arrogance of a king in a room with 2 paupers. He obviously felt he was untouchable, and it was a perfect opportunity to screw with the Sopranos crew, and they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Maybe Phil even instructed Dom to make snide comments to show Jersey that we can kill your cornholing capos and break your balls after we do it. Is it possible even that Phil suspected Jersey might want to counter the murder of Vito, so he sent Dom as a sacrificial lamb? Probably not, and it's simply a showcase of the Lupertazzi's attitude to the DeMeo family, seeing them as a glorified crew. Number 2, Coco harassing Meadow. Amid the New York-New Jersey tensions of Season 6, New York mobster Coco decides it would be a banger of an idea to randomly go up to Tony's daughter and make creepy, inappropriate comments. The reasoning is pretty much the same as what Fat Dom did. He looks down on Jersey, sees an opportunity to get one over the glorified crew, and knows or thinks he'll get away with it. And had Albie not mentioned Coco's name, which Meadow relays to her father, maybe he would have gotten away with it. But what Coco did was way worse than Fat Dom's shenanigans. He harasses and makes sexual comments to a mob boss's daughter. Did he really think it wasn't going to come back to bite him? Well, he'll never bite anything again after getting curb stomped by Tony. And why even do it? She doesn't know what's going on in the mob world. She's a civilian. She's out of the game. What he did was way below the belt. The comments he made were so disgusting that as the audience, we see a man get curb stomped, and most of us are on the side of the guy doing the curb stomping, not the victim. Families, daughters especially, are off limits, and Coco was an absolute imbecile and got what was coming to him for not heeding to the red lines. Has Coco not read up on recent mob history? Where was he when Johnny Sack launched a crusade because someone made a single joke? Does he really think Tony would sit by idly and let this slide? Number 1. Vito Spatafore. Sticking with fat fucks not being able to keep their mouths shut, where do you begin with this guy? Catching, not pitching with the security guard at the place where he and other mobsters work, dressing up like the village people in a mob-affiliated bar in New York, skipping town when the claim is made against him, confirming his guilt, coming back to Jersey thinking there's still a life in the mob for him, all because he couldn't handle a morning of manual labour. Take your pick. Really, this entire video could be filled to the brim with decisions Vito made. His entire character was just blunder after blunder as soon as he was seen greasing the Union by Finn. It's difficult to sympathise with Vito, even with a pool cue sticking out of his ass, because he had ample opportunity to restart life away from the mob. Tony wasn't even bothered about finding him, but he opens the lion's mouth, sticks his head inside, and is shocked when it's slammed shut. So there you have it. What do you make of my list? And what does your own look like? Let me know down in the comment section below. As we dissected in detail in 2 previous videos, a major oddity of the Sopranos cast is Joseph Ganascoli, who played Vito Spatafore. In the first video, we took a look at strange rumours about Ganascoli regarding his interactions with fans, apparently overcharging for bootleg Sopranos merch, following a Sopranos tour bus around, and being really pushy when he's trying to sell things. In the second video, we took a look at the rumours that the rest of the Sopranos cast don't like him, something fueled by the fact that he doesn't really do Sopranos reunions with the rest of the cast. My own conclusion from all this was that yes, he is a bit of a grifter, trying to maximise profits from his time on the Sopranos as much as he can. I mean, only recently he came out with a bobblehead of Vito, dressed like the guy in The Village People. Chaps too. But you know, the guy is trying to earn, and as we spoke about, he had a major gambling problem. The cast rumours though, in my opinion, from the research I did, I actually feel like this was in the main made up, or at least exaggerated by actor Steve Sturipa, who played Bobby Bacala, who held a vendetta against the Vito actor. You can learn more about this in the 2 videos I did on it. So I came across something since then, something I would have definitely added if I knew about it at the time. It's an interview that starts off pretty normal, but descends into an absolute farce, and I'm sure Sopranos fans will find it interesting and entertaining. It's from a YouTube channel called The Zach and Steve Show, and it's called The Boys Fuck with Vito. The video only has just over 700 views, and I think this is a pair of fellas who just make videos for their own amusement, but they landed an interview with the Vito actor, which descended into chaos. It sounds like they paid for a half-hour slot, but didn't really have the intention to do a serious interview, and I thought I'd just share some of the highlights. I mean, there's 2 ways of looking at it, I guess. These guys are clearly trolling Ganascoli, starting off subtly and then slowly making things more blatant. If it's intentional, some of their comedic timing and delivery is actually pretty great. And to his credit, Ganascoli gives as good as he gets, or he pitches as good as he catches, I should say. And it ends up at a stage where you can't tell who is trolling who. Plus, they actually ask the kind of questions that established interviewers would never ask, like whether he really does sell bootleg merch. At the same time, you could say that the duo came off as a pair of high school girls giggling in their chit-chat room, wasting an opportunity to ask interesting questions to someone who starred in one of the greatest shows of all time. And Ganascoli did seem to try to keep his cool for as long as he could. Maybe it's because of fan interactions like this that actors like Ganascoli get irritable with fans. Make of it what you will. It starts off pretty decent, if not a little awkward, like here.
So obviously everyone's excited for the movie, The Many Saints of Newark, the Sopranos prequel that's coming out. I don't suppose you could leak to us any insider info. I know you're not in it. I'm not trying to be insulting, but
no.
You know.
I don't think any of us are in it. Takes place in the '60s, and so it's a whole new cast. Of course, Jimmy's son, which is pretty cool. I'm looking forward to it. I hope it's going to be great. And,
yeah, absolutely, man.
Yeah, and that's all I know.
The duo then asked if Ganascoli knew any inside information about the movie The Many Saints of Newark, which he didn't, and he added that the Sopranos set had a lot of secrecy about it regarding script leaks.
Yeah, well, loose lips.
Yeah, well,
shit, huh?
Yeah, it's true. They don't want everybody
they're
leaking
pretty,
stuff to the internet.
Yeah, they're pretty tight with scripts. They always were.
Is that why Furio got kicked off the show?
I never heard that.
Yeah, I heard he was like leaking plots and spoilers to like future episodes, and that's why they wrote him off the show.
What an asshole.
Really? I never heard that before. Where'd you hear that, or read that, or see that?
The internet.
Of course.
Really? I never knew that, to tell you the truth.
Okay.
Huh. Wow.
So then Ganascoli is asked why he doesn't appear at a certain Sopranos con. And this is where things start to get a little weird.
I was, doing my homework, doing my Sopranos research and everything, and I noticed there's a convention coming over to Jersey in November.
Right. Uh-huh.
Yeah. And I was looking through the cast, and I noticed you weren't there. They got the members only guy.
They asked me to, there's really like anybody and everybody that's,
Yeah,
Chinese
so
takeout
that's
guy,
what we were wondering. So they did ask you.
I'm busy that weekend, so I couldn't make it.
I got you. Okay, so yeah, I mean they got the Bada Bing girl, they got the members only guy, but no Vito. That's big. You were one of my big characters. I hated when they killed you off in season 2.
Yeah, it's like Van Halen with Gary Sharon.
Yeah,
you know?
they killed you on the boat.
Bro, have you done any fucking homework?
What do you mean?
They killed Pussy on the boat in like season 2. I'm Vito, and I died in season 6.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Oh my! I'm sorry.
What the fuck, man?
My
Are you
bad.
kidding me?
No, I didn't. I mean, you look kind of similar though. Like, you gotta admit.
Fuck?
Oh my God! I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Vito.
Yeah, I apologize. That's my bad. I should have done my homework.
My bad, man.
Yeah, you probably didn't know I was coming on. It's kind of short notice. It's only been like 3 weeks we've been planning it.
Right.
Oh, it's been 2 or whatever.
2 weeks. Yeah. Okay.
My co-host is a bit of a snood, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's my bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. All right. So what else we got, guys?
Well, I guess we wanted to know, and we're all adults here. We're able to separate what's on film and what isn't real life.
Exactly.
But, you and Johnny Cakes had that tumultuous relationship in season 6. And we just want to know what it was like.
Well, I know you said that you pitched that to the writers as kind of like a way to show range as an actor, which, like I said, you really showed your range. But, was that difficult for you to do, to really kind of step out of your comfort zone like that and kiss a guy?
Well, I'm a Brooklyn guy, so, it's, I just looked at it
catch
as
a lot
acting,
of
shit. Only from, my friends, breaking balls. But,
busting your balls, alright.
You want to challenge yourself as an actor, and, you just do it and then move on. It's just a role, and then you, wash your hands.
Yep.
I hear you. You just put it. You don't think about it. You do it and you move on.
So was Johnny the top or the bottom?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Well, when you pitched it to the writers, did you pitch for Vito to be the top or the bottom?
No. But you guys are dwelling on the homo stuff. Is this like a coming out show? You guys? Are you guys lovers?
I mean,
Vito,
come on,
Vito.
Breaking balls.
Vito breaking balls over here. I like this guy.
Good guy.
Yeah, no, I just said that, I would suggest reading the book. You could find out more about the, I don't really dwell into the delve into the character that was gained.
Fucking faggot shit.
Miss
me with
it's because you're ashamed of it, or what?
Of what?
You know, kissing a boy.
Am I ashamed of it?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? It was in the fucking script. What am I ashamed about? I'm acting.
Did you? I'm sorry. So you wrote that into the script. You said though. You wrote that all yourself.
I didn't write anything. I suggested it to the fucking writers. I said, read the fucking book. The guy's a mobster, and he's fucking gay.
Damn.
Yeah, come on, Zach. Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry. Like I said, you know, I wasn't good at
you're
homework
like a
in school
fucking
either.
moron.
Yeah.
Right? You're like a fucking half a jerk off, not for nothing.
Whoa.
Oh,
Whoa.
shit.
Hey, let's not get mean here, Vito. Come on.
I mean, come on. What are you asking me? On the top or the bottom? Or are you ashamed of kissing a boy? What the
These
fuck
are the
is
questions
that?
on everyone's mind.
No, it's on your fucking mind. I did 1 million interviews. No one's ever asked me that. Come on.
Million.
First
That's a
leaving the whole
lot of
fucking
interviews.
book into, and now you're worrying over, like, you know, was I ashamed of kissing a boy? Don't be a douchebag. All right, let's move on.
Yeah. All right, cool. So the scene where you were blowing the security guard.
Right. Another fucking gay question. I think you guys are on the fence.
On the fence?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Vito, let's not get mean here. Come on, we're just asking questions.
Was that like a
All right, go
stunt
ahead.
dick that you were fucking?
I think it was your fucking sister's dick.
Oh, my sister doesn't have a penis, Vito.
I've seen his sister. That definitely didn't look like his sister.
Was the pool cute shocked?
What's that?
The pool cue that they rammed up your ass for being a godless queer, was it shocked?
That's the same cue that they shoved up your mother's cunt.
Oh, no shit! Oh!
That's the same fucking cue they put up your mother's cunt.
Oh! Freaking balls, yeah.
So you guys doing this, let me ask you something. You guys doing this podcast in your underwear, in like your mother's basement?
Oh, come on. What we say? We're just asking questions here.
Yeah, we're asking questions.
Yeah, but it's all gay, so I know this is turned into a fucking jerk-off thing.
All right, let's move on. I'm sorry about that. There was questions on our minds. We got them out of the way.
Yeah.
Now, we heard recently that you've been selling like bootleg T-shirts and like different memorabilia for the show with like autographs and stuff. Is that true?
I do signings, yes, appearances. Yeah, and it's not bootleg, it's all authentic.
What do you charge for an autograph?
At an appearance, a lot less they do at different shows.
Right, but like, what do you charge like per autograph?
$20.
$20?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And
do you have anything interesting you want to ask or not? Because
I don't know. That's just not what I've been hearing on the internet.
Shit.
I've seen a lot of people complaining that maybe you charge a little more than 20. It's 20.
It's 20. But listen, this is turning into listen, jerk off. This is turning into a fucking stupid fucking waste of time. But you paid me, so I'm trying to give you your money's worth.
All right.
We got 2 more minutes. We got 2 more minutes. Go ahead.
10 minutes? Okay. What were you filming?
No, 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes, but I had you under contract for 30.
It's true.
Under contract? Get the fuck out of here, under contract. You wasted time with fucking jerk-off questions.
And I said we had 30 minutes, and it's up to 17 now.
Come on, you gotta be true to your word. What's a monster gonna do if he's not true to his word?
Bro, you didn't turn on your fucking machine. It's your first fucking podcast. I don't know who the fuck listens to you. It's your first fucking one. It's pretty stupid.
We got a lot of fans. We made a post on Facebook. People asking questions. What they wanted to hear from you. You want to go through that list?
Okay. All right. Let's go.
Actually, I'm at my destination. I got to get back to filming. I just took this break so we can do it.
Yeah, for 30
You're
minutes.
dynamite people. I think you're dynamite people. You're going to go very big with this fucking podcast.
We agreed 30 minutes, Vito. This isn't fair.
Hey, we got
Bro,
friends.
you wasted.
Hey,
I wasted.
remember, this is all done on PayPal.
I wish you
don't
nothing
make us call
but
the IRS, Vito.
I wish you nothing but success. You guys are dynamite guys, very
You got
talented,
10 more minutes.
and you got a big fucking career ahead of you.
Are you being sarcastic?
It sounds like sarcasm to me.
No.
I don't know.
All fucking
Vito,
legit.
I don't know. I can tell. Come
I don't know,
on.
Vito.
You breaking balls. You breaking balls. He's breaking out balls.
No, I'm just saying, the scene where they shot you in the hotel and came up from behind you is really good.
Turning point in the whole show.
All right, very good.
Okay, terrific.
So Vito, we got you for 10 more minutes here.
I think we got off on the wrong foot.
Yeah, you're misconstruing our intentions here.
What else you got, guys? Ask
so
a
what are you
fucking
filming?
question. Come on.
Yeah, what are you filming? We already asked you.
All right, don't rush us.
Hey, come on.
What are you filming?
A film called Crabs in a Bucket.
Oh, I had a case of crabs once.
Yeah, I remember the first time I ate crabs.
Those little
Come on,
bastards.
come on. You're wasting my fucking time now. This is getting stupid.
What do you give
You're
a shit
wasting
if
my
you're
time.
wasting your time? We're in it for
All right. Hey, we were going to go to the questions. The questions
Hey,
from
ask
the
some
fans.
fucking questions. Now you're getting fucking annoying. Ask some fucking
Questions
intelligent questions. It's like dealing with high school kids.
Listen.
All right, what's that square
All right,
root of
hold on. We got a question from a fan. How many Johnny cakes can you eat in one sitting?
All right. I'll talk to you. Thank you. Fucking
Whoa, hey.
10 more minutes.
Oh, come on, contract.
As boss, Tony orders the death of many individuals, and it's likely that there's many more deaths that have occurred off-screen as a result of Tony. But in terms of how many people the man himself has personally killed, there are 8 instances in the show, and today I wanted to rank them. Now, this list is pretty arbitrary. I'm not really using an exact science to determine my list. Am I basing them off realism, on how visceral they were, or how intense the kills were, or how integral they are to the story? It's probably a combination of everything. In general, I'm pretty much just looking at how impactful each kill is. Let me know your rankings in the comments below. So last on my list is Chucky Signor. The first time we see Tony kill is in season 1, when he and his uncle Junior are at loggerheads, vying for control of the family. Junior has a hit sanctioned on Tony when he finds out Tony's meeting with his capos behind his back, and when the 2 bums fail to get the job done, Tony and his crew get to work taking out those who would be most likely to finish the job. One of these men is Chucky Signor, and while he prepares to sail off on his boat, Tony and Silvio pay him a visit. Tony small talks with a startled Chucky before suddenly pulling out a pistol from a fish's mouth and firing away at Chucky. He and Silvio then use weights and chains to dump Chucky's body into the sea. The reason why this is the last on the list is simply because this is one of the worst hits in the show. It might actually be the very worst murder scene on The Sopranos. I mean, I know he isn't officially boss yet, but shouldn't Tony really be delegating this job to someone else? And if not, at least not commit cold-blooded murder in broad daylight in front of who knows how many possible witnesses driving past on the bridge. At least use a silencer. It's so careless. And this is all coming after a season where tensions with federal indictments are on everyone's minds and everyone's trying to be careful. Then there's the exaggerated arm movements from Tony as he shoots. But it is season 1, I guess, where the show was starting to find its feet. By the way, did you know it's illegal in the UK to handle salmon in suspicious circumstances? Maybe this scene is why. Number 2, Willie Overall. The Chucky one is the only one I might consider outright bad on this list. The rest of them are great scenes, though Willie Overall may be one hit where you scratch your head thinking, who was that again? Well, Willie is Tony's first ever victim, the man who he killed to make his bones, so to speak. It is revealed in season 6 that a 22-year-old Tony was tasked with taking out a bookie. It's brought to Tony's attention because Larry Barisi talks to the feds about the murder, although lies about who did it and says the deceased Jackie Aprile Sr. carried out the hit. We get a really quick, airy flashback to the hit, a shot of the bookie, who looks like a frail old man, holding his hand up as Paulie eggs the young Tony on, and they get to burying him. He was shaky, but he did good, as Paulie says. Tony looks pretty intense throughout the conversation in the car. Who knows what was going through his mind? A session with Melfi following this scene would have been great. Is he thinking about what life could have been like if he wasn't born to a father like his? Is he reminiscing that this is where it all started for him? Any pangs of regrets? Any flashbacks to the bookie pleading for his life? It's low-key a very dark scene. Number 3, Matthew Bevilacqua. In many ways, the murder of Matt Bevilacqua is both brilliantly cathartic and horrifyingly grim. This is a guy who, along with his partner, was an A-grade moron who constantly screwed up in his efforts to get noticed by Tony. Somehow he thinks killing Tony's beloved nephew is going to raise his rank, and it's satisfying seeing Ritchie Aprile chase him out of his hangout, and even more satisfying to see Tony and Big Puss finally put an end to cheesefuck. Then again, this scene is Tony gleefully taking satisfaction in murdering a 20-something-year-old who is closer to his son's age than his own, who cries out for his mother in his final moments. As weird as it sounds though, on some level it has an element of honour attached to it, with Tony going out of his way to personally get revenge for Christopher's shooting, at a time where he very much loved his nephew. The scrutiny from the FBI was ignored, the beef with Ritchie was put to a side. This was personal. Then there's Pussy and his reluctance to shoot and become involved with murder. Tony may have specifically taken him in order to test his allegiance. It was like Pussy having to make his bones all over again after having fallen out of favour when he was suspected of being a rat. Just so many things going on, wrapped up in a thrilling execution. Number 4, Fabio Petrullo. It's probably criminal to have this hit so low on the list, given its importance, but it just goes to show how great the other scenes also are. And important it is, as the killing of the former witness protection informant Febby, and by extension the entire episode of College, is considered a landmark in television. HBO fought with David Chase to not have Tony commit the murder, thinking audiences would not accept it. But with viewers being on board with seeing the protagonist of the show commit murder without any provocation whatsoever, it essentially single-handedly ushered in a new age of anti-heroes, leading the line in a new golden age of television. Febby's death scene is like us, the audience, making our bones. We've grown to love Tony Soprano, how charismatic and compelling he is, but would we still go along and accept him and continue to watch this show after we see him commit murder? Well, the answer to that question is clear. And then there's the presentation of the hit itself, the fact that it was the climax of a series of tense scenes throughout the entire episodes, the suspense in the build-up, Tony's intense expression, and just the sheer nature of how blunt, brutal, and in-your-face the scene is, showing you the kill unflinchingly, the exertion of Tony, the blood on the neck, Febby's agonized gasps. And in terms of Tony's motivation, this is perhaps the one kill in this video that is a quintessential, true, through-and-through mob hit. Sure, there's an element of revenge in it, but Tony could have easily let the guy go and forgot all about him. No one in his crew would have known he knowingly let a rat walk free during a college trip with his daughter. But as Tony says, for wise guys, the hustle never ends, and he chose to go after him, to give Febby his just desserts for committing the biggest sin in mob life. Next on the list is Tony B. Here is a death that has so many facets to it, given that that animal Blundetto was Tony's cousin, that there was the insecurity on Tony's part for having a panic attack when he failed to turn up to the hijacking which sent Tony B to jail. Blundetto's unsanctioned killing of a 47-year-old kid sends tensions between New York and Jersey to stratospheric levels. It strains the faith Tony's crew have in him and mounts continuing pressure. His ego does not allow him to give up his cousin to New York, as well as his genuine desire not to see Blundetto tortured. But there was only one realistic outcome. Even the writers of the show knew that, recognizing that they had written themselves into a corner where that animal had to be put down. Tony takes it upon himself, and in spite of him killing his own blood, this hit is strictly business. In a way, it's a mercy killing. as the alternative was him being found by the Shah of Iran's secret police. It harks back to the ancient practices of fratricide of the Romans, the Persians, the Ottomans, the killing of one's own blood, the taking of one life in order to avoid a catastrophic war where thousands will die. And sticking with the stuff about ancient empires, the death of Tony B is preceded with the scene where Tony stares at the painting of himself as a general. He knows he needs to step up and make the heavy decisions to go along with his heavy breathing, given the troops are disgruntled and there's dysentery in the ranks. And there was a time where killing someone close to him had a heavy effect on Tony. Not so much here, it looks like. The whole thing just feels cold. Maybe it's why, on a subconscious level, it doesn't resonate with me as some of the other hits on this list, because it's just so clinical, straight to the point, hard and realistic. But that's The Sopranos all over. On to my top 3 now, and in third place, Pussy. Another landmark kill. The climax of season 2, this hit is highly emotional, exquisitely acted and masterfully put together. There's a dark ambience to the whole thing that gives you goosebumps. The final moments of Big Sal begin with his confession, where he sounds almost relieved that he can unburden himself with this secret, and he goes through a range of emotions like pleading, being resigned to his fate, relaxed as if he's out with just some friends, and then delirious and scared. And we know how hard it's been for him. We saw him crying on the toilet, attacking his wife due to the stress, and here it all ends. Sure, the college kill is where The Sopranos shows it was not going to be like other shows, but for many, this is where the show truly got serious, where it showed that it would push boundaries and show that even best friends, lifelong friends, were not safe in this series and could be viciously turned upon instantly. It was a very deep scene. Up until here, aside from a few hairy moments every now and again, mob life seemed to be quite cool and attractive in the show. But Pussy's death hits differently. It's a haunting scene. In fact, Tony is haunted by the ghost and memories of Puss long after his death. Number 2, Ralph. The death of Ralph Cifaretto, after all of his shenanigans and all of the beefs and troubles between Tony and him come to loggerheads, is really one of the standout death scenes of the show. It doesn't quite have the emotional edge to it that many other Tony kills do, but it's so well done, partly because of the talking points that come up. Did Ralph actually kill the horse that Tony was so upset about? Would Ralph had redeemed himself and become a better man had Tony not killed him? When Tony talked about her being a beautiful innocent creature, was he talking about the horse or the girl who Ralph killed? What if Ralph won the fight? In any case, it's an explosive end to one of the show's most entertaining but sadistic characters. The sheer hatred these two have for each other all comes out into the open and manifests in a cathartic showdown. Ralph could easily go toe-to-toe with Tony in multiple ways. He puts up a good fight. Plus, he was easily one of the most intelligent and fearless assets of the DeMeo crew. In some ways, Tony would have been threatened by Ralph's mere existence, another reason for him wanting him out of the picture. And finally, the number 1 murder committed by Tony Soprano, Christopher Moltisanti. And here it is, perhaps the darkest, dirtiest and most taboo moment in the show. The scene in which a drugged up Christopher, after having almost gotten himself and Tony killed, is put out of his misery by Tony, who no longer sees the value of keeping him around. This is as close as Tony gets to practically killing his own son, and I have spoken a lot about this scene in a separate video called Why Did Tony Kill Chris, so I won't talk about it much here, but in some ways, over the course of the show, I thought Christopher was extremely lucky not to have been killed all the way back in the first season even. He screws up so many times, but Tony looks the other way due to nepotism. But we'd reached the point where you'd think Tony would be at Chris's side given what they've been through, but alas, he kills him here. And there's no jubilation from me, because Tony did it for all the wrong reasons. He was just so over the guy by that point. He didn't appreciate his struggles and the way he looked up to Tony in the absence of his own father. The fact that Christopher was pretty much the only captain genuinely wanting Tony to recover when he gets shot and is in hospital. Nope. By this point, Chris was an inconvenience to Tony. It probably crossed every Sopranos viewer's mind that Christopher might die somewhere down the line, and Tony may be the one to do it, but maybe because Chris started talking to the feds, or maybe because he became too much of a junkie and needed putting down. I don't think any of us expected anything like this. It's like there's a chain between most of the kills Tony carries out, highlighting more and more about him. Febby's showed us what he was. Willie's took away everything he could have been. Pussy's hardened the man and gave him the fortitude he needed to carry out murders like that of Tony B. Ralph's was a low moment of hypocrisy and lack of self-control. And Christopher's death showed us just how far this man was willing to stoop in that hypocrisy, that narcissism and evil. One of Tony's biggest challenges is the Vito situation. To the shock and horror of the Sopranos, Paulie especially, Vito betrays his crew and switches up his blood pressure medication, getting a taste for catching, not pitching. Yes, in other words, he's a fag. I don't want to get graphic beyond that, the idea of it repulses me so much. But with his secret out, Vito escapes to New Hampshire, starting a new life as a novelist, Vince, and even striking up a gay romance with a burly volunteer firefighter. It feels like something out of a Hallmark movie. It does make you think, is this the same show where a guy beat a pregnant 20-year-old to death? But that's part of the point. This is a dreamlike situation for Vito, a place where he can be open about who he is. He's living the dream. Heck, talking about dreams, maybe the blood pressure medication was so strong the entire Johnny Cake storyline was a fever dream and Vito never left the motel room he was staying in. How's that for a Sopranos theory? Anyway, Vince could have carried on with his life in New Hampshire, but after getting work as a handyman, he realizes the life of a working man is not for him, and heads back to Jersey to try to talk his way back into the mob, leaving Johnny Cakes, who loved him like a brother-in-law, and sandbagging Tony at the mall, offering him $200K and a steady trickle of cash if he can set up in Atlantic City. Tony's crew are uneasy, but the man himself is fixated on that $200K, dilly-dallies around the situation, but eventually gives the okay on Vito's death after he faces too much pressure. Unfortunately though, when Vito came out of the closet, Phil jumped into one. For who knows how long, not a peep, and it's him and his men who got to Vito first, pool cues and all. Vito returning to Jersey is considered one of the most brain-dead moves in the entire show. In my video on the dumbest decisions made by characters, Vito was at number 1, and I didn't even specify a decision he made because so much of what he does is imbecilic. Dressing in a motorcycle outfit and dancing at a gay bar where the mob makes collections, blowing a security guard where he and other gangsters work, and returning to Jersey, they're all right up there. Here you have a man who is so incredibly lucky that he escaped, that he had found a place where he is accepted and comfortable, and just because he couldn't resist the life, he speeds his way back to impending and inevitable doom. It's a common theme of this show, whether it's Christopher, Jackie Jr., or even Tony himself. Mobsters are given the chance to escape the life, but their love of materialism and the easy lifestyle dooms them. Ironically, the one man who is desperate to escape, Eugene, couldn't and was trapped by the feds. So anyway, Vito is not at all a sympathetic character. We can't be in denial, much as we love him. And the show drives home this point by having him shoot a civilian on his way back. But if you try a little bit, you can kind of make sense of some of Vito's actions. Like the dancing thing. That happened the night Johnny Sack's daughter got married, right? He said he wasn't feeling well and left, and he then hits the social club. So he must have had some cornholing urges and figured that all the connected guys would be at the wedding, so it shouldn't be a problem. Still a stupid thing to do, but I guess when your medication makes you that desperate, rationale and logic goes out the window. The security guard thing at the construction site as well. Maybe he figured that none of the mobsters come in early for work, and none of the workers do either. And he was probably right. Who knows how many times he had been coming to the site nice and early to get the guard to come nice and early. It was Finn's abnormal adherence to his job, that a minority could have had, that got Vito caught. He had no doubt been pulling moves around his family and the mob for years and never gotten caught, perhaps becoming emboldened over the years. That's the thing with the gays. Living in the closet makes him devious. And would you believe there is actually a deleted scene that makes Vito coming back to Jersey make a lot more sense, and not just come off as him desperate looking to get a taste of the life again. In fact, it's Tony who gives him the assurance that he'll be fine. Let's take a look. I've chopped up this scene a little to avoid copyright. Tony and Sil are at Vito's house, clearly for a pre-arranged meeting, and Vito phones his wife, who hands the phone over to Tony, with Tony politely asking her to leave the room. I just want to quickly mention before we watch it, please subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell if you haven't already done so.
So, where the fuck are you?
It's not important.
You take a powder, you forget all your responsibilities. What the fuck am I supposed to think about that?
Under the circumstances, I felt it was the wisest thing to do. for everybody. Was I wrong?
Some of our friends are not very happy. There's a certain sense of betrayal. But I talked to them. Calm them down. Things are gonna be okay.
They are?
But there's some lost revenue you're gonna have to make up. And maybe it'd be wise to relocate for a while. One thing's for certain, you reestablish relations with your wife. Have another kid. Show people you know where to put your dick. When time heals the wounds, I'll bring you back.
Where's Phil on this?
I took some work, but Phil appreciates the situation. Look, I went out on a limb for you here. Don't make me look like a jerk-off.
I'll think about it.
Vito.
I mean, this really changes things and puts things into context. It explains why Vito later says to his wife he wants to have another kid. It explains why Vito slowly makes his way back into things, and it shows why he was so confident in driving back to Jersey, because Tony more or less said he was in the clear. It's not just the whole wanting back in the life kind of thing, he had reassurance from his boss. Plus, Vito handles the conversation well, not allowing it to become a berating of him and instead leveling that lambing it was the best for everyone. Tony's saying his bit, and Vito jumps to the crux of the issue, wanting to know what Phil's reaction is. Without this scene, our natural reaction to Vito coming back is to think, "What are you doing, you moron?" But to know he was already in contact with Tony, having been told the outrage had been squashed, makes his actions make a lot more sense. It's difficult to gauge when exactly this scene takes place. I'm guessing it's after Vito and Tony meet at the mall, as Vito doesn't have a black eye. It was his second attempt to get through to Tony. Then again, his black eye does heal closer to his whacking. I'm not really sure. It does make Tony's talk with Vito at the mall a bit weird, because that conversation sounds like it's the first time they've spoken since he floated away. It could just as easily have been before. He spoke to Tony over the phone, and then felt confident enough to see him in person. But what's Tony thinking in this scene? If it's so early on, then maybe they were trying to lure Vito back to kill him. Why else would Tony try to reassure Vito about Phil? Why is Tony even wanting to bring Vito back if they're at a point where they're not sure what they're going to do with him? That soon as well, after Vito's outing. It fits a bit awkwardly in the story, which is why it may have been deleted, and if it was kept in the show, other scenes around it like Tony and Vito at the mall may have been slightly rewritten. But the key thing about the scene is that it adds another element to Vito's mindset and the choices he made. It wasn't just a case of stay at New Hampshire with the life of a working man, or risk death by going back to Jersey. He would have been more tempted now, because there was a real chance in his mind that he could actually come back and things could work out. It was an available, albeit difficult, option, and that would be a much harder thing to resist when facing the daunting, excruciating task of chopping wood and using a saw. Vito is also shown to be quite shrewd. He probably feels it's a trap, so turns Tony's offer down and throws the phone away. And if it takes place before the mall scene, he may have figured, I need to catch Tony when he's alone to bribe him. I'll have more of a chance without any connected guys there. In any case though, the show works without the deleted scene. There's more ambiguity in the air with Vito's return, more uncertainty with what's going on and what will happen to Vito. And Vito coming back to Jersey still works because we can chalk it up to him not being able to escape the luxuries of the life. Do you think the scene should have remained in the show, or do you think it's better off deleted? Let me know in the comments section below. In today's short video, I wanted to talk a little about this guy, Walden Belfiore, a very minor character of season 6, one of the Sopranos crew members. He's so unremarkable that he is practically a background character. We don't know much about him, except that he's part of Carlo's crew. Who even is this guy? He seems to appear out of nowhere. Well, his last name is Belfiore, which is the maiden name of Angie Bonpensero, widow of Pussy Bonpensero, as mentioned by Janice in one scene. So it's likely he's related to her, maybe a cousin or nephew or something. He first shows up in the episode Walk Like a Man, going with Carlo Gervasi to a meeting. There isn't going to be much mind-blowing analysis in this video or anything. I just think the guy is a little more interesting than we first might think, especially being that you probably don't even notice him on your first watch. But he actually has one of the biggest moments in the show, because it's he who takes out the Shah of Iran, ending the New York-New Jersey war. One might argue, why was such a job given to practically a no-name instead of someone like Paulie or even Benny Fazio, criminal mastermind? But it makes sense. Hits in the mob are usually done by lower tier guys. Benny was moving up, especially since the death of Christopher, and the Sopranos would have had numerous soldiers out on the lookout for Uncle Philly. A random guy could easily come across him and be the one to take him out. It makes sense that there are always lower guy levels coming up in the ranks. They've always been around, but we just haven't seen them because they haven't been involved in major storylines. Perhaps Walden's biggest scene of prominence is when the crew are at Tony's after Chris's tragic, accidental death, consoling Tony. Walden quite hilariously keeps going on about Carlo, saying Carlo's coming up, until Sil gets irritated.
Carlo's coming up. It's Carlo, I bet. It's not Carlo. I heard AJ.
Carlo's coming up?
What's with you and Carlo's fucking arrival?
I'm just saying.
They're gonna do a full blood test on him.
We've been working the program very dedicated ever since he threw little Paulie out that window.
Let's not go there.
It's always been a weird scene, perhaps just an example of the humour the show likes to sprinkle into otherwise dark scenes. One of the reasons it may have been included is to keep Carlo in our consciousness, as of course soon it would be revealed that he flipped, and maybe he never actually turns up to the house, unlike the likes of Benny, Paulie, Bobby and Sil, after having lost respect for Tony, which is something I've covered in my video on Carlo's betrayal. Although the theory about him not turning up doesn't quite work because Carlo does eventually show up. But I think the scene has a natural flavour to it, Walden constantly bringing up Carlo. He is in Carlo's crew. It's actually Carlo who's supposed to be here. It's like when you're a kid and a whole bunch of your dad's friends come around, and while you're waiting for him to come out of the toilet, you're like, oh, he'll just be a minute, oh, should be any second now. It's awkward for Walden, a random soldier who's found himself inside Tony's inner circle with his captains in this intimate moment, before his own captain has shown up. So he just has his awkward small talk to say because he doesn't know what else to say. And if anyone is wondering why on earth Walden is here, he can just remind him that Carlo's coming up, hoping that Carlo can hurry up about it. He doesn't have anything else to contribute. It doesn't seem proper for him to ask first how Tony is or any of the details of the crash, so he awkwardly says whatever he can. Walden's inclusion into major events and scenes may be a deliberate move by the show to show us how Tony's original crew has shrank so much, with guys having died or gone to jail, that by the time the show ends, so many beloved characters are gone, and random guys like Walden are thrust into important positions because Tony's options are running out, thick and fast. We all know that famous shot of Paulie alone in front of Satrialt and how it contrasts with a scene earlier in the series when all the capos are having a time of it on the same spot. Most of them are gone now. Paulie is the only OG left, so Tony's inner circle will gradually change and evolve, bringing in much younger guys like Benny and Walden as Tony grows older, his reputation a much more different one now than the young buck of season 1. His generation is becoming increasingly irrelevant. These young guys won't see a reason to be as loyal to Tony as the likes of Silvio and Bobby. They'll see Tony as a money-grabbing old-timer like Tony saw the likes of Junior in the early days. Even Walden's name is significant, alluded to by when Paulie says,
Walden? The fuck kind of name is that for an Italian?
These guys are now third, fourth generation. They are more Americanized. To such an extent, a guy like Paulie can't even relate to the name itself. In some ways though, Walden might just show us that, obviously in the event that Tony survived the finale, that he would be okay, because he'd be surrounded by competent soldiers. Walden may be awkward, but there's nothing to suggest he is anything like Matt, Sean or Jackie Jr. In fact, he might just be an inverse to Christopher, a potential protege that is actually competent, unlike Chris, who was a major fuck-up. Walden, during the scene with the cat, has an extended tit-for-tat with Paulie, who Christopher was constantly bickering with. He becomes prominent after Chris snuffs it, and in contrast to Camel Nose, he is usually quiet around the higher-ups, and is trusted to carry out the hit on Phil. He likes the cat, which contrasts with Chris killing a dog. And it's worth mentioning that many Sopranos fans think the cat is Adriana reincarnated. And during the scene with the cat, Walden is lifting weights like Chris did in a previous scene, but he is actually lifting them with proper form and isn't smoking while he's doing it. So perhaps the show is actually doing something with Walden here, making him an intentional contrast to most of the younger guys in the mob who are a bunch of morons, showing us that the future is bright for the mob and for the Sopranos crew, because guys like this, the new Chrissy, will be in the mix. A key character of season 5 of the show is notorious child killer Tony Blundetto. Tony B is Tony Soprano's cousin, who was his close friend growing up. Blundetto was rising in the ranks, but got pinched by the cops and went down for 17 years, not a peep. And Tony would have joined him had he not had a panic attack that day and slipped and fainted. Tony Uncle Johnny feels internal guilt over Blundetto, so tries to mitigate this by offering him jobs in the mob, but Tony Egg wants to go straight. He trains to become a massage therapist, toiling at a laundrette to make cash, but after he finds some money and splashes the cash in typical mobster fashion, he gets an itch for the life once again and ditches the working man's world. He even does a hit for New York, something Tony Soprano told his crew to keep out of. When his former prison best buddy, Angelo Guarepe, is whacked by the Leotardo brothers, Tony B goes off the reservation, shape-shifting into an animal and eating Billy Leotardo and injuring Uncle Philly. It causes a meltdown with this thing of ours. Johnny Sack wanting Tony B dead, the Sopranos crew frustrated with Tony protecting his cousin, and eventually Tony himself taking out Tony B to stop him getting tortured by New York. You can check out a video I did on whether Tony made the right call and whether he should have handled the situation differently. Today, I wanted to propose a thesis that might cause a little dysentery among fans, but that is, quite simply, that Tony B is the worst main character in the show. And I mean that in multiple ways, from the depiction of the man by Steve Buscemi to the writing of the character.
I don't know. Fucking slander-ass me.
Don't get me wrong, I love Buscemi, I love the character. I'm used to it by now and I don't want anything changed or retconned, and Tony B is very much part of the Sopranos universe. But initially, when I first watched it, and I looked online and I saw that I definitely wasn't the only one, but Tony B just seemed all off, and a really weird character.
Fucking weirdo, you ask me.
Firstly, there's the way he looks. He doesn't really look like an Italian-American ex-con Jersey mobster, not the way the other characters do. When they're all together, he sticks out, and not in a this guy was in the can for 17 years and his fashion is out of date kind of thing, well that too, but like Buscemi walked onto the wrong TV set. There's a hello fellow mobsters vibe about him. It's not Buscemi's fault, that's just the way he looks. He looks like a dork. He's goofy looking, and perhaps it's because of the actor's fame before even joining the show, but you always get a sense of, oh look, there's Steve Buscemi, rather than being engrossed into the character. He was just too famous and well known, and where other famous actors like Frank Vincent were brought in, but they already had reputations for playing mobsters, Buscemi was a huge profile actor but is known for playing comedic weirdos and creeps even when he's played gangsters. There's a scene where he's being offered a contract by Rusty and Angelo, and you never get a feel that this guy used to be a rising mob hitter. Some of the extras in the scene look more like professional criminal than he does. John Turturro might have been a better fit. I know Michael Madsen wanted to be on the show, maybe he could have been Tony B. But long story short, what we're told about Tony B doesn't match up to what we see. A dangerous, up-and-coming assassin, a young hitter for the mob who was a rising star, a dynamic duo with Tony Soprano. He went away for more than a decade, shaped in the can. He's out and he's unstable. He's got a problem with rage. He could go skits at any moment if you say the wrong thing. He rubs shoulders with legends like Feech and Angelo Guarepe. He's a force to be utterly reckoned with.
Boy, are you fat.
Doesn't quite work, does it? There's a feeling I get from Tony B of a classic guest star appearance for a season on a sitcom. With everybody else, it feels like they're part of the family, and I know in a way it works because Tony B is an oddball who is reinserting his place into the family after many years, but it isn't just that, he just looks off. His performance is off-kilter, it's askew, and the accent doesn't help. Supposedly he grew up in Jersey like the rest of the guys, but he doesn't have the same accent. We're told he's really dangerous and can snap easily, but never get a sense of it. Buscemi just couldn't fucking sell it. It's like when he threatens the doctor saying, any gunshot wounds or broken kneecaps? It just doesn't sound scary. I was like, waiting for a punchline. Instead of intimidating, he comes across as a bit of a creep. He stares at Meadow a lot, for example, and it's obviously because he's thinking about his daughter. but he looks like a perv who wants to gnaw at her with his teeth. It seems Steve Buscemi was cast simply because everybody liked him. He of course was already part of the crew, directing episodes like the fan favourite Pine Barrens. Apparently they wanted to work with him, so the character of Tony B was written specifically for him. That makes it worse, because he's only in it because they liked him. And since the character was written for him, surely it should have just worked better. And plot-wise, the insertion of Tony Blundetto feels nonsensically shoehorned in. Let's go through some eye-raising story elements. So Tony B is Tony Soprano's long-lost cousin who he loves dearly and was so close to him, and yet he is never mentioned throughout the course of this show previously. No one ever visited him in the can, Tony and Com never brought him up at the dinner table, and it's especially unbelievable given we've had so much insight and exposure into Tony's childhood, his backstory, the panic attacks, his early criminal career. Surely, when he's talking to Dr. Milfy, he would have brought up his cousin somewhere, especially seeing as though the botched hijacking he missed due to a panic attack was such a vital part of his character. It's just too obvious that Blundetto was written later and they worked it backwards. Then, in order to give him two sons, they tell us that his able-bodied semen was smuggled out of the can and used to make the twins. That's really weird. And it's made all the more weird by the fact that Blundetto lasts a single season, his kids are such a small part of the story, and after he gets popped they're never brought up again, so it all feels pretty pointless. Then there's the fact that before he went in the can he already had a woman and a daughter, and oh, this daughter actually lived with the Sopranos in their own home. Again, she's never been mentioned before, but apparently she ran away from home and they tried searching for her but were never able to. Again, very strange how this has never been mentioned before. When Tony is telling Meadow about safety for young women in Europe when she wants to go there, that seemed the perfect opportunity to bring up that a young woman from their household disappeared after leaving home. Then you have the fact that Blundetto's trying to go straight. He could go back to being a mobster but chooses to have the working man's life. So what are the chances that a bag full of thousands of dollars cash lands right at his feet, him of all people, and then he spends it, gets a taste of the mob life, and wants back in? It's so convenient that some fans actually theorize that Tony Soprano staged this as some kind of master plan to get Blundetto back in the game, but that only speaks to how contrived people find this plot point. And then he punches Kim, and it really comes out of nowhere, when we've seen him go through a lot of frustrations, like when his van gets stolen. I mean, like really, the straw that broke the camel's back just happened to be when Tony B was just about to get his dream of the massage parlor, right at the last minute. They were going for the trying to go straight but pulled back into a life of crime arc, but it just felt unearned because it's like Blundetto went ahead and randomly thought, you know what, I can't be bothered. After putting in so much effort into his massage stuff, he even got a license by this point, which was the hardest part of all. Surely it would have been some time when he's revising for that test that he would have went, fuck it, put me in, coach. It just doesn't quite work. Blundetto punching Kim and reneging on his wish simply happened because that's what the writers decided to happen in that moment. It didn't feel organic. It's one of several instances where Tony B does not act entirely logical for plot reasons, not character reasons, which would have been understandable. Like the hit on Joey Peeps is done because B needed money, but this is despite Tony S willing to offer him work and help him out. Why do something so stupid? An actual betrayal of Tony S. What, just because he liked Angelo? It might have worked better if Tony B was forced into the hit, like maybe he owed a debt or something because of something that happened in the can. Also, character dynamics are altered in ways that are confusing. All of a sudden it turns out that the two cousins would bully Christopher when he was younger, and it's something Chris is insecure about. In order to marry up the ages, the writers tell us that Tony and Chris are about 8 years apart, which seems bizarre, and only seems to have been said to make the three-way character dynamic work. People complain about the ages in The Many Saints of Newark between Christopher and Tony, but that actually makes more sense than what the writers told us in The Sopranos Season 5, which they only did seemingly to make Tony B work. What is Tony B about? Does he just want a quiet, innocent life? The ability to buy his boys Game Boys? Does he like the allure of the criminal life? Does he have a killer streak in him and that's what his true calling is? Is he refusing help from Tony and slaving under Kim so when he makes it he can say to himself he did it in an honest way? What's the driving factor behind this? a desire for a straight life. But now we're back to my first question. You just don't know what this guy's about. Then there's the awkward Feech Lamana thing. I don't fully blame the writers here because they were forced to write Feech out because the actor was having issues with his lines, but it was clear the show was making out Feech and Tony B to be really close in the can. Feech gives Tony B a startup, they drive around, all of that kind of stuff. Then it's rewritten so that Blundetto's best friend in the joint was actually Angelo Garepe, and we get awkward scenes like this where Angelo doesn't know who Tony Soprano's cousin is, but in the next line he says he was his best buddy, in a line that is so obviously 80-odd in.
Who's your cousin again? Tony Blundetto.
Oh, yeah, good guy. Right. He was my best buddy inside.
Even the writers knew they screwed up with Tony Blundetto. You can see interviews where they said he was supposed to stick around for 2 seasons. But with what he did, they wrote themselves into a corner and knew that the only logical ending was that Blundetto had to die. The show brought in a completely new person who was never mentioned before, someone so important to Tony. Not to mention he's supposed to be really smart with an insanely high IQ that the nuns were raving about, and yet he makes many moronic decisions in the show. And then he is the catalyst for the New York-New Jersey conflict. It's a poor decision from the writers. How are you supposed to feel Tony's anguish about this situation when we just met the guy and it's becoming obvious that he exists simply to cause dysentery in the ranks and then exit the show? If someone like Christopher had killed a New York man and they wanted his head, that would have been completely different and way more emotional. We'd really feel Tony's desire not to give up his nephew because we've been with Christopher for several seasons. Speaking of dumb decisions, this guy does blunder after blunder. Maybe that's why they named him Blundetto. I just cannot get over the fact that he got the drop on the Leotardo twins and for no reason leaves Uncle Philly alive and doesn't finish the job. What stopped him? Seriously, why does he walk away? It's not the easiest thing to believe he'd go off the reservation and do a premeditated hit against the Leonardos in the first place, but leaving Phil alive is insanely stupid. And plus, why does his bloodlust stop after this and he goes into hiding? Phil is the senior of the brothers and one of the men who killed Angelo Garepe. He's still alive. But for the sake of the plot, Blundetto thinks, yeah, at least I got Billy, and decides to call it a day and go into hiding instead of, continuing to go after Phil. Phil is walking around all deranged, threatening to put things up Tony's mother's box. It's the perfect time to hit him. Also, with the peeps hit, the imbecilic moron gets his foot run over by a car being driven by a dead guy. And then knowing they're looking for a limping dude, what does he do? He goes limping around all over the place like Long John Silver, including to Peeps' own funeral. It's possible the series even acknowledged itself how Tony B came out of nowhere when Bobby Jr. says, "How come I never heard of you?" The in-universe explanation is that people don't talk about people who are in prison, but it's possible the writers know Tony having a long-lost cousin arrive is far-fetched, and this is their way of winking at us and telling us just to accept it and move on. Of course, the flip side to this argument about Buscemi, not the awkward writing, is that often real-life mobsters look goofy, off-key and relatively normal. He isn't a scenery-chewing character like Ritchie, Ralph or Feech. It may be that it's because he sticks out that he was cast, and he might be run down from being in prison during the prime of his life. Maybe that weird, non-committal attitude he has is what's come from being jaded in prison, and his demeanour kept him mentally fit inside. If the writers wanted him to have fit, there would have probably been aberrations to the lateral anterior aspect of the right clavicule or the right mid-sternum above the iphoid process. And it's worth mentioning that the feeling that there's something off about him might just be what the showrunners were looking for. There's a slight unease about him. You're not really sure where he's coming from when he talks, what his point is, what's the deeper reason for what he's saying. He's emotionally numb from jail. And there are a few moments here and there where you do get a sense that there's something quite animalistic hidden inside, like when Tony's berating him and he says, "You're crowding me." So that's all really I had to say. I still really like Tony B, but I did think it was worth mentioning that his character feels very off, and much of it is due to the writing, which is trying so desperately to make him fit. What do you think of Tony B? Is there another character who you think fits even less than Tony Blundetto? It's interesting to ponder on the fact that The Sopranos could have been way shorter. The show's creator, David Chase, has said that had the pilot not been picked up, he would have shot some more scenes and then released it as a movie. And if it hadn't been renewed for a season 2, apparently the show would have ended with Tony suffocating his mother. Chase also toyed with the idea of ending the show after season 4, but as the story goes, HBO wanted it to continue and offered him more money to keep it going, so it went on for 2 more seasons. However, apparently the show could have been even longer. I believe there's an interview out there where Chase has said that had he known the show would end up as popular as it was, some of the stuff in earlier seasons would have had more time to breathe. Tony and Uncle June's beef, whistling through the wheat fields, whatever happened there, would have been stretched over 2 seasons as opposed to being wrapped up in a single season, meaning we might have seen more of Junior as boss. In any case, the show is over and done, and aside from a certain movie that was released,
You don't ever admit the existence of this thing. Ever.
there has been no official continuation of the show. But what if there was? What if HBO managed to convince Chase to add a season 7 or season 8, depending on how you look at it? Even back then, there were rumours that the crew was open to more Sopranos content, whether it was a new season or a movie. Some fans theorised that's why we didn't get confirmation as to what happened to Tony Soprano in the show's infamous ending, because the showrunners wanted the opportunity to return to the show. Now, of course, that James Gandolfini is dead, a Sopranos sequel series or movie is obviously dead in the water, though there have been mild mumblings about a prequel series continuing after The Many Saints of Newark. A prequel show, another fucking money machine. But ignoring that, let's talk about if they did make another season to The Sopranos. Not now, nobody wants that, but back in 2007, after the show ended. What could it have been about? What would it explore? Now, I'm going to try and keep this realistic and explore ideas that feel like they have a connective tissue with what came before. We're not making a Western here. But thinking about it, though there's definitely a lot of material to work with, after all, the world building and the stories and the characters are so good, there are some clear obstacles that are in the way. Let's get the 95-pound elephant in the room out of the way first. If we are being realistic, then season 7 of the show would be shot inside a coffin, looking at a disintegrating corpse, because Tony died in the series finale. I'm sorry, it's true. And another season of The Sopranos without Tony Soprano is out of the question, so I'm not even going to entertain ideas of the show continuing with Tony dead. So you have to work around the ending, which we'll talk about. Another issue, from a thematic and narrative point of view, is that we already reached the endgame scenario in season 6. We got the bubbling tension between New York and New Jersey that had been in the air for multiple seasons, erupting into a war. We got to see what an aging, decaying mobster with dementia looks like with Junior. We got to see what a mobster dying in prison looks like with Johnny Sack. We got to see what continuous irrelevance looks like with Paulie. We got to see what stagnant and non-existent growth looks like with Christopher. And crucially, we see Tony Soprano at his absolute worst. A hedonistic, selfish, narcissistic individual who has fully embraced his nature and shaken off any notion of a conscience. And there'd be no Dr. Melfi in a new season because her taking him back again would be so lame. The point being, what is there left to explore with the psyche of Tony Soprano? Where do you go that hasn't been explored? And that's really the heart of The Sopranos. And then you have the fact that Carlo's testimony is hanging over him. New York probably wants him dead, the Jersey crew has fallen apart, and he's always going to be looking over his shoulder. He's finished either way, whether he got shot in the diner or if he spends 20 years in the can, not a peep. The knowledge of that, and the abstractness of how it was delivered in the final episode, makes me appreciate The Sopranos ending more, and the possibilities for what will come for Tony are better theorized than actually shown. Whatever happens to him, it won't be good. But I did have a few ideas. Let me know what you think down in the comments section below and what you would have wanted to see in a new season of The Sopranos. And check out a similar video I did for The Wire. So the ending has to be addressed. Season 7 would be predicated on whatever happened there. You can't randomly cut to black and then this isn't even addressed in the follow-up season. And my opinion is that Tony Soprano has to be involved in a new season of The Sopranos, so the first thing on the menu is that Tony survives. Perhaps they could address the cut to black by opening with a slow fade to outside of the diner. The shot lingers in anticipation. And then Tony simply walks out of the diner with his family. They get into the car. He says bye to Meadow, but he's looking around slightly nervously, heavy breathing amplified. The point being is that he's constantly paranoid about getting whacked. It would be a bit of a retcon, but it's one way to get around the cut to black by implying it represents Tony's paranoia. Or he could simply wake up with his face plastered in onion rings because the cut to black was a panic attack, again symbolizing his paranoia. You could have it be a heart attack, give him an episode where he recovers in hospital and then is out. But that again would be underwhelming after the ending of the final season and the fact that we've kind of already seen that. It just goes to show how definitive the cut to black works as an ending. One idea I had is that there was a shooting. Zelensky comes out of the toilet and goes for Tony, but Tony getting shot, going to the hospital, would be repetitive after season 6 and would give him too much plot armor, him surviving again. Unless this time he had a permanent injury, like he was wheelchair bound. You could do something with that. Tony is now housebound like Junior was. He feels emasculated because he can't perform anymore, and the Jersey crew is out of control because he can't do anything about it from his wheelchair. But another idea I had is that the shooter misses and AJ gets shot and gets killed instead. Tony gets his Godfather 3 moment by holding his dead child in his arms, killed because the shooter was going for him. This could begin a season of Tony essentially getting his up-and-comings. It would essentially be a bookend or a sequel season to season 6. If season 6 is Tony reveling in his evilness and getting away with it, season 7 could be the hammer coming down on him, him getting punished for the life he's lived, like the last season of Boardwalk Empire or Peaky Blinders. It starts with AJ shooting, and it just gets worse from there. He killed his symbolic son in the previous season, so in this one his actual son is taken away from him. It's a season of a constant downward spiral, ending with a final scene where Tony is sent to prison for the rest of his life. Or maybe he goes to prison halfway through the season, instead of at the end, and we get to follow him around in the can. It would offer a different perspective, life in the can for a mob boss. Yes, we did kind of get this with Johnny Sack, but there's still more you could explore in prison without becoming Oz. The show could take from real life stories like John Gotti. Maybe Tony gets beaten up in prison. Perhaps Dr. Milfy visits him once or twice, and the visits are essentially the new version of the therapy scenes, similar to something we got in The Many Saints of Newark with Dickie Moltisanti and his uncle in prison. Alternatively, you could leave AJ alive and continuing on from season 6, which had him have a lot of screen time, especially towards the end, the boy instead gets a positive ending. He tries to start a career, does more work with Carmine Jr. It could open up a new avenue for the show to do some more subplots. AJ as a asshole porno movie producer with his hand in a few criminal activities. The pitfalls of that industry could be explored through AJ. Although this is starting to sound something like The Wire would do as opposed to The Sopranos. Meadows' prominence could be upped, and she essentially completes her trajectory from previous seasons and becomes a fully fledged mob lawyer, a confidant of her father and perhaps even part of the team that defends him in court. Maybe Tony has her as a go-between between him and Paulie, who is struggling to retain control over the family with dissenting youngsters and an encroaching New York. Lawyer Meadow and acting boss Paulie, the new surprise relationship in the show maybe. Uncle Paulie, there was no abundant intentionality in me asking for a plea deal. Of course, you could go back to the diner scene as well and do something more with it. Maybe it's a mystery as to who tried to kill Tony, and who tried to whack Tony Soprano is one of the major questions of the season. One thing you could do, and perhaps this sounds more like a season 8 than a 7, but a flash forward to Tony coming out of the can after lengthy prison time. I mean, it wouldn't work because we would basically have a Soprano season set in the future, but the idea of it is interesting. I kind of got this idea after watching American Gangster, where Denzel Washington at the end comes out of the prison, and I think kind of the idea is that he's entered a whole new world he doesn't understand. Tony in a new world, trying to adjust. Kids like Walden are higher ups, maybe the boss even, and Tony just can't bring himself to respect these kids. He is now the Feech, the Ritchie of the modern age, the bitter old man clutching to his previous glories, while in the meantime, the younger guys have moved up. It brings things full circle with Tony being the out-of-date old-timer who nobody really needs anymore. Now obviously, What we're talking about in this video is discussing Tony and the established characters. It goes without saying that, like every season, new characters and therefore new plots would be introduced as the main meat of the season. And that could simply be anything. Maybe a mobster who gets a lot of attention from the media, a la John Gotti, and it rubs the crew the wrong way. Maybe New York swallows up New Jersey like Ginny's sack on a chocolate binge, and as a result we see a lot more of not just the Lupertazzi family, but the other New York families too. There's loads of possibilities. Maybe Carlo is even assassinated as a kind of retcon, so Tony is free, and we get whatever storylines the show wants to do for him. It would be interesting to see what they do with Silvio, with him being one of the last key surviving characters. Does he stay in his coma indefinitely? Does he recover and have storylines dedicated to him? Maybe he solidifies his power with Tony in the can, or does a poor job of keeping the crew under control while being a buffer in between the street guys and Tony in the can. But this probably wouldn't work. If Silvio's waking up, Carlo's testimony will surely send him down with Tony. Maybe the feds trying to get him to flip and turn on Tony could be explored. But going back to Tony, it would be interesting to see him trying to rebuild the DeMeo family while preparing for his trial. He'd be like Junior in season 1, selfish, outdated, the cost of his trial making the crew wonder if it's even worth having Tony around. Tony questions the loyalty of the likes of Paulie and Patsy and is forced to move the likes of Walden and Benny up. The trial of Tony Soprano could be a big part of the season, essentially a rewrite of what they were going to do originally in season 3 with Livia and the tickets before Nancy Marchant died. Will he stand tall? Will he flip? The crew wonders. Walden slyly floats the idea of Tony not being around anymore. Paulie won't hear of it and makes a scene. Patsy is quiet, giving nothing away. Benny is getting beaten up by someone again. Janice could start acting more and more like Livia, and of course Carmela would be a fascinating character to explore. Maybe the truth about Adriana's disappearance is laid bare at the trial. Maybe all sorts of affairs that Tony has had are discussed in court, humiliating Carmela, alienating her and forcing her to reconcile who and what she is. She gets her reckoning along with Tony in this season, as the finances of Tony's trial take their toll. She loses her social status as the boss's wife, and we see how the other women change towards her. Maybe it concludes with her, in her desperation, going to Angie's body shop and asking for work as a secretary or something. And the last time we see Carmela, she is looking utterly flushed and defeated, as Angie clicks her fingers at her, beckoning her over, a clear bookend to what Carmela did to Charmaine in season 1. She could also latch on to another mobster for a cash flow, a bit like how Roe went with Ralph after Jackie Sr., but that was a bit of a different situation as Jackie had died, whereas obviously Tony's still alive. Artie could get an arc. Without Tony's protection, his luck goes downward. Benny looms in the distance, but eventually Artie gets out from under it all and has a happy ending. The meaning behind his arc being that he's free from Tony's toxicity. So that's all I had really. What do you think? What would you have liked to have seen explored in a season 7 of the show? All hypothetical, of course. Today I wanted to take a look at another character who exhibits similarly quiet and reserved traits, who is very rarely the center of attention but is very much a staple of the show. Bobby Baccalieri Jr., or Bobby Baccalieri II. Bobby is a recurring character who was a mobster in Uncle Junior's crew, being upped as a matter of circumstance, running Junior's loan sharking business and becoming Junior's carer when he is under house arrest and his health deteriorates. Bobby's wife dies in an accident, leaving behind 2 children, after which Bobby marries Tony's sister Janice, an opportunist who nonetheless manages to coach Bobby out of his depression. Bobby's stature in the family rises with his marrying into the boss's family. An incident at the lake house that could have proved fatal for Bobby ends up working in his favour, and eventually this man, who starts off as a bumbling fat buffoon, shy and oafish, becomes a key man within Tony's inner circle and the underboss of the Sopranos crew, third in line only behind Tony and Silvio. That could potentially mean if Tony is killed, seeing as though Silvio is proven unfit to be boss, this calzone with legs could legitimately have become the new boss of the family. How do you like them apples? But of course, mistakenly thinking the New York-New Jersey war is over, Bobby goes to a toy store out in the open and is ambushed and killed by New York goons. Bobby is portrayed as a gentle giant with a soft-spoken demeanour, in contrast to many of the other characters in the show who are more aggressive and volatile. There's a childlike quality about him, something that never truly leaves him in spite of his evolution over the course of the show. Much like how Christopher wears a cap in the car with Tony in his first scene and then again in his last scene before his death, and this is used to symbolise Chris's lack of arc and growth, Bobby is known to have a hobby for building and playing with toy trains, and he of course dies in a children's train store, perhaps implying that Bobby was always a child at heart, not made for the mafia life. He's depicted as a loyal and dedicated member of the Sopranos crew, known for his reliability and level-headedness, which comes as a surprise given he starts off as someone who is universally considered a buffoon. And not just a buffoon, but an actively weak man. He's a made guy, and yet he's never popped his cherry.
They make anybody and everybody over there.
And it's implied he rode off the reputation of his father, Old Man Bacala the Terminator, then rode off the relationship with Junior, and then with Tony himself.
I'll tell you this, Bobby. You can't hide behind this brother-in-law shit forever. You're an okay guy. But each and every man is judged on his own merit.
But Bacala is far from a simple-minded mental midget. In fact, he is one of the strongest characters in the show, not least because he had to go through the trauma of his wife's death. Tony makes his sick old father perform a hit which kills him, he is manipulated by Janice into a relationship, he is used and abused by Tony, Jr. and the rest of the guys, and he is forced to do a hit by Tony because the man wants to drag him down to his level and punish him for beating him in a fight. Today, let's do a deep dive into the man's character. Let me know who you'd like to see analysed next in the comment section below, and be sure to let me know what you think of Bobby Bacala. I appreciate your thoughts. Bacala's first appearance is from the aftermath of Tony and Junior's war in Season 2. Tony tells Junior to get Bobby out of hiding, as he wants to use him as a runner, and the only reason Bobby's even alive is because Tony doesn't think he's important or effective enough to take out. According to Puss, Bacala's always been a lazy bastard, and his first appearance doesn't suggest otherwise. His belly arrives in the room 3 minutes before he does. He looks like a loser, awkwardly shuffling around and looking at the floor over his bumbling stomach. Boy, is he fat! Interestingly, Steve Schirripa was wearing a fat suit in the earlier seasons, but the Sopranos creator David Chase must have considered him fat enough on his own later on, as Schirripa was told he didn't need to wear a fat suit in the later seasons. Anyway, Bacala's first appearance is nothing to write home about. It's like a roast session, but a hint of the man's potential is there. You have to understand, he could easily be walking into his death here for all he knows. One wrong look and he could be taken out. And yet we get a taste of Bacala's potential as a mobster when he says,
I don't think you got reason to talk to me this way.
The balls to say this to the new boss when your entire crew has been taken out and you're surrounded by your opponent's heavies. Bacala really did stand his ground and handled the situation well. Right up until the last line anyway.
To the victor belongs the spoils.
Which probably sounded a lot more impressive in his head than when he said it. There's things that he says behind Tony's back too. The insensitive cocksucker moment, for instance, that suggests there's a lot more fire in this guy than is first apparent. What, you telling me you never pondered that? Bobby, I argue, is actually the strong silent type that Tony feels isn't around anymore. Sure, he has his moments and was emotional at times, but Bacala was kept on the sidelines for a long time and needed a mentor. He needed guidance and experience to grow in the mob, to develop. Something he got working directly under Junior, and once he was no longer required to be Junior's exclusive carer, that's when he started to prove his worth. Other characters, and by extension the audience, don't notice his competence because, like Silvio, there's no drama about Bobby. He's just a guy who was Junior's carer, and that's all we make of him initially. But he's as gangster as any of them, just a quiet one who wants to be left alone with his family, his trains, and his White Castles. And he's practically never screwed up. He took part in the beating of the protesters in Season 2, he threatens the union rep with ease. His only real screw-up on the job was when he got jumped. The eye patch situation, whatever happened there. But that could happen to anyone. I mean, the guy waited 40 minutes in line for stool softener. That takes real dedication. This kind of mischaracterization of Bobby from fans who often see the man as a cuddly sweet teddy bear frustrated me, and is actually what prompted me to make my video Why You're Wrong About Bobby Bacala, where I argued he was not a good guy at all, that his soft demeanor makes you forget what he really is, and I don't want to go over the same points in this video, but let me just run down some actions that proves Bobby was just as much of a gangster as anyone. Think on this, Burger Boys. A union leader who is standing up for his workers and trying to stop them getting ripped off is threatened with death by Bobby. Bobby ran a book, cracked skulls at a work stoppage, and ran a hit which resulted in the death of 2 innocent civilians. Remember, it was he who ran the Phil Leotardo botched hit. He has an incredibly comfortable role in the mob and yet goes to Tony asking for more jobs. And even Tony says being off the streets is a good thing these days. But in simple terms, what Bobby is asking for is more opportunities to go out and take money from vulnerable people. Bobby's father didn't want the life for him, and in the early days he clearly wasn't made for it, so we can't give him a pass and say he was born into it, which is an excuse Tony likes to use for himself. It applies even less so for Bacala, who could have lived a life adjacent to the mob instead of in it. When he's promoted in season 4, he tells Tony right to his face he thinks it should have happened sooner. He tells Junior nonchalantly that we'll go after a juror to make him feel better, a small offhand comment that has very dark implications. He ran a scam selling expired osteoporosis medicine. He pushes Tony to get him to tell Hesh to get fucked for his 200k, which, as well as being cruel, is straight up bad advice. Bobby skims off a garbage asbestos dump that uses imported workers to handle it unsafely, something which has shown to lead to painful deaths, and his only concern is his envelope. Yes, he was manipulated by Janice, but he shouldn't have been that dumb, and I doubt that the thought of getting closer to the boss's family didn't flash across his mind at some point. And of course, the murder of a young, innocent civilian who was trying to get custody of his child. Bobby even had a photo of the man with his family, and now that child is without a father. Oh sure, Bobby cried when he did it, and he hugged his daughter afterwards. Well, tell that to the boy's father, I'm sure he'll feel better. And didn't Bobby say he wanted more responsibility? Well, this is increased responsibility. Silvio killed Adriana, Chrissy took out the cop, Tony killed the rat, Pussy was taken out by his friends. This is the job. Don't ask for more responsibility and then cry when you get it, regardless of what Tony's intention was to give Bacala this hit. Bobby is an evil mobster. That is the state in which he left this world. The flip side to his evilness is that what makes him morally bad is what makes him an effective gangster. And when he was a comparatively decent guy in the early seasons, he was a poor mobster. The better you are in the mob, the more of your soul you lose. But Bobby always had the goods, always had the potential, and as his standing in the crew rose, that allowed him to change the way he reacts to things within his mob circle, to no longer be considered a goof. He laughs at Chris with the crew when Paulie roasts him in the Bing. He smirks when Chris is complaining to Tony about Paulie. Old Bobby didn't have the station to do such things, he wouldn't have even wanted to, but by season 6, the power dynamics regarding him and the rest of the crew had changed. Bobby's behaviour is relative to his environment. Around the mobsters in early seasons he has that "aw shucks" attitude, but the way we see him with the union worker is how Bobby would be like with civilians. Later, when he rises in the ranks, he doesn't need to swallow insults from other gangsters, and instead squares up to them. In fact, that's actually a very interesting phenomenon. Maybe I should do a video on it. Keep an eye on how characters are able to get away with breaking balls a lot more once their position in the crew is upped. In season 6, for example, Chris makes 2 consecutive jokes about Silvio not being able to perform in the romance department, something which would be unthinkable in season 1. Their relationship hasn't changed much, but now Chrissy is a captain. Anyway, Bobby starting off as a laughingstock and morphing into a person to be respected and taken seriously is perfectly symbolized in Pine Barrens when Tony laughs hysterically at his hunting gear, only to realize later on Bobby knew what he was doing and was the only one in the situation who came prepared. Since we're on the subject of narrative symbolism, I also like to mirror this with when Bobby is getting blasted by Tony as he slowly takes off his conductor's hat, symbolizing his subservience to the mob life which offers him very little at the expense of his natural disposition, which is a normal family guy who likes playing with trains. Tony's realization that Bobby is a capable guy comes in stages over the course of the show. Sometimes it's in moments of reflection, like when they both travel to Pine Barrens, or when they're both on the boat in season 6, which miraculously doesn't sink. And other times it has to be screamed down Tony's throat.
To be his age and not to be a captain. He works so hard for you, and what does he get? Merciless ridicule.
It does seem Tony's opinion of Bobby wavers up and down, dependent on whatever mood Tony is in, and just how resentful he is feeling at any given moment. And often Bobby is the target of resentment that Tony has for Janice or Junior. Bobby has negative traits that are easy to make fun of, like his weight, and in fact early on he comes off as maybe even on the spectrum. Maybe that's why he makes bizarre efforts to act natural and organic, like leaning on Tony's car. Like, who does that? He has awkward social skills, and his attempts to warm up to Tony and make conversations are misguided at best. The bear joke, the Quasimodo comment. Maybe he just hasn't gotten how miserable Tony is just yet, and the two start to get on in season 6 when both are almost as miserable as each other. His reaction to Junior's joke.
I get it. He drives a Lincoln. What?
Is funnier than the joke. Like Bobby, you're supposed to laugh uncontrollably when your boss makes a joke. It again implies the man might be autistic, and at the same time, he lacks the mob mentorship early on in the show. Although saying that, within the same scene, his mob instincts are highlighted by picking up on Dick Barone's message. The rise of Bobby Bacala is so drastic, even other characters notice it.
Plus Silvio Dante, and we think Bobby Baccalieri.
That Mortadel's number 3. He used to be Junior Soprano's driver.
I'm his brother-in-law.
You think New York is really gonna come after you, Bobby?
Or Chris watching Bobby and Tony talk business at the barbecue, or the annoyed look Chris shoots Bobby when he comes in to complain. Paulie saying,
"Watch your fat fucking mouth,"
may have been him projecting frustration at the fact that Bobby has basically leapfrogged him in rank. Even in season 4, Chris is surprised to see Bacala in the mix when Tony tasks him with whacking the cop.
Was that Bobby Bacala?
But Bobby's rise is not without merit, even if it's also a commentary on the dwindling nature of Tony's crew and the lack of loyalty around him. Some might feel it's lazy writing, but the fact is, Bobby wasn't any dumber than any of the other guys and had terrific opportunities to grow. The Quasimodo comment is no worse than Carmine Sr. saying there's no stigmata these days, or Tony saying he could technically have not made penisary contact with her Volvo. Plus, I heard that the Quasimodo line was originally written for Paulie, but the actor had a reduced role at the time due to injury. And that line really does feel like something more in line with what Paulie would say, as an avid listener of Sun Tzu audiobooks. Bobby lived in the world of the mob. His old man was in it. He spent years with Junior, gaining knowledge every day, observing, listening, learning.
Pay attention, you just may learn something here.
He's present when the legend Feech has returned from the can, when Ritchie tries to turn Junior against Tony and Junior mules it over. He's almost always there when Tony and Junior talk business. He probably had the best opportunity of anyone in the show, being in the room when bosses are making decisions but not having to get his hands very dirty, and nothing much to focus on aside from picking up Junior's hemorrhoid cream. And he might never chip in because that's his personality. He's shy.
Shyness is a curse.
And in this case, it's a blessing because the ones who do say things at the wrong moments are guys like Jackie Jr. and Chrissy.
I don't want to say nothing, Tony.
You don't want to get yourself in trouble.
Better to keep your mouth shut and let everybody think you might be stupid than to open your mouth and confirm it. Bobby and Tony's relationship is one of the most fascinating of the show. Bobby's evolution from someone who Tony despises and dismisses to being his top confidant, pulling substantial weight, is fascinating. You know who had an arc? You're looking at him, asshole. There's even small moments where Tony starts to acknowledge Bobby, like at Livia's wake where he hugs Tony and says, "My father is very old too." Again, awkward delivery, as Tony's mother isn't old, she's dead. But you do get what he's trying to say, and Tony's reaction is one of mild surprise that Bobby is being so genuine to him. But as we all know, Tony was also extremely spiteful of Bobby, which really stems from a sense of jealousy. In season 2, Bobby represents Junior, so Tony lays out all of his abuse and insecurities about his uncle on Bobby. Bobby seems to have a good relationship with his father, who used to take him hunting, and crucially, Bacala Sr. didn't want his son in the life. Tony's dad was also in the mob, and he never used to do stuff with Tony, and Tony always resented the fact that Johnny Boy didn't make a life outside of the mob for his son. Bobby has a good rapport with both his own dad and Junior at a time when Tony and Junior hated each other. It's like Bobby and Tony are adopted sons of Junior, only one is in a better standing and the other is hopelessly jealous. Bobby and his first wife are also stable, unlike Tony's home life. Bobby didn't have to kill anybody to make his bones, unlike Tony. And Tony even has a flashback about it in season 6, showing it still affects him. Bobby marries Tony's sister, which comes with its own insecurities, as well as him being dangerously close to the throne. Even when Bobby marries the volatile Janice, sure there are problems, but even then his family life is better than Tony's, and the kids are very stable for children who lost their mother and had her replaced with Janice. Bobby is the happy wanderer type, which the show establishes Tony is fiercely jealous of. Bobby's heart is as fat as his ass, whereas Tony is always miserable. After Tony is shot and he's insecure about his manliness, there's a shot that lingers on Bacala playing basketball, showing us that Tony is actively comparing himself, his own fitness, to Bobby's. Over the course of the show, Bacala has been getting fitter, symbolizing his efficiency as a mobster but also Tony's resentment of him. Tony even copies Bobby's order at the diner.
Imitation to form of flattery.
And we haven't even started on the Sopranos home movie scene, where Bacala punches Tony and the duo fight. Bacala the clear winner, though Tony was recovering from the shooting and Bobby did start it off with a sucker punch. This is at a time where Tony was already fashioning Bobby for a higher position. This scene on the boat tells us so. But rather than cause his downfall, perhaps the punch even accelerated Bobby's rise. Tony was furious, but on a subconscious level he would have respected that Bacala stood up for his woman, that this is a man worth taking under his wing, and he began loving him like a brother-in-law, and Bacala subsequently goes from strength to strength. Either that or his hand was played. If he came back to Jersey and reversed the decision to up Bobby, the crew would know that something happened and maybe Bobby would leak it that he beat Tony in a fight. But let's go back to it. Tony comes to Bobby's home invited, and as well as being a miserable narcissist who always dampens the conversation, think to when he talks about the drowned kid when everybody's relaxing, a trait he inherited from his mother. Tony slurs Bobby's wife, then repeats it after Bobby respectfully but defiantly establishes the red line. There's a lot of dynamics at play here. Maybe Bobby should have let it go, but you've got to give him props for decking Tony. Someone finally putting Mr. Type A personality in his place. In the culture the two live in, the mobsters see the women in their lives as extensions of themselves. If you insult their women, you're insulting them. It's like when Ritchie Aprile says to Chrissy, "Give her your last name, then it's not my problem." In other words, I am Adriana's uncle, she is under my protection. Once you marry her, then she's under your subspecies. Tony beating Coco after his insult is another example, with Tony repeating, my daughter, my daughter. It isn't just that it's his daughter, it's that it's his daughter. The clearest example is Johnny Sachs spelling it out for us when he tells Carmine Sr. he insulted my wife's honor, my honor. This is a matter of dignity and honor for the mobsters. Janice belongs to Bobby now, not Tony. It isn't so much about the women being hurt, but that they lose respect. Though I will caveat this by saying any man will feel angry when his wife is being so openly insulted, even if she has no problem with it and it's her brother. But when Tony made the first joke, it was about Janice. When he did it again, it was about Bobby. He essentially forced Bobby's hand. He was testing him. Bobby has already checked him appropriately, and ironically, it was Tony who got offended. But Tony goes in harder, and now it's either a case of losing face and doing nothing, or raising the comeback along with Tony's raised insult. It's like poker. Tony essentially dared Bobby to do something, and Bobby went ahead and did it. This is one of the great ironies of Bobby. Other mobsters consider him weak and unmanly, yet punching Tony, boss or no boss, after his wife is insulted is one of the most manliest actions in the show. In Arabic, there is a word called ghira, which I can't find an English equivalent for, but it's defined as a word that encompasses the concept of a person's dislike or displeasure over someone else sharing a right or privilege that belongs to them. It carries a sense of earnest concern or zeal and can be seen as a form of protective jealousy. Bobby's punch was his ghira coming out in full swing. If Tony said that about another mobster's wife, even his own subordinates, it would have to be addressed. But I think a lot of characters would actually allow Tony to say whatever he wants about their women. They actually lack the bravery that Bobby has. Sticking with Bobby's unmanly reputation, it's interesting that at Karen's funeral, the other mobster wives are talking about how he never took a gourmand. They're practically creaming for him, yearning for a husband like Bobby. Why do you think Janice went after him so hard? She knew he'd never raise a hand to her like Ritchie did. Of course, with the fight, there's lack of clarity in the air as to what exactly the situation was. Is it a mob relationship here at the lake house, or a brother-in-law one? Family or family? If it happened at the Bing in front of the guys, Bobby would probably end up as the Decades special at Satrial's, but the situation was more two brothers having a fight, rather than a boss and an underboss. But no doubt, Tony relished exercising his power as boss, scaring Bobby, making him think he was going to get whacked and punishing him with the hit. Bobby beat Tony's ass, and Tony took Bobby's soul. By the way, seeing as though we're talking about the Sopranos Home Movies episode, it allows me to address something from the Why You're Wrong About Bobby video. Bobby said they should build a wall, and I talked about how he was a hypocrite for it given his father's entry to the US, and a lot of people in the comment section pulled me up on it thinking I was making some kind of liberal political comment. Well, I wasn't. In contrast, the people making these comments were perhaps projecting their own political outlook on my comments. Because what I was referring to was that in the same conversation that Bobby says we should build a wall now, he just finished mentioning how his grandfather didn't come over from Ellis Islands like most Italians, but instead had to come down from Canada illegally, adding because of his previous record.
His father, my grandpa, come into the country originally through Montreal, illegally.
The comment is supposed to be typically ironic and hypocritical, not political, and also to show how second and third generation immigrants assimilate into US culture and have different sensibilities from their parents. There's another line that Bobby says which is supposed to serve a similar purpose.
I won't mind sitting on my ass all day, smoking mushrooms and collecting government checks.
Which he says while literally sitting on his ass. Anyway, Bobby displays a rare kind of toughness, like Silvio, and it's interesting to mention Sil because Bobby and Silvio end up as Tony's two closest advisors, and Silvio clearly approves of Bobby's rise as he doesn't cause dysentery in the ranks like he did when Chrissy was upped, as I discussed in my Silvio analysis. Anyway, Bobby is tough, but he's gentle. His anger comes about when his family are put into jeopardy, like Tony insulting his wife or his children being put in danger by Paulie with the ride. He's an emotional man, loves his family. It takes a certain quality to allow ridicule of himself, early on at least, but to reserve his fury for when his family is affected. Think to that scene where he says to Junior, "I never ask you for anything," but he's desperate for his father not to perform the hit. As mentioned, he is actually very manly. I've no idea why Vito had such a problem with him in season 6, he should have greased his union. Take a look at this scene.
Boss put 18 plus on this, maybe 25.
Yeah?
What's your problem?
Nothing, I'm excited. What do you want?
Chris is shocked that Bobby is acting so stoic and isn't as visibly excited as he is. It's a great contrast for their characters. One is strong, masculine, handsome like George Raft, and Rubenesque to boot. And it's fitting that it's these two, because it's Chris who Bobby replaced in Tony's pecking order. All of a sudden that "to the victor belongs the spoils" quote doesn't sound so stupid. Bobby is the anti-Christopher. He steps up at precisely the time Tony sees that Chris is not his successor, and he now sees there is another viable option. He's reliable. He knows when to talk and when not to. He gets his collections on time and doesn't make stupid jokes. Not anymore, anyway. He evolved and grew, something which Chris failed to do. He's not an addict. He's not a snake like Paulie. He's not a rat like Puss. He's not unstable like Ralph. He's just a strong family man, a dedicated father and a loving husband. I'm in awe of him. He's what the other mobsters pretend to be, but behind the scenes they're having cheese graters used on their privates. Take another scene. Bobby meets with Tony to ask for better jobs. He sees him in his office in a professional capacity, rather than talk business at his home, using brother-in-law privileges. And he skips all the preambles that everyone else does, and he gets straight to the point, without asking for any special treatment, only an opportunity to earn more. You know, honestly, now that I think about it, had he not died, I could actually see Bobby becoming boss after Tony. Sounds crazy, but he had all the qualities, and Silvio showed he wasn't suited for it anyway. Bobby was the next best thing. Bobby is always aware of Tony. It would be interesting to see what Bobby's like when Tony's not in the picture. He sure started acting vulture-like when Silvio was acting boss, which is something I discussed in the Silvio video. For sure, at the very least, Gangster Bobby is terrifying, like when he goes after Paulie and has to be held back, or when he squares up to Paulie at the Bing. Like they say, it's the quiet ones you have to watch out for. If you're lost in Pine Barrens and the mob is after you, in all seriousness, the marksman Bobby with a bow and arrow, with the hunting training and killer instincts of his father, is probably the last person you want on your tail. Chris and Paulie struggle to nab the Russian, but Bobby could probably shoot Ginny's mole off from miles away, and after he shoots you, he'll probably fucking eat you. Although he did shoot someone in the ass when he was going for the fleshy part of the thigh, but perhaps that was on purpose after he got shortchanged by the rapper. Hooking up with Janice was a major part of Bobby's downfall. As she did with Ritchie, she would have been the one egging him on to make more money, to increase his standing. Rather embarrassingly, sometimes she came directly to Tony to vouch for her husband. But the push to up Bobby put him on the radar of the likes of New York. He was in the meeting with Phil Leotardo when even Paulie wasn't. From a mobster's perspective, he could have been content as being a middle-tier guy, someone like Benny. He'd have time for his trains and his children, but in his vulnerability, he allowed himself to get manipulated by Janice. She obviously did good for him, mob hierarchy-wise, but long-term, it destroyed Bobby. Even he himself recognized a change was taking place. As he says, "This used to be a good house." In a way, Bobby was eaten by his surroundings. His first wife may have kept him on the path, because their relationship was one of love, it was wholesome. She might have not been the most materialistic of people, which meant Bobby was content with his position, but then she dies. Even her death itself may have hardened Bobby. The scene where he threatens the Union guy was shortly after. Perhaps the grief inspired him. But through Janice's pushing, he became a more effective mobster but a worse person. By mob standards, Bobby is tragic because he started off as a happy, successful family man whose family was torn apart, starting with the tragic death of his wife and the insertion of Janice into his life. He doesn't realize it before it's too late, but as his stature rises, he slowly loses everything. As Boardwalk Empire told us, you can't be half a gangster. And eventually Bobby goes all the way, going from the best of a bad bunch, no Gumar, loving father and husband, to becoming just like the rest of them. He loses his innocence with his first murder, and I couldn't stand how obnoxious he became, sucking up to Tony in typical mob subordinate fashion like the 200k line, instead of the old Bobby who actually spoke his mind to Tony, or not shaking hands with the guy on the site. It also looks like he started to sleep with the strippers from the club. You do see one with him when Chris is getting roasted, but this was after he hooked up with Janice, so he gets a pash for that. Bobby Bacala is a character who never needed to big himself up and show how much of a gangster he was, but his actions throughout the show quietly assured those willing to see that he was indeed a force to be reckoned with. I mean, look at the way he talked to Tony after the fight, trying to play it down and mitigate the situation. Obviously he was also thinking about his safety, but he could easily have taken Tony's bait once again, if his ego had let him. I do wonder though, how much of Bobby in Season 6B was him actually having changed, and how much he was actually playing up to Tony. I prefer thinking that his comment about Hesh's 200k to Tony was him trying to suck up to the man to stay firmly in his good books. I like to think the old Bobby was in there somewhere, but in all honesty, I think we lost the endearing Bacala that we had in earlier seasons. Bobby dies as a murdering gangster, estranged from his son as implied by his tragic last line, which carries a lot of weight about where the relationship is between father and son.
Your son will like this too. Looks fast.
He don't care.
Bobby's death scene is probably the best shot hit in the show, and I don't want to talk about it too much here because it deserves its own video, but it's quite fitting, symbolically, that he dies buying an 8,000 toy train set. Throughout the series, we see examples of those in the life trading their souls for shiny toys and objects, their love of materialism overpowering and eventually taking over their morality. Tony and his boat, even though he's had so many conversations with Dr. Milfy. Carmela and her jewellery, even though she was warned by the psychiatrist. Chris's jaw-dropping at the luxury lounge, and choosing to give up Adriana when he sees that family at the gas station, even though the two had a great relationship. And here is Bobby, with his toys ostensibly more innocent by comparison but just as corrupting. In the end, he is murdered by an incredibly expensive child's toy that he knows his son no longer cares about. He traded his soul for something valueless. He chose the life over having a real life. He lost what's actually important, and on top of that, he knows it. It also feels like him yearning for that simpler, nostalgic time when it was just him, Karen, Sophia, and Junior, a happy family whose boys enjoyed playing with their trained toys. But now, Karen's dead, replaced with Janice. Junior has no interest in he and his father's old hobbies, and Sophia is now in the hands of Janice now that Bobby is dead. And finally, there's quite an irony in Bacala saying, "You probably don't even hear it when it happens." When he did hear it, he did see it, and he holds his shiny toy in his hand as he's gunned down. So I think we'll end it there. This video's gotten about as big as Bobby's stomach, and I'm just about as exhausted as he was when he got out of that car that one time. And even then, there's still more that can be said about the man. Today, let's warm up by starting this series with a small one between Christopher and Tony in the episode Irregular Around the Margins. In this episode, Chris is away on work, and back at the club, Tony and Adriana bond over their recent health issues, with Adriana's involving actual dysentery in her ranks. Aid is told by the FBI to get closer to Tony for information, and whether this played a part or not, but the two are seemingly about to get funky before the Shah of Iran interrupts to give us a 360-degree headspin. Later, Tony and Aid drive to Dover to score coke, but it's pretty blatant that some shenanigans would have taken place between them. I need to get into specifics, but they crash in the car together, and of course, the crew starts gossiping like high school girls in a chit-chat room.
Tony walked away without a scratch, but Adriana suffered a severe blow to the head.
Adriana got caught giving a big guy a blowjob.
And when the paramedics found him, she had his cock still in her mouth.
Now, statistics shows that most single-car fatalities are the result of guys popping their load behind the wheel.
Apparently, he came all over the sun visor.
This leads Christopher to become irate when he returns, beating Aid and throwing her out of the apartment. Sickeningly, he throws food at Vito, which was wrong, and is almost killed by Tony for his tirade. Eventually, Tony asks Carmela, who is currently separated from him, to attend a public dinner with Christopher and Aid to show that all is well. This episode has some really great moments and provides a lot of insight into characters, like how far Aid is willing to go for the feds and how far Tony is willing to go for coups. Dover, apparently. There's a lot of gems, like this part where after Christopher has emptied his handgun into Tony's SUV and comes after him in the Bing, Paulie says,
"Way I see it, Tony, he must have known the gun was empty. Look what he pumped into your car."
What are you trying to say, Paulie? The fuck you trying to say, Paulie? Huh?
Christopher must be so drunk and angry out of his mind that he can't seem to realize that Paulie, so often his rival, is actually trying to save him by suggesting Chrissy wasn't actually trying to kill Tony and knew his gun was empty. Either that or Chris was aware of the implication but still took offense, as he took it that Paulie was suggesting he was a bitch and wasn't serious in his conviction to take out Tony, piling on the emasculation Chris has been receiving in this episode. Either way, Paulie has a sad expression on his face after this, like he pities Chris. Anyway, I need to learn to restrain myself. There's so much we can talk about with this show, but I'm here to talk about a specific scene. So in and amongst all this, before Chris has exploded and tried to pop the parade float, he is summoned by Tony. This is the first time Tony and Chris have met since Chris has come back. He has interrogated Adriana and is visibly furious. Tony will have to approach this situation carefully and assured. Christopher has flown off the handle before, Scarface style, and Mr. Taipei personality is nowhere near as calm, cool and collected as he looks in this scene, as shown by the very end of the scene, where the boss demeanor is dropped after Christopher walks out and Tony looks equally relieved that things didn't go worse and equally apprehensive that things might still spiral out of control, in spite of his impressively stoic performance in this scene. But that's what it is, a performance. Immediately after Christopher arrives and Tony asks how Aid is, Tony literally gives him a stick of shit to put in the bin, like he's the hired help. It's a power move from Tony, an assertive and dominant command to perform something humiliating, just to ensure the hierarchy is firmly established before the conversation begins. just to ensure Chris remembers that he's talking to the motherfucking one who calls the shots. Tony does a bit of small talk about people who don't clean up after their pets, which will gauge the level of Chris's anger. If Chris replies by saying, "Oh yeah, I can't stand it, I wish these dog walkers got fined," then clearly Tony will have overestimated Chris's anger and will have dropped the conversation. If Chris immediately explodes, then Tony knows this situation cannot be salvaged. The pet comment might also be a callback to the fact that Chris killed Adriana's dog, Tony trying to make him feel guilty. It's beyond degrading. You've shown up full of rage and ready to go a couple of rounds, and all of a sudden you're handed the shit end of a stick to disarm you. What exactly is Chris supposed to do here? He refuses. Tony will grandstand and feign anger, and all of a sudden he's probably going to start taking punches from the big man. And the narrative changes from Tony sent Chris away to be with my smelly Valentine to Tony has disrespected the boss. Maybe he could have shoved the bin in Tony's direction with his foot, but that would have been pedantic and obvious. The best thing he could have done was pick up the basket and hold it in front of Tony for him to throw the stick into. That would strike the perfect balance between defiance and obedience. The stick thing is also symbolic in the sense that no matter what happens, Tony is the boss, and Chris will have to eat whatever shit Tony gives him in this scene, whatever excuses he gives, which really was terrible. In all honesty, things might have been better if Tony and Aid admitted they were going to score coke. It's not the best look, but it's better than the obvious lie Tony and Aid agreed on. Anyway, Tony lays out his argument clearly.
It's blind luck, that accident. Cop told me he thought he was coming up on a fatality when he saw the car.
Then, without anyone needing to get into gory details, and without Chris bringing it up and then Tony having to respond to Chris's base argument, Tony gets it right out there in a calm and empathetic tone.
I'd be thinking the same thing if I were you. But it's not true.
Chris plays ignorant, giving a non-committal answer.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But to be honest, it's too blunt and childish. Obviously Chris is agitated and both know it. Say something. Dictate the flow of the conversation rather than allow Tony to take the reins. Tony's next comment is such a brazen and obvious lie that it probably was bait to get a reaction out of Chris to see just how far Chris will go.
Her car was in the shop. I was driving her home from work. That's all. We were looking to get a burger.
In Dover.
Now that Chris has made the implication, Tony immediately goes on the attack and begins his gaslighting, using the argumentative fallacy of appealing to emotion by insinuating Chris doesn't care that Adriana got hurt, hand-waving the actual criticism that Chris had, which is, why were they getting a burger in Dover of all places?
What difference does it make? You don't seem to give a shit. She almost died. She could have been paralyzed or scarred up. And you got to push on?
Chris doesn't fall for it and goes in heavier and more direct.
What were you doing out there alone in a car with my fiancée?
We were talking about you selfish prick, and how you were the best thing that ever happened to her.
A brilliant diversion by Tony here, back over the net with an attempt at a guilt trip, by again appealing to emotion, and this time it works.
Oh, you don't think this fucking devastates me?
Now the goalposts of the conversation have changed. Now it's about Chris and his emotions and insecurities rather than Tony and his cock. All of a sudden, it's a therapy session. Chris has already lost.
Well, frankly, you scored so far over your head when you got her. What do you expect?
The fuck are you talking about?
She's a knockout, a 10. And look at you. You're average at best.
This is now beyond humiliation. As well as the fact that Tony is insulting the looks of a man who thinks he could be a male model, he's also praising the looks of the woman he's alleged to have slept with, or try to, instead of doing the obvious thing and saying, I'd never even look at her. Talk about a power move.
So you better reconcile yourself with that, or you're gonna be fucking paranoid your whole life.
This is fantastic manipulation from Tony. I'm in awe of him. Somehow he's taken a slam dunk guilty verdict and flipped it to make it out that Christopher is insecure that his wife is a looker and he thinks everyone's gawping at her.
Oh, so this is my fucking fault now?
Another lame comeback from Chris. Hello, Chrissy. Bring it back on topic that this guy was in a car with your fiancée at 2 a.m.
Nothing happened, and I'm not gonna say it again. You should have married that girl 2 years ago.
A bit of grandstanding here from Tony, more assertive, getting offended himself, and on top of that blaming Christopher again. saying the situation looks awkward because he hasn't married Aid and she's a free woman, so of course it looks awkward if the two of them are in the car together.
Everybody knows you've been the biggest fucking coos hound around the past 4 or 5 years. Your midlife crisis, you'd fuck a catcher's mitt.
Now this might be true, but it's an ad hominem attack against Tony's character which has no bearing on what happened with Aid. It's a crap argument to make because Tony can easily say, yeah, I am a coos hound, but I didn't sleep with Aid. End of subject. In any case, it seems to have an effect because Tony switches tactics, knowing he can't deny being a coos hound. You can see his brain working out the plan of attack, and he chooses to go to taboo lengths and swear on his children, knowing that Chris wouldn't dare lower himself by suggesting Tony would lie on his kids. And the genius thing is, technically, Tony is right, because there is nothing going on between him and Adriana.
On everything I hold sacred. On my children. There's nothing going on between me and Adriana.
And that look and nonchalant motion with the cigar Tony makes as he says, me and Adriana. The man knows this is the slam dunk argument. He knows it, Chris knows it, so he walks away. Chris just can't beat Tony when it comes to discourse and manipulation. And even if he could, what exactly can he do about it? But Tony's sigh at the end signifies that he wasn't as comfortable as he looked in this scene. He may have won this battle with Chris through masterful redirection, manipulation, gaslighting and guilt tripping, but the war isn't over. The scene also shows the extent of Tony's narcissism, because we know he would have gone all the way with Aid. He didn't stop himself, he didn't resist as he told Melfi, he was interrupted. And yet the frustration for him is paramount when no one believes that nothing happened. Like he said, he might as well have fucked her. Tony also somehow manages to divert the anger onto Chris and get angry at him in their scene together when it's him that's supposed to be under investigation. And later he accepts all the praise from Melfi for his self-control. It's like he actually convinced himself of the lies he's told everyone else, that he would never do the hanky-panky with Aid. Sure, Tony outmaneuvered Chris, but he should have handled this situation better than insulting Chris and increasing his paranoia. Maybe he should have gone down the she's like a daughter to me route. But this video is getting quite long, so maybe the conversation as to how Tony should have handled it might be saved for another day. Tony may be a boss of a family, but that family is more of a glorified crew, and there are stronger, more powerful families operating, such as the New York Lupertazzi family, run by Johnny Sack in Season 5 after the death of Carmine Sr. Tony and Johnny are close, they have been for years, even helping each other out in business meetings between the two families when Johnny was underboss. There is a genuine long-term friendship there, a level-headed pragmatism and mutual understanding. They deal with each other, they fight, they argue, but they often end their conflicts with some hugs, pats on the backs, and some heavy breathing. Their relationship is perhaps never better exemplified than when Tony receives news that Johnny has died in Season 6, and Tony shows genuine sadness at a season where we can all pretty much agree that Tony was at his worst and most selfish. Anyway, the relationship between Tony and Johnny Sack is most strained during Season 5, during and after the period where Johnny is trying to solidify his title as boss amid an internal family war with Carmine Jr. Already the duo are not so hot together, as in the previous season Tony backed out of whacking Carmine Sr., which infuriated Johnny. But here, things are on another level, as Johnny is convinced, correctly, that Tony's cousin, that animal Blundetto, murdered one of Johnny's favourite underlings, Joey Peeps. Tony B was hired to do the deed by Carmine Jr. loyalists, so he really has nothing to do with this conflict aside from cashing in a check for being the triggerman. It's a situation that creates a lot of awkwardness, as Tony did not want his family involved in Lupertazzi affairs during the war, and now he has to pretend his cousin has nothing to do with the Peeps hit, otherwise Johnny will think he is involved. And to send the conflict into the stratosphere, after his old prison buddy Angelo Garepe is killed, Tony B goes off the rails and shoots Phil Leotardo and kills his 47-year-old kid brother Billy. Phil is furious and demands revenge, even going into Jersey gangland causing havoc. Johnny is equally furious, but Tony claims he does not know where his cousin is and that he acted alone, refusing to give his cousin up for torture at the hands of the Shah of Iran's secret police. Eventually though, due to the dysentery in the Sopranos ranks Tony B's actions are causing, Tony Uncle Johnny kills Tony Uncle Al. but this does nothing to stop Phil's wine-fueled emotions. This brings us to a curious scene where Johnny phones Tony and says nothing has been resolved. The two go back and forward. Johnny starts angry but calms down when he sees he could make some decent cash out of this situation. But he then tells Tony to come into the city to talk, and Tony replies, "No offense, John, but I got an IQ of 136. It's been tested." John is silent. Tony waits, and then Johnny says, "Alright, tomorrow morning then at my house, 6:30. But when Tony is hesitant, he says, "You think I'm going to give you our mats with Ginny upstairs?" And then reiterates that Tony should come alone, and he will be too. And Johnny makes good on his promise. He is alone. He and Tony sort out their differences, and everything would be nice and dandy had the feds not showed up and arrested Sack. Unless, of course, Sack had one or two goons stashed away to whack Tony if the meeting went sour. But there's nothing to suggest this. But I was curious about that little segment where Tony mentions his IQ and Sax talks about Armat. It's quite a startling exchange, and I'm surprised it isn't talked about more. Tony is essentially saying he doesn't trust Johnny, that he knows he's going to be killed if he turns up to the meeting, and it's not as if Johnny denies it, he just pauses and then changes the venue. So what gives? Was Johnny really going to have Tony killed? This seems quite bizarre that they would be talking like this, after everything they've been through and the kind of relationship they have. But with the way Johnny reacted, it's almost like he got founded out by Tony and his genius IQ, and now he drops his plan now that Tony is word to the wise, and instead opts to talk to him and sort things out. Of course, things were bad. For all John knows, Tony could have known about the Peeps hit, approved it even, and then allowed Tony B to kill Billy and attempt to kill Phil Leotardo. And if that is the case, in order to cool Phil, he could easily okay Tony's murder, in spite of him being a boss. Heck, he okayed the murder of his own boss. He's had a woman killed. But if he put his emotions to a side, he would know that a man like Tony would have never sanctioned Blundetto's behaviour. But even putting that to a side, would Johnny really have Tony murdered? I don't know, I just don't see it. He would lose an ally, a man he can relatively trust, and Tony would be replaced with someone Johnny isn't as familiar with. The two families make each other money, and crucially, killing Tony wouldn't necessarily put Phil at ease. Before John asks Tony to meet him, he talks about all his medical issues and stuff. He clearly wants to justify setting up a meeting, to preemptively anticipate Tony's trepidation about going to New York, but that doesn't really help us in working out if he was actually trying to whack him. Johnny doesn't get defensive when Tony makes the IQ remark. He doesn't say, "Why would I whack you, Tony?" or anything like that, which may be an indicator that he did have something planned up his sleeve. He only gets defensive after he tells Tony to meet at his house and Tony is still unsure. He also says it out loud, which would have reassured Tony because, if nothing else, now that John has mentioned giving Tony Armat over the phone, if he did kill Tony at his house, the feds could easily pin it on him if they had tapped the phone conversation. And both Tony and Johnny must surely know this, which is perhaps why Johnny mentioned it in the first place, just to put Tony at ease. Sure, it's not inconceivable that if certain situations arose, Johnny wouldn't hesitate to take Tony out. Like, let's say he cracked a joke about Ginny's fat ass, or offered her $1 million to fuck her. In fact, an ending to the show, conceived by David Chase, actually had Tony taken out by New York. The details are a bit fuzzy, because it seems Chase changes things when he recounts the story. Perhaps he doesn't remember the full details, but from what I gather, Tony would drive through the tunnel to New York to meet Johnny Sack, in a kind of reverse situation of the Sopranos intro, and then we cut to black, the implication being that Tony doesn't return from the meeting. I believe this was supposed to happen at the end of season 5, when the show was not due to run for a 6th season. But there's also talk that the Sopranos was supposed to end after 4 seasons, and Tony would have been killed after the Carmine Sr. hit goes through, as Johnny Sack betrays Tony and blames the hit fully on him, and the 5 New York families come after the Sopranos. Whatever the original plan really was, the point is that clearly it was within the remit of the writers to be able to have Tony killed at the hands of Johnny Sack. But in this particular scene with the two on the phone, though it's possible for sure, I don't see Johnny Sack killing Tony had Tony turned up to the original meeting. I think Tony was being understandably paranoid, and John saw things from his perspective and tried to assure him it was a simple meeting. I mean, after all All they did was change the time and venue. It's not like Johnny Sack couldn't have still killed Tony by having Phil Leotardo come out from behind a radiator or hiding in the closet. John's house was in Jersey, Tony's territory. He was trying to make him feel safe. I think really, the pause that Johnny Sack makes after Tony makes his IQ comment and his follow-up comment is a realization for himself, a wake-up call that tells him how low his and Tony's relationship is, how far things have gone, that Tony would come out and imply Johnny wants to kill him. He's thinking to himself that things are really that bad, that Tony doesn't trust me enough to meet, hence why he invites him to his home, where his wife sleeps, where his children come and play, as a sign of trust. Upon rewatch, I think Johnny went through his own words again in his head, realized what it sounded like, that it sounded like setting up a hit, without actually meaning to, so he tries to reassure Tony. I don't think things had gotten that far yet. With a different set of bosses maybe, but not with Tony and Johnny's relationship. Johnny still considers him a dear, dear friend, and I actually think Tony knew this, knew that he was safe. John is known as a manipulator, but Tony too is a master manipulator. Johnny holds the advantage in this conversation, refusing to back down from the Tony B situation. Tony calms him by offering Phil a piece of what Tony B was in, and then with the IQ comment, he flips things around and makes it like now John has to prove himself to Tony, prove that he won't whack him. Tony now holds the advantage in the conversation. But then again, maybe Tony didn't feel safe. After all, when he meets with Johnny, he never seems to take his hand out of the pocket that his gun is in. But this might be standard operating procedure when you're the boss of a family. Tony's IQ line might not even be a message to John directly. It could be him saying he isn't stupid enough to walk into New York territory where an unhinged Phil is lurking around and could take him out. It's too dangerous. John should have recognized that, which is maybe what Tony was getting at. In any case, the exchange is vague enough, and Vincent Curatola plays the scene in such a way that it's open to interpretation. What do you think? Do you think Johnny Sack planned to kill Tony Soprano, and was going to have him taken out when the two would meet, until Tony had him change the venue? Considered a legend who was made on the other side, Feech is referenced as early as Season 3, when Ralphie recounts the story of how Tony and co. robbed one of Feech's card games, showing the mob world what they were made of and fast-tracking them to being made. Feech comes out of prison and wants back in the game. He is charismatic, has a larger-than-life personality and is well-liked. But, like a lot of these old guys, he's extremely violent and his rackets tend to be small fish compared to what the Sopranos are involved with these days. A simple dispute over lawn cutting involves Feech beating the crap out of a civilian and breaking his arm. It's just one of the few ways in which Feech aggravates Tony, the most infuriating being when Feech has some car stolen from a party which Tony specifically told him not to do. Realizing that Feech could not be controlled and would pose a threat to his authority, Tony nips in the bud and has Feech set up. Feech stood no chance against criminal mastermind Benny Fazio, who along with Christopher dupes Feech into allowing them to put some stolen TVs in his garage. They sell it so well he insists on taking them, but shortly after a parole officer who is very likely on Tony's payroll turns up, and Feech is sent back to prison, where he'll spend the rest of his days. Just when you thought he was out, they pull him back in. Now, Feech is a very interesting character, and what I wanted to talk about today was whether it was the right decision for Tony to send Feech back to the can. I'm approaching this topic from a specific angle. In this video, we're not concerned whether it was the right thing in terms of the mob's ethics. That's a topic for another day. What I wanted to discuss was whether Feech was genuine when he said he'll learn, whether he could have been controlled and become an asset to the DeMeo family. So I went back and re-watched Feech's scenes to determine whether I think Tony made the right call by looking at the characteristics of Feech and how he acted during his time on the show. It's worth mentioning that according to Brett Martin's book on The Sopranos, he says that Feech was written out of the show because Robert Loggia had trouble with his lines as he was on the onset of Alzheimer's. But it's a good thing that his book don't mean ugat to me, as this may or may not be true, with Sopranos creator David Chase saying he always envisioned Feech having a small role. It was actually Feech who was originally Tony B's buddy in prison. It makes sense. There's a few scenes with them together, driving around after having dinner together, for example. Tony B's prison buddy was changed to Angelo Garepe, and it becomes more obvious when you rewatch season 5 with this knowledge in mind. There's a line that has been very obviously ADR'd in, for example, when Garepe, Johnny Sack and Carmine Sr. are eating.
Who's your cousin again? Tony Blundetto.
Oh, yeah, good guy. Right. He was my best buddy inside.
So you're gonna give him a bar?
But it makes no sense that he would know the guy for years in jail and yet not know he was Tony Soprano's cousin. Anyway, if you rewatch season 5, it's difficult to present a case for Feech and Tony keeping him on, because there's numerous examples of him making things difficult for Tony, but it's more subtle than, say, Ritchie Aprile. Ritchie couldn't fucking sell it, but Feech had popularity and charisma, which is a problem for Tony. Even in his very first scene, he commands the room, he's the center of attention. There's 2 bosses in this room, and he ain't one of them, but you wouldn't know it. It's the same when Tony and the gang are at the club with Feech. The man just has a presence about him which outshines even Tony's gravitas, and that's a danger. Right from the off, he goes to Junior rather than Tony when asking about wanting back in the game, when he'll obviously know Tony is running the family, saying, "The reason I wanted to see you, Junior, Tony too. Now that I'm out, I'd like to get back in the game." Although, to be honest, I'm reaching with this point. He was respectful here, waiting for Tony to arrive and addressing both bosses at the same time. It's just that he mentions Tony as almost an afterthought when he's talking. There's another occasion where Tony arrives at Junior's house and Feech is already there. Nothing untoward here, just 2 old-timers shooting the shit, but I think it's worth noting because Ritchie Aprile hung around Junior's a lot, trying to sway him, and perhaps Feech is doing the same thing. It wouldn't be the only similarity between the 2 men. Junior also doesn't tell Feech that he doesn't like the salad he gave him, showing you can't be honest with Feech. But these are small things. The first major red flag is when Tony sees Feech hand Tony B an envelope full of cash at the Bing. This is Tony's job, as boss, to give Tony B a pick-me-up after he comes out of the can, not Feech. But it seems Feech is already beginning to influence, to create an inner circle, a dependency, a hierarchy around himself. Not to mention, we haven't seen that Tony has had a taste of whatever Feech did to get this cash, which would come to be a theme with Feech. The lawnmower wars, for example. Feech's excuse there was that he didn't want to kick up and pull out if the new venture didn't work out. But there is an extended look between Tony and Feech, open to interpretation. But maybe Tony is saying, "I know what you're up to." He does it again when he doesn't give Tony his cut of the car robberies until Tony talks to him about it. Then there's the way he talks to Tony, snide little comments here and there. Don Corleone, Godfather, Don Antonio. Uh-oh, sounds serious. A lot of these little comments that give away his opinion and value of Tony, and he doesn't try to hide it. He even utilizes his stories to take shots at Tony, saying things like, "He should be dead by now. They bust in, a couple of fucking punks. This one is fucking scared." The trash talk goes on behind Tony's back too, like when Feech refers to him as the Boy King when he's with Blundetto, following this up with, "Can I trust you if I talk to you frankly about him?" Only we never get the chance to hear what Feech has to say, but the point is made for us as the viewers. In the scene at the club, Feech greets everyone individually, even the lower ranked guys, something Tony doesn't do. The younger guys would appreciate this. Feech is evidently adored and admired by them. It may even be a strategic thing from Feech, trying to make himself look more favourable than Tony for his long-term plan of making a move against him. This is a great scene. There's a lot of power play going on, Adriana included. Even Silvio jumps in by telling Feech to talk about the card game story when Feech is about to launch into one of his impermeable stories, getting him to tell a story where he comes out looking weak and Tony comes out looking strong. When Adriana asks if anybody needs anything, Feech says, "If we need anything, one of the kids will come out." As well as label half the gangsters in the room as kids, he's taken Tony's place as the authority figure in the room. It's Tony's place to say if anybody wants anything. Even Adriana recognizes this, which is why she directly asks Tony next if he wants something, re-establishing the hierarchy. A few seconds later, Feech sends everyone out of the room saying, "Fellas, you want to give us a minute?" Which everyone does after getting the okay from Tony. The point is, he constantly circumvents Tony's authority and flexes his own. As Silvio says, comes into this office, starts ordering people around. Tony is a bit sympathetic, saying, He's old, how do you think that feels? But it's likely his sentiment is being affected by Junior, who he now knows is losing it. Anyway, Feech isn't always getting everyone to love him. Aside from his beef with Paulie, who practically has a beef with every character at one point or another, Chris gives Feech a death stare after he talks to Adriana and immediately starts talking about someone's Gumar, showing everyone what he was thinking about when he was eyeing Adriana up. Feech has shown that to an extent he has not forgotten the card game, and talks about being able to have done something about Tony had he not been a prick about it, ignoring Tony's father's influence in the matter. And then there's the card games themselves. Tony walks in and banters with Tony Egg, and immediately Feech does the same, one-upping Tony. He then directly disrespects Tony in front of made men and guests when he says, "How many times this guy gotta say hello?" While Feech's shenanigans are going on, Tony has something of an epiphany after being told by Carmela that he has no real friends. "You're the boss, they're scared of you," as she says. Tony's hurt, it's news to him that he doesn't have real friends, and he tests out this theory with his lame joke at the card game, which gets better laughs than everyone else's, and he knows Carmela was right. But ultimately, it's good for Tony that his subordinates are scared of him. As he says, he's not running a popularity contest. Crucially though, Feech is shown not laughing at Tony's joke, meaning Feech doesn't fear him and won't entertain the notion of sucking up to him. And it shows. Nobody in Tony's crew talks to him the way Feech does. It does show in a way that Feech is stand-up, he's real. What you see is what you get, but that's not what Tony wants at this stage of his life. He needs people that won't cause dysentery in the ranks, and clearly, Feech doesn't fit the bill. The final straw is when Feech steals the cars when Tony specifically told him not to, and during their meeting, Feech reveals he's been talking to Johnny Sack and got a better deal through him for the cars. At best, this is a Sopranos underling talking to a soon-to-be incumbent boss of a separate family behind Tony's back. At worst, this is a betrayal of the Sopranos family. When Feech says, "You gotta remember, I still think of you as a kid," it makes me wonder if Feech did all those power moves on purpose to undermine Tony, or if it was a natural byproduct of thinking of everyone around him as a 47-year-old kid, Tony included. Feech's last conversation with Tony is him at his most somber. He calms down after his tirade, apologizes, explains the reason for his behavior, and says he will learn. But Tony, of course, does not want to take the chance. I really liked Feech as a character. He was really well acted, his rage mode was awesome, and he was genuinely a nice guy at times, like with the way he treats Chris and Benny, telling them to chill and offering them refreshments. It is sad seeing him in front of his house with the Peaches just enjoying his freedom, what with him ending up back on the bus to prison shortly after. Sure, he was a violent psychopath, and the alternative to setting him up was him being taken out, but you do feel for him, sitting on the bus knowing he's going to die in prison. It must have clicked with him somewhere along the way that he was set up as well. And all this happened after Tony made out that he and Feech were on good terms, that Feech was forgiven and had a clean slate after hugging it out. And then he goes and does Feech dirty by setting him up. And I get all that and I agree with it. But the thing is, he's a dinosaur, a relic. He'd probably end up back in the can without even needing to be set up. What he offers the family in terms of business doesn't make up for the risk involved in keeping him around, as he might cause a rebellion. He's always going on about how it was back in his day, literally saying, "in my day," which is practically a meme, but the thing about the old days, they the old days, and like many of the old timers, he just fails to adjust. But because of the clues listed in this video, I think all things considered, as hard of a pill as it is to swallow, I think Tony made the right call. He learned from his previous mistakes. He failed to integrate Ritchie into the family, and then waited too long to take him out. Feech was everything Ritchie was, except he was respected, and he could fucking sell it. This time, Tony wastes no time, and it's not as if he killed the man, he just sends him back to where he came from. Sure, Feech could have been an asset in some ways. His influence and history could be important in dealing with other families, but the bad outweighs the good, and he would have surely made a move down the line against Tony. Feech just commands too much respect. He has too much gravitas. You can't have two kings in one pride. Tony was right to feel insecure, because it's likely that if Tony mysteriously disappeared down the line and Feech took over the family, aside from maybe Silvio and Christopher, nobody would really mind. Whilst Tony had handled many situations poorly, this situation showed his growth as boss and his ability to learn from the past. However, it's hypothetically possible it could have been handled better. Phil just came out of the can after 20 years and seems to pop right back into his family. And Feech did the same thing, 20 years keeping his mouth shut. Surely you throw him a bone when he comes back and make him feel welcome. Then again, he did that with Ritchie and look how that turned out. Plus, Phil Leotardo knew his place and was loyal to his capo, unlike Feech. No, all in all, much as I liked Feech, the man had to go. There's just no point in keeping a man who has that much drama around him, who could rock the boat at any moment. Carmine Lupertazzi Sr. is a significant character in The Sopranos, portrayed by actor Tony Lip. He's the head of the Lupertazzi crime family, one of the 5 families in New York, and one of the most powerful and influential mob bosses in the series. As the boss of the Lupertazzi family, Carmine Sr. is depicted as a traditional and old-school mobster with deep roots in organized crime. He is respected and feared within both his family and the broader criminal underworld. Carmine is generally portrayed as a calm, measured and dignified figure, in contrast to some of the more hot-headed characters in the series. He has a somewhat paternal approach to leadership, often seen as wise and strategic in his decisions. However, like many in his line of work, he is also ruthless when necessary. Carmine's relationship with Tony Soprano is a crucial aspect of the series. While they share a mutual respect, their interactions are often complicated by the tensions and conflicts that arise between the New Jersey and New York factions. Carmine Sr. generally seeks to maintain peace and stability between the two families, but power struggles and disputes over business ventures, such as the Esplanade construction project, often put them at odds. Carmine Sr.'s presence in the series, while not as prominent as some of the other characters, is crucial in depicting the complexities of mafia politics and the delicate balance of power within the criminal underworld. His character represents the old guard of the mafia, with his death symbolizing a shift in the world of organized crime. Sopranos fans often say that season 5 and 6 feel different from the earlier seasons. They're darker, more cynical, and one of the key early moments of season 5's opener is the death of Carmine, as if to signal the end of the old-style Sopranos episodes. The qualities of Carmine, apparently the inventor of the point-shaving scheme according to Bobby, are not necessarily always apparent during his scenes. It's after his part in the show is over, when the likes of Johnny Sack, who used to be a pragmatist, takes over, and then exits through a veil of tears, leading to Phil Leotardo's emotional and petty reign of early man. The Lupertazzis were a competent organization when he was in charge. Perhaps his business-orientated mind is what made him promote the likes of calm, collected family man Johnny Sack. His steadiness and sense of seniority bleeding through the ranks and giving the New York crew a very classy vibe when compared to that pygmy thing in Jersey. As soon as he dies, we see a bloody succession war, instability, with power changing hands every so often, a total debacle. It's a phenomenon that exists in real life too. Often great leaders who achieve much glory, after they go, their successors fail to get anywhere near the heights they achieved. Genghis Khan, Alexander the Great, Suleiman the Magnificent. And notice how, unlike many of the other older characters like Feech,
in my day,
Phil,
I did 20 fucking years.
And Ritchie,
Look, kid, I shouldn't have to explain myself. I'm from the old school.
Carmine is not in need of tooting his own horn and bigging himself up. It reminds me of a quote from Game of Thrones where Tywin says, "Any man who needs to say, 'I am the king,' is no true king." Carmine was a king, a true boss, a man who towers above all the other bosses, and whose voice is used as an aggregator long after he's dead, like when Phil says,
Carmine always said the Sopranos are nothing more than a glorified crew.
He's like the Greek in The Wire, business-minded over everything and towering above all the other gangsters. He has all the qualities the likes of Tony, Johnny Sack and Phil Leotardo imagined they had. They talk the talk, but when it came down to it, they allowed personal emotional problems to bleed into their business dealings. What has made Carmine Sr. last this long? What must he have been like in his prime to reach the stage of an old man and still be the most competent boss in the show? The fact that the boss and underboss of New York both plan hits on each other almost simultaneously shows how alert and on the ball one must be in the family of the Lupertazzis. There was class about Carmine, a man who played his cards right and didn't order a hit as a first resort and knew that real gangsters avoided petty squabbles. He stops Johnny Sack killing Ralph, for example, because it was the wrong move for all parties involved. Carmine's first scene is a great way to introduce the character. In the background we have the girls dancing, lesbian shows, whores, disgusting. And while Tony steals a glance every now and again, I'm being kind, he was gawping at them, Carmine never looks across, as does Johnny Sack. Johnny's phone constantly rings, probably Ginny asking if he's bringing a plate over for her, and Carmine simply turns and says,
"Answer the fucking thing."
The fact that this guy is able to talk as dismissively to Johnny Sack shows how powerful he must be. His talk with Tony is brilliantly written. Carmine reassures Tony, gives him advice, tells him to be a better friend to himself, but he's also telling Tony he's got his number, that he knows everything about him, that he knows he has these spells, that he sees a shrink, something which could get him clipped. As he says, everybody knows. Carmine keeps Tony in check, letting him know he knows his every move, and then gives him a pass on the therapist thing because he values the business relationship between New York and the Sopranos. And after he does all this, he slaps that pasta into his face like a lizard. He's always got this no-nonsense attitude on display, where everything is performative, every compliment or comment is him going through the motions, playing the part, everything is a matter of fact. He's been there, done that. His next scene, he's got no interest in the girls.
Alright, let me get the fuck out of here.
And even his thoughts for Junior seem so half-assed.
How's Junior? He's gonna be alright. Tell him he's in our prayers.
He commands an aura of respect through appearances and smart decision-making. Imagine if he did stay while the guys were playing with the ice girls. Imagine one of them bouncing on his wrinkly corpse. The one comment he does go out of the way to make, though, is the classic,
Don doesn't wear shorts.
I think Sopranos fans all know by now this comment was based off something a real mobster told James Gandolfini after watching a scene where Tony cooks in his garden. And after Gandolfini told David Chase, they had it incorporated into the show. It's a classic moment, and they gave the line to the best character they could have given it to, as it encapsulates how low he thinks of Jersey, summed up into a single line. It's pretty funny too. He must have had a lengthy business meeting, and leaves it till the last minute to put down Tony with that comment. But I think it was sincere. He was genuinely disgusted and disappointed at the way Tony was carrying himself, the way he is bringing down the idea of a Don, letting the team down. It highlights the differences in class between Jersey and New York yet again, and Carmine says it to Tony with the look of a disappointed father, fitting as he would later say he'd be proud to call Tony a son. He's the only person alive who can make Tony feel like a total idiot kid. There's also another very cool scene early on where Carmine prompts Johnny Sack to tell Tony something, and John lets Tony know that they want money over Tony using inside knowledge from Zellman, who both families share. Tony looks at Carmine, concedes to Johnny that they'll come up with a number, but Carmine doesn't look up once. He doesn't need to. He delegates. He's just so cool. Tony's angry that someone's speaking out of turn, but Carmine isn't angry that Tony hid this incident from him, that he was using Zellman without telling them. His attitude is just, we didn't know, now we do, pay up, end of story. Even where he's sitting, at the head of the table, he looks like a king. You'd never know there were two bosses at this table. He's also sitting facing away from the stairs when most mobsters would want to sit facing towards the entrance, seeing who comes and goes. He's that high up that he doesn't have to fear from assassins. Then there's the Ginny Sack joke incident. I'm not going to analyse the scene where Johnny Sack asks Carmine to sanction a hit on Ralph and the genius way Carmine deals with John, because I've already done an analysis on this scene. Check it out when you're done with this video. So we'll skip that. But because he can see how much it means to Sack, he does placate him. saying he'll ask for an incredible $200K as compensation. But on a personal level, he does not care at all. His disdain for the situation and how trivial this all is to him is on display when he says,
"Let's get started. My daughter is coming with the baby later."
Like, who says that before an important sit-down? He just wants to be out of there so he can see the grandkids. There's also,
"Nobody's getting clipped. You're being unreasonable, John."
And,
"So either name a price or get the fuck over it."
That last one was like a bullet. Carmine is really fed up by this point, but perhaps in hindsight he could have handled it better, as John would feel ganged up on, like it was 4 versus 1 instead of New York versus New Jersey. He's feeling slighted, backed into a corner, Carmine looking at him when Tony asks John to give up the rat. A boss and underboss are openly disagreeing in front of the pygmy thing. But again, where he sees something is unreasonable, whether it's outside of his family or within it, he'll call it out. His objective is to put a situation to bed, not to gain victory, but to get back to business. The only man in the game who realizes the rules are there in place to ultimately make more money, and that's the main objective. And what happens when John does not budge? He just decides to get rid of him. That is ice cold, ruthless, and the phone call to Tony is legendary.
Problem is, I don't know if John's hearing me.
So what are you gonna do about it?
Me? Nothing.
What does that mean?
I didn't say nothing. We share the Esplanade, Tony. I don't want that apple cart upset.
Yeah, then somebody should do something about it.
I appreciate your thoughts.
You saying what I think you're saying?
I didn't say nothing. All right, then I'll talk to you.
He says what he needs to say without saying it. You'd never catch this guy on a wiretap. True old school mafia behavior. It also is yet another way of putting Tony down. He's fully dressed while Tony is still in bed.
It's me. What, are you still asleep?
These kind of small snide remarks here and there are full of contempt and spread throughout the show from Carmine.
Rob's got a big problem, kid. Kid.
You got some balls, kid.
This ain't the 70s, and I'm not a kid.
Relax, it's an expression.
Kid.
And then there's the fact that Carmine is getting Tony to do his dirty work in the first place. Shows you what he thinks of him. But there is of course a storyline where it's Carmine himself who is affronted. The issue with him and Tony over the HUD scam. Carmine is in the right but wants a huge cut which Tony turns down. And slowly but surely the shit flinging starts. Carmine doesn't overreact, just scares Vic the appraiser. And when his restaurant is trashed, he calls the union, stopping everyone making money. And eventually it's him who to all intents and purposes was negotiating from a position of strength who settled, rather than Tony. He had a stronger family, he was more on the right, and he could have allowed the Esplanade to stay shut for longer as he had other sources of income. But in the interest of business, he settles. I really like the scene where Carmine Sr., Carmine Jr. and Johnny Sack talk at the golf range. It's such a great scene and really deserves its own video. It is in the middle of the HUD issue, no solution in sight, and Tony has gone down to visit Carmine Jr., the first time we've seen him on the show, to get his father to see reason. Little Carmine calls John a greedy motherfucker and questions the advice he gives to his father. The first sign that Johnny Sack and Little Carmine don't see eye to eye, which would eventually explode into a succession war. All three men here have an agenda. Most of Sack's income comes from the Esplanade. He's hurting, so he wants the situation resolved as soon as possible. And he's also Tony's friend. He hates Little Carmine and tried to kill Carmine Sr. Carmine Sr. also wants to settle, but he wants to do it on his terms. Then there's Carmine Jr., whose ego will be bloated that Tony Soprano came to see him to find a solution to this situation. It's a chance for Little Carmine to feel important and to prove his worth to his father. Carmine Jr. could probably have never dreamed that Tony Soprano would come to him to resolve the situation involving the two families. But as Little Carmine has arrived with Tony's hot air and Sack is desperate for a compromise, this could easily turn into 2 versus 1 with Carmine Sr. backed into a corner.
Anything you could do to change your father's mind?
I'm gonna try, John. I came all the way up here for that.
But Carmine Sr. outwits his son, starting off by undermining him, treating him like a child.
You put your sunblock on?
And then giving Tony a compliment that would be a major blow to Junior, stinging his self-esteem.
Decisive as he is, I would have been proud to call him my own son.
It clearly has an effect as little Carmine starts shit-talking Tony out of resentment and jealousy, and I do wonder if Carmine Sr., the slippery fuck that he is, made that comment on purpose to rile up his son against Tony and essentially get Junior back on his side, rather than it simply being an offhand comment. He knows Tony is trying to use his son as a puppet against him, and saying he wishes Tony was his son enrages little Carmine and sabotages Tony's entire plan. Now it's 2 versus 1 against Johnny Sack, who looks shocked at Junior's comment and sudden change of demeanour.
It's a bit of a poseur, you ask me.
The only reason little Carmine even flew out was to help Tony, and Carmine Sr. throws cold water on it right away, turning Junior against Tony with one single comment. Little Carmine stabs Tony in the back, and Johnny Sack tries and fails to distract everyone with where this conversation is going.
What? What did he say?
His turf, his appraiser.
Son of a bitch.
Would they resod that drain?
Carmine was ready for a fight, but it may actually be the case that, in a rare instance, it was actually his son who got the better of him and outwitted his father by intentionally mentioning the Sopranos as a family, knowing his father's reaction would be,
Family? I told you. They're a glorified crew.
The smirk on little Carmine's face shows he's played his father here. It's the face of a man who knows he's caused dysentery in the ranks. Johnny Sack tries again by mentioning the longevity of New York's business with the Sopranos, how he's known Tony for many years. But little Carmine is on a roll now, and he's ready for this comment.
On reflection, John, maybe that's the sticking post. Tony feels like you're friends and not business associates.
This sends Carmine Sr. irate, and perhaps him smashing his golf club like a hothouse flower and little Carmine's flinch is a glimpse into how much of a vicious gangster Carmine Sr. may have been in his youth. If he does that as an old man, imagine him as a young man. Senior played Junior, and then Junior played Senior, showing he does have some of his father's cunning. And the scene ends with Johnny no better off, glaring at little Carmine with his Manson lamps and remembering the times when little Carmine would wait in the golf cart, and as far as he's concerned, he should still be there. So everyone's playing politics here, and sure, the Carmine Sr. may have gotten played by his son, but nothing has changed. Senior still wants his 45%, and Tony has lost little Carmine as a backer, thanks to one comment made by Carmine Sr. It's worth mentioning that though he was in the game a long time, and was obviously intelligent, given that he was that old and he was still a boss, but could it be that had he not died when he did, he would have gotten sent down, seeing as though he had a rat in his family who sent down Johnny Sack? It's difficult to say as we don't know how much the feds had on Carmine. As early as season 1, a Fed mentions to Uncle Junior that they want Johnny Sack, Mangano and Teresi. Obviously this is before Carmine Lupertazzi was created as a character, but it suggests they didn't have much on the man. We can talk about this more in another video, but I always found it interesting that in one of Tony's dreams, Carmine Sr. tells him that he's lonely without his wife on the other side, and the implication is that he's trying to evade damnation and punishment. It's a nice way to wrap up the fact that even the best mobster, the bosses of all bosses, is still a criminal at the end of the day, and his destination in the afterlife will be hot and sticky, like my balls. One of the standout minor characters from the last 2 seasons who I wanted to talk about today is Humanitis Award winner JT Dolan, a screenwriter and a friend of Chrissy's from Rehab. First appearing in the episode In Camelot, Dolan introduces himself at an AA meeting as an alcoholic, an addict, a TV writer, and a douchebag. He credits Christopher with helping his recovery, and after mentioning to Chrissy that he would like to play some poker, Chris asks if he wants to play a real game. Very soon, JT borrows money off Chrissy and wastes it on a losing streak, with Chrissy charging him a vig and telling him, "I will not enable you." When he's unable to pay back in time, Chris and little Paulie pay him a visit and beat him, taking his car as partial payment. Seeing Dolan lament losing his treasured car and Chrissy comforting him,
"So you'll get another one?"
there's something quite sick about it all, as Chris is the one taking his car. It's his debt to Chris that has made him relapse and why he needs to go back to rehab, and Chris is like,
"You can do this, man. I have faith in you."
Playing the part of a supportive friend, not the vicious mobster he is, and he then lectures him about falling off the wagon. It reminds me of a line from The Thick of It.
I feel I'm in a therapy group being run by my own rapist.
It also reminds me of Chris in The Wire, comforting his victims before he kills them. Another thing it might remind you of is a certain storyline concerning degenerate gambler Davy Scatino. We've discussed him in a previous video, but he's a guy who Tony targeted, knowing he had a gambling problem, and once he hooked him with debt, he bled him dry in a bust-out. I wonder if Chrissy intentionally set up JT, who initially had been gambling responsibly at a racetrack, who had no interest in Chrissy's mob life. Unlike the likes of Jon Favreau, he wasn't using Chris's life for his scripts or anything, he just saw him as a friend, a fellow recovering addict, and a gym buddy. I wouldn't put it past Chrissy to use JT as a shoulder to cry on when he's in pain, and humour JT's own issues, but ultimately see an opportunity to make some money out of him. The mafia instincts never leave these guys, it's in their nature, as Tony says to Davy, and surely Chris, even subconsciously perhaps, recognised JT as a potential mark, a target to be ostracised. Chris says he will not enable him, but that's exactly what he did, and that's the kind of line you might hear from Mr. Mob Boss, who was always looking to distance himself and offload guilt when he was involved in activities that hurt others, something which we discussed in the T1000 video. Maybe on a level Chris was genuine, he was quoting all the recovery steps and mantras, but eventually his true nature as an exploiter emerges. The cobwebs are now removed. Occasionally The Sopranos has had meta elements in the show, such as when after female critic Linda Stassi slammed the show for not having enough mob violence, the character Lorraine Caluzzo was created and Johnny Sack specifically mentions,
"Whack this one, whack that one, never enough body count for Lorraine."
In a similar vein, I wonder if the character of JT was a vehicle for the showrunners to grind their axes or make industry-related jokes. David Chase had a volatile relationship with many of the writers of the show, and I'm sure he got a chuckle out of JT's introduction as a TV writer, automatically making him a douchebag. Chase is also well known for initially trying to break into the movie industry but was unable to do so. He looked down on television as an art form, which is a delicious irony seeing as though he ended up creating arguably the greatest television show ever made. Even still, throughout the course of the show he suffered with self-doubt and reservation over the show. And this adds a meta layer to the scene where Dolan tries to pawn off his Emmy award but the clerk only offers a few dollars for it, saying it's no Academy Award. There's this too.
An entire room full of writers, and you did nothing!
The character also acts as an example for Christopher and for us in that being a movie and TV screenwriter is not all it's cracked up to be. He returns in season 6, working as a full-time professor of a writer's class, where he's kidnapped by a criminal mastermind and taken to Chrissy, apparently having failed to deliver a script. Eventually the script becomes Cleaver, which is pitched by JT and later shot and screened in a premiere where Dolan is embarrassed in front of his girlfriend after not being mentioned by Chris when he's thanking people responsible for the film. To add insult to injury, Chris forces JT to tell Tony the mob boss in the movie and his shenanigans is not based off him. In the episode Walk Like a Man, Chrissy relapses after being humiliated by Paulie, and he heads over to JT's apartment where he pours his heart out, rambling about what he's done for the mob, toying with the idea of flipping. The irony is lost on Chris that he says things like, "You think he's your friend, all these pricks," when he's treated Dolan like utter trash. Dolan doesn't want to hear what Chris has to say and wants him to sober up, advising drinking coffee, calling his sponsor, going to a meeting, but Chris goes on and on, still going this asshole, desperate to receive pity or understanding from Dolan, until Dolan says,
"Chris, you're in the mafia."
Leading Chris to calm down, turn to the door, but suddenly swing back and shoot JT dead with a single shot. Dolan went from writing Law & Order the SUV to becoming a Law & Order episode. I guess he made that coffee to go. JT may have had a smug side to him, he's a bit of a poseur, but this is one of the most tragic deaths on the show. Not only is JT a civilian who helped Christopher in his time of need, but he was back on his feet. His debts were cleared, he was writing again, he had projects he wasn't using, and you can see him panic with Chris blurting out all this information about Adriana and Ralph and whatnot, knowing the implications if he hears. His final words, "Chris, you're in the mafia," is him cutting the rope between the two men. It's him saying he does not want anything to do with Christopher anymore. He does not want him in his life. But at that particular time, when Chris was all hot-blooded, drunk and volatile, it wasn't the best way to get this message across. Christopher had just been humiliated by Paulie. He turned and saw the entire crew was laughing at him. Even the strippers were laughing. And Tony Soprano, his leader, his mentor, the man he's going to hell for, the man he lost the love of his life for, is laughing along with the rest of them. Chris had never truly found his place in life, whether as a mobster, a screenwriter, a male model, and here he sees that he has no true friends among the mob. They don't respect him, what he's sacrificed, his struggles with addiction. So he goes to JT, who would understand, who he mistakenly thinks is his friend, because he's completely blind to how he has abused Dolan. And when Dolan says his piece, Chrissy, it's the straw that broke the camel nose's back. It's the one rejection he can't handle, or more to the point, the one rejection where he can do something about it. Chrissy knows there's no chemical solution to a spiritual problem, and so shoots JT in the head because he can't sanction a hit on the entire Jersey crew. It reminds me of Marlowe getting humbled in The Wire at a poker game. And in his next scene, he reasserts his self-confidence and feelings of power by taking it out on the security guard. But in his own sick way, I think Christopher did see Dolan as a friend. He, through Cleaver, was also Chris's pathway to a meaningful life outside of the mob where he could be respected and appreciated. But now that wasn't the case anymore. His last hope had rejected him, and he realizes he is completely alone in the world. In the end, you die in your own arms, or with Tony suffocating you. Christopher was a wise guy with big dreams and an even bigger nose, and by shooting Dolan, he symbolically shoots those dreams dead, because JT represents Christopher's dreams. He's like an alternate Chrissy. He was an addict like Chris, but he turned that around, whereas Chris is using even in his final episode. Chris wants to be a scriptwriter. Dolan was that. Chris had an unstable, violent life, but Dolan was in the regularness of life. Chris seals his fate by shooting Dolan. It's the character subconsciously acknowledging that his dreams are no more. The hope for a straight man Christopher outside of the mafia and clean is gone. And to drive the point home, in the following episode where Chris dies, he is using again and is wearing a cap. The only other time he did so being his first appearance, symbolizing that Chrissy regressed back to his original state. He never progressed, he never had an arc, something he was chasing throughout the show. He may have even consciously acknowledged this, in that when Dolan distances himself from Chris, saying he is in the mafia, stating the blunt reality that they are different, Chris might have thought, oh, I'm in the mafia, am I? Want to go down that road? Well, you want to see the mafia? Here. Bang. If Dolan doesn't want to be friends anymore, there's no benefit to Chris. He can't come to him as a friend, as a fellow addict. He can't squeeze money out of him because the man's debts are repaid. So now all that he is a liability. There's also his image to consider as a tough guy, the strong, silent type. He's been vulnerable here with Dolan, and nobody can know. He cried like a woman in the acting class too, and ended up beating the guy he was acting with for witnessing his moment of weakness. And him being vulnerable with Paulie is what started this whole thing in the first place. There was also a sobering split second. You can see it in Chris, a moment of realization. Dolan puts things into perspective. He's just realized how much JT Dolan now knows, what he could tell the cops, what he could tell Tony, who he's already spoken to. From Chris's point of view, who wouldn't be in the know about all these internal demons he had that we've just discussed, that's why he killed Dolan. He simply knew too much by that point. That's what Chris would tell himself. The death of JT Dolan also has a narrative function. If you remember, almost every wise guy main character who dies in the show kills someone before they do, as if the showrunners want to remind us before they die, and we feel sorry for them, that they are scum who kill. Puss kills the Elvis dude, the parade float kills the guy whose car he crashes into. It reminds us what they are. And Chrissy's number was up. So what better character for him to take out to remind us he is scum than his dear, dear friend JT Dolan? The episode ends with a drunk Chris stumbling home to a garden destroyed by Paulie. The lawn is in chaos, but Chris takes a moment to straighten one small plant. It's a powerful scene, very allegorical. This is a man surrounded by destruction and devastation who has caused destruction, but deep down, there was potential there. There was compassion. There was a man who could have had class, could have been a contender, could have been somebody, instead of a bum, which is what he is. But the sick irony is that the tree is already dead. It doesn't matter what Chris does to it. He can't fix his wrongs. The roots are corrupted and there's no coming back. There's also the song that's playing, The Valley, which contains the lyric, "They could have gone, but instead they chose to stay," like Chris did when he had that opportunity to run away with aid. So this video is getting a bit long, so we'll end it there. But there is one more thing I wanted to mention. This scene mirrors the one where Chris talks to Jon Favreau. In that one, it's Jon who wants to talk about the mob and hear Chris's secrets, and a drunk or high Chris pulls out a gun and playfully points it at Jon. In Dolan's scene, it's Chris who wants to talk mob dirty details, and Dolan doesn't want to hear it, and Chris pulls out a gun and shoots him. Christopher forces Dolan to take credit for Christopher's idea about the mob boss, and Favreau is the one who steals Chris's ideas. Additionally, Favreau is playing himself in the show. Tim Daly doesn't play himself, but is mentioned by Noah's father. I'm not quite sure what is represented by this, but it's interesting to note these two mirror characters, the sacred and the profane. So I just wanted to make this video to get your thoughts. It was an idea, I don't know, who knows where they fucking come from. Isaac Newton invented gravity because some asshole hit him with an apple. Why do you think Chris killed JT Dolan? Often regarded as immature, erratic and unable to see things from the bigger picture, Chris is groomed by his uncle to lead the Sopranos family into the 21st century. But he constantly comes up short and disappoints, even if it's small things like talking out of turn or showing up late to meetings. Chris is a constant source of tension for Tony due to his drug addictions, which could possibly make him susceptible to becoming a state witness if caught, and by Tony's own admission, if it was anyone else who had done the things Chris had done in the show, they would have been dead a long time ago. But Chris has his own personal demons, some of them fueled by his relationship with his uncle, the hole left in his life by the death of Dickie Moltisanti, his father, and ambitions he has away from the mafia, like a career in acting or screenwriting. The instability in his life often manifests into violent outbursts towards his girlfriend Adriana, who he genuinely loves and who genuinely loves him, but as anyone who's seen The Sopranos knows, they hardly had a wholesome and tranquil relationship. Adriana, who has been reluctantly providing information to the feds under threat, is given an ultimatum by them in season 5 to bring Christopher into the fold, meaning she has to tell him the truth, which she does end up doing so. After a quick, friendly strangulation attempt, Chris calms down and opens up to the idea of going into the witness protection program, starting life over, beginning his memoirs. He goes out for cigarettes, and very soon Adriana receives a call from Tony that Chris has tried to kill himself, and he is sending Silvio to pick her up to go to the hospital. Of course, the entire thing is a setup, and Adriana is picked up and murdered for her betrayal, meaning she was of course sold out by Chris. Chris is shook by the entire ordeal, never fully recovering even when he's married to another woman, and a flashback scene in season 6 shows the emotionally charged scene where he comes clean to Tony about what Adriana has done. Now, just after Chris leaves when Adriana comes clean, there is a curious scene where he stops to fill up his car and sees a relatively ordinary family come out of the store, presumably a husband, wife and 3 kids. Chris stares at them for a while, and then the scene ends. So what's going on here? Well, let's discuss. It's of course open to interpretation, and fans have often speculated that this is where Chris decided to reverse his decision and pull out of the witness protection plan, and instead decides to sell out Adriana. Why? Well, he sees the life he will potentially live if he goes and starts again with Adriana. From the little we see of the family, we can get a feel of them. Trashy in Chris's eyes. A run-down looking man who looks done with it, resigned to his life. Not the richest family in the world, a beat-up car, his nagging wife never stopping to take a breath, his children alternatively happy and carefree. Perhaps Christopher was going to flip on Tony. The Sopranos always flirted with this idea right up until Chris's second last episode, where he talks about flipping with JT Dolan. In fact, there's a fan theory that in his final scene he was wearing a wire, which I've discussed in another video. But it's excruciating to think how close Adriana and Christopher were to escaping the life if Chris did in fact genuinely agree to flip, But then he sees this family. He sees his future if he goes into witness protection. The life of a working man, an average nobody. The life of a schnook who has to swap spaghetti with Mariana sauce, with egg noodle and ketchup. It's all written in Chris's face that this is not the life for him. He would never last. Even Henry Hill didn't. After the events of Goodfellas, he was quickly up to no good with drugs and whatnot, and was eventually thrown out of the witness protection program. I'll say one thing though, this broken down guy taking care of his family, putting his happiness to a side for the well-being and contentment of his children, he is more of a man than Chris could ever be. One thing The Sopranos shows us is that these mobsters struggle to leave the life. The materialism, the instant gratification, the fast tracking to money and power is too alluring to give up and replace with a life of clocking in at 7 in the morning on a Monday for a 40-hour working week. The parade float Vito couldn't even handle a morning as a handyman before giving up and driving back to Jersey. Chris couldn't even handle waiting in line at the bakery in season 1. And it's sad, sickening, to know that in these crucial moments, it was this that swayed Chris's decision. The love of the life that robbed Adriana and Chris of a happy ending, that overpowered his love for Adriana, or an ending where they're alive at least. He chose a comfortable lifestyle, and the price was Adriana's life. Even in the beginning of the scene, he's touching his car, almost stroking it affectionately. A completely normal thing for a person who's got 100 different thoughts in his head, but it may have been an intentional instruction from the director or writer to have Chris touch his car in such a way to symbolize his love for the life. It's also worth noting that there's a close-up of the children looking joyous and carefree. The best thing about this image, it's an alternative possibility that Chris was looking at this family longingly. Sure, they may have been beaten down by life, but they had what Chris didn't have, a family, a mother with her child in her arms, a father taking care of his family, unlike Christopher's, who, according to his mother, was always either out or in jail before he was killed. But this would have made Chris even more adamant to give up Adriana, as he always wanted kids and she couldn't have them. So the one good thing that could come out of running away with her wasn't possible because, as he says in one of the cruelest lines of the show, she was damaged goods. So this was an image, whether he wanted it or not, that he could never have. The children is probably the main takeaway, hence the close-up. These men took an oath. They know there is no escaping the life. As Tony says at one point, the only realistic end they have is prison or death. The hope, the silver lining, aside from all the luxuries they consume before they get to that end, is that their children grow up successfully. But Chris would never be able to do that with Aid because both her uteruses get taken out. In a cynical way, Chris's decision to choose Tony over Aid was an informed one. I don't think any of us can say for sure if Chris made his mind up before he left the apartment. Maybe he did really need a smoke and to clear his head, or maybe he knew from the moment she told him that she'd have to go and he always planned to go straight to Tony. But surely, seeing the family sealed Adriana's fate either way. It makes you wonder if Chris hadn't seen the family, whether he still would have given up Aid and gone to Tony. Maybe even he didn't know, as he was shell-shocked and seeing the family put things into perspective, and he had this moment of realization. Let's not forget, Chris has never tasted the regularness of life, something by his own admission he can't seem to handle. He thinks he's had it tough, that he's come up the hard way after being dealt a bad hand, but the reality is that his rise is so drenched in nepotism and favoritism from Tony, that from the inside looking out, Christopher couldn't see it, but others like Silvio and Patsy recognized it. Who else could have survived taking shots at Tony's car and threatening his life? Heck, for all we know, as we don't exactly know when the flashback scene occurred, the station scene may have taken place after Chris meets with Tony, after he has already told him, and Adriana's death is being prepared, so perhaps he feels validated, seeing the quote-unquote loser family and thinking to himself that he made the right choice. It could also just be a momentary escape, pondering, imagining if he had an alternative life as a normal family man, where his problems didn't involve him fearing being murdered, where the biggest problems was the bills, the kids getting to school on time, things like that. But for Chris, his hopes and dreams of becoming a male model or screenwriter were just that, and his actual valuation of himself and sense of belonging and purpose was within the context of Tony's glorified crew. Without that, who is he? Where's his arc, dear viewer? A kind of macro overarching takeaway from this scene is a showcase of just how weak and selfish Christopher is. He chooses the family over having a real family. He chooses the life of materialism over the love of Adriana, who has stuck by him after all the shit he has put her through. And just like that, he walks out on her and goes running like a bitch to Tony. And he's not even man enough to do the deed himself. He has to have it done for him. You know, I think Chris is so damn indecisive that, much like how you can tell there's an element of him that regrets having Adriana killed, even if he went with her and spent his days with egg noodle and ketchup, he'd have regretted that as well. It was just a bad situation all around and he wasn't equipped mentally to deal with it. But there's loads of little moments in season 6 where you can tell he thinks he made the wrong decision. I wonder if he saw Adriana's face flash before his eyes as Tony pinched his natural canopy of a nose and put him to sleep. Speaking of indecisive, what if it was a happy upper-class family that Chris saw instead of a poorer one? Would that have affected his decision? Would it have swayed him to give it a go with Adriana? And what does it say about Christopher that he makes the most important decision of his life based on seeing a Nicolas Cage lookalike come out of a store in a 10-second scene? And you know what's funny? The guy may have been tired, but if Chris went to them and asked the couple if they were happy, for all he knows, they may have said they are happy, that they wouldn't swap their life and their children for anything, especially Chris's life. Maybe it was envy that Chris was looking at the family with. If you want my opinion, I think he knew what had to be done very shortly after Aid told him the truth, and he had to work his way to accepting that reality. Seeing the family drove the point home, but also allowed Chris to ponder on what might have been if things were different, if he wasn't in the mob, if Aid could have kids, etc., etc. Highly paranoid, eccentric, idiosyncratic, and a believer in the supernatural and a germaphobe, Paulie is a frustrating man due to his pettiness, miserliness, and sucking up to the big man, Tony Soprano. It's little things that really does it, like him knowing Chris is furious at having to pay the tabs, so he goes out of the way to order extra food and drinks, even for broads not at the table, and then he shoots this look of utter schadenfreude at Chris. You just want to punch him in the face, and yet you can't help but admire the transparency of his actions. One of Paulie's most important moments is when, out of spite and jealousy, he tells Johnny Sack about a fat joke Ralph made about his wife, causing Johnny to go irate, and it causes major dysentery in the ranks. In fact, it pretty much is the main storyline of season 4 and the beginning of the souring of relationships between New York and New Jersey, all because Paulie is spiteful and petty. Paulie gets some of his best storylines in season 6. By this time, Tony Sirico's acting skills reached their zenith, and much is explored with the character, far from the days of him being more or less a comic relief in season 1. The thing with his mom, whatever happened there, Paulie versus Bobby in the ride, and the Colombian drug money beef are some of his major storylines of the season. His biggest of season 6 though, is the episode Remember When. He and Tony travel to Miami to lie low when the FBI investigate Tony's first hit, Willie Overall. During the trip, Paulie shares stories about Tony's dad, reminiscing about the old days, making Tony laugh, but he also gets close to divulging sensitive information about the likes of Big Puss, even having random conversations with civilians, frustrating Tony, who reprimands him about talking too much. The stories about the old days and Paulie exposing too much starts to get to Tony, leading him to say,
"Remember when is the lowest form of conversation."
And he walks away from the table. The whole episode is full of awkward tension as Tony gets more and more annoyed with Paulie, but at the same time, he's impressed with Paulie's fearlessness in dealing with Ramon and 3 other guys. Tony brings his concern to Beansy, who dismisses it, saying Paulie's always been a talker, and the fact that he's alone means that Tony Soprano and the crew is all Paulie really has.
All I know is Paulie got the area as a stand-up guy.
Tony questions whether he's ever really been put to the test, but the scene ends with him re-emphasizing his love for Paulie. Later we learn the Willie Overall hit is blamed on Jackie Aprile. Tony looks slightly disgusted at Paulie gleefully cackling away at a TV, and it all leads to a celebratory fishing trip that Tony takes Paulie on. Going on a boat with Tony Soprano is risky business, as Paulie full well realises with a flashback to the disappearance of a quote-unquote husky accomplice. On the boat, Paulie prepares 2 plates of pasta and gives one to Tony, accompanied with a kiss-ass line, but doesn't eat himself, blaming his stomach. Tony looks at a sharp 2 with murderous intent, then makes a crack against Ginny's sack. Paulie laughs nervously, and Tony then said that the joke was funny and Johnny Sack should have had a sense of humour, and he then makes another crack. It's then that he pops the question, asking Paulie if it was him who told Johnny the joke, immediately saying it's no big deal. Paulie says he did dent, making light-hearted comments about Ralph. Tony brings it back to Johnny Sack, slagging him off, trying to bait Paulie, and then he offends Paulie by asking if he's ever been checked for Tourette's, mimicking his laugh, an off-colour remark highly inappropriate, trying to make him angry and to provoke a response. Paulie says he does it when he's nervous or tense, which is a misfire on his part, as the obvious counter to that is, well, what have you got to be tense about right now? Which is written all over Tony's face. Tony tries again, very forcefully, with his Cheshire cat smile.
Come on, you told John about that joke, right?
It wasn't me, Tom.
No?
That's right.
Paulie doesn't cave. Tony drops it and offers him a drink. We see that Tony very clearly contemplates killing him here, and we see the moment he drops the idea and instead compromises, throwing a beer at Paulie, who survives another situation by the skin of his nuts. So why exactly did Tony contemplate killing Paulie, and why did he not see it through? To be honest, this scene, this episode, and the duo's relationship is so incredibly layered. There's actually so much going on, and we might not be able to cover it all in a single video, so be sure to subscribe to the channel for more Sopranos content. It's a great scene. Tony knows beyond reasonable doubt that it was Paulie who told Johnny about the joke. He's known for a few years, it's been brought up before. Paulie knows what Tony is trying to do and rather intelligently doesn't give in to the numerous tactics at Tony's disposal. Simply put, Tony was looking for a reason and Paulie didn't give him one. Plain and simple. So many great orators have been defeated by Tony, like Ralph Cifaretto, but it's Paulie here who stands defiant, not giving Tony a reason to kill him, not allowing himself to fold under questioning in this mock interrogation and admit to the murder, diffusing every one of Tony's attacks. Tony knows that sure, Paulie has a mouth and is a minor liability, but after this example, he'd never flip to the feds as he didn't crack under Tony's pressure. As the boat rocks from side to side, Tony's head rises and falls above the water, symbolizing his indecision when it comes to actually killing Paulie or not. Yeah, I took a semester and a half at college. Tony knows, and Paulie almost certainly knows he knows. It's not really about that. It's essentially about Tony deciding if he's worth the kill. He keeps asking Paulie to confirm he did it. He wants the validation, wants to be able to justify it, to be able to wipe the guilt away from himself when he does it, and distance himself from his crimes as he's done so many times in the past. Because if it really was just about the joke, Tony could have taken out Paulie years ago. But Tony takes great care to rationalize his beliefs that he's not a toxic person. So he needs Paulie to admit it to make himself feel better when he's chopping up Paulie's wrinkly body parts. The actions of Paulie in this scene are very thought-provoking. Is he genuinely tense about being killed? Or faking it so he can keep his hand close to his belt where we can assume his gun is? When Tony walks around behind him, has he resigned himself to his fate, which is why he gets up out of his chair and looks at the ocean? It harks back to his dream where he says to Pussy, the last guy who was killed on a boat for betrayal, by the way,
When my time comes, tell me. Will I stand up?
Or maybe he was going to be ready for a showdown with Tony. I wonder who'd win in a fight between the two. After all, Paulie won the Chin-Up Cup 3 weeks in a row. Then again, all Tony would need to do would be to jump really hard and Paulie would go flying out into the sea. This could be another reason why Tony didn't go ahead with it, as he wasn't sure he'd be able to win a fight with Paulie. But going back to Paulie's standing, perhaps he went to the fishing pole to look innocent, curious and unsuspecting. Or maybe he really is that dense and thinks he's in the clear. Unlikely, as his reaction to the beer highlights how tense he was. And it all ends with Paulie sending Carmela a coffee maker worth thousands of dollars, as if to say, thanks for not killing me, Tone. There is, of course, a practical reason for wanting Paulie dead, as the episode showed us. His motor mouth is a genuine concern. Without Barone, Paulie now has no legit source of income and he's now vulnerable to the feds. When Tony spoke to Beansy, a conversation which may have saved Paulie's life by the way, Tony says, has he ever really been put to the test? And that's what he pretty much does here. He tests whether Paulie would crack with the feds by trying to get him to crack about Ginny's fat crack, but he doesn't, so Tony has no legitimate reason to kill him. One key takeaway from this scene is that it shows just how depraved Tony is, how far he's come from the days of season 1 and 2 where killing Puss took such a massive toll on him. Now he nonchalantly contemplates killing one of his oldest friends and decides not to on a whim. That's how narcissistic and psychopathic he is, selfish enough to kill a friend when the fallout of the joke doesn't matter by this point. You have to remember he hasn't killed Chrissy yet. We don't know the extent to which Tony is willing to go to at this point. Scenes like this, and the one where he comes to Hesh's home, are supposed to have us asking ourselves, would he really whack Paulie? Whack Hesh? To show how low he stooped that we could even consider him doing it, when previously this would be unthinkable. And maybe in this moment, Tony was not that far gone yet, as he didn't go through with it. But there's also other reasons Tony considered it. There's the sacred and the profane. And I wonder if Tony even subconsciously realized that partly why he contemplated whacking Paulie boiled down to him simply finding him annoying. He's irritated by the man, has spent a holiday with him, and it's been so grating he wants to stab him with a Rambo knife. What tipped him over the edge anyway? Paulie innocently laughing at a TV show? But instead of admitting that to himself, it's far easier to internalize that he had to kill Paulie because Paulie admitted he betrayed the family, when the real reason might simply be he's just an irritating old man now. When he talks with Beansy, Tony says Paulie used to be like Gary Cooper, and this of course is a reference to Tony's Gary Cooper rant about the strong silent type when men want all his whining and whinging. It's all related to one of the entire points of the show, that things were better in the old days, that Tony had come in at the end of the thing, that the best is over, as he says in the pilot, the death of the American dream, which you could argue is the entire ethos of the show. He has a nostalgia for the old days, the Gary Cooper days, but time and again it's brought to his attention that things weren't all that great in the old days, like in the episode where he spends time with Fran, and realizes that his dad was not a great guy, even though he spent so much time trying to blame his mother for all the faults that happened between the two parents. Or the fact that all these old legends like Feech and Ritchie come out of the can, and in the modern day, face to face, even though he would have loved them when he was a kid, he now finds them a nuisance. Paulie is part of this. He's a relic, a dinosaur from the old days, a reminder for Tony that maybe Gary Cooper wasn't so strong, wasn't so silent. The episode starts with him fondly remembering that his dad would send him to Uncle Paulie if he was bad. But he's realized somewhere in Miami that his rose-tinted view of the old world has been shattered by Paulie. He doesn't like that, and he'd rather Paulie wasn't here anymore to remind him. Once upon a time he saw Paulie as the ideal gangster. He looked up to him growing up. Now he realizes he's just kind of a lonely loser who never grew up. As this season goes on, Tony allegorically cuts more and more ties with his father, essentially rebelling, like the whole gambling thing and ruining his relationship with Hesh, as we discussed in my video on Tony and Hesh. He also cuts ties with Junior, another father figure, and I wonder if on a subconscious level, what with all the talk of Johnny Boy, the murder of Willie Overall, which still affects Tony as we see, makes him resent the likes of Paulie, who represents his father, as Paulie was literally the one egging Tony on to pull the trigger. He resents them for bringing him into this life and not giving him a chance at a normal life. In any case, Tony's disappointment with Paulie is perfectly juxtaposed with the storyline in the home with Junior and the Asian guy, all which happens in the same episode as the Tony and Paulie stuff. Carter Chong, the Asian dude, also looks up to Junior as a mentor and role model, but ends up disheartened when Junior becomes weak, pisses himself, and decides to give up and take the medication from the staff. Chong stays in his bed, disenfranchised from Junior. Chong even attacks Junior at one point. Chong is essentially Tony, and Junior is Paulie, a point driven home when Junior even calls Chong Anthony at one point.
You're very smart, Anthony.
I would argue that there's other aspects of Paulie that Tony also resents, in that it might come as a surprise, and this might actually be an unpopular opinion, but he might actually be jealous of him. It's like the scene where Tony is told he's in the clear about Willie Overall. He isn't even pleased. He just says he wonders what the next thing is gonna be, unable to enjoy the moment. Meanwhile, even though he hasn't been told and he's got a murder charge hanging over his head, Paulie is in the next room laughing his ass off, completely carefree, able to immerse himself into a TV show, enjoying the little moments, to paraphrase a line from Tony himself in season 1. It's a mentality that season 6 Tony can't fathom, because in this moment, Paulie is the happy wanderer that Tony despises so much. And then you factor in other things like the painting that Paulie had of him as a general, something Tony brings up in this episode. He hated it, as it forced him to reflect on what he was for his crew, a leader who must make tough decisions. Paulie is also a simpleton, bringing up how young Tony was for his first hit, cheerily talking about it, and it doesn't go well with Tony. There's all sorts of inner conflict going on with Tony about this thing of ours, but Paulie represents an utter lack of critical thinking about the morality of what they do. So all in all, yes, there's the fat joke and the idea that Paulie talks too much, but there's so much more going on. And one of the main takeaways from this episode is Tony's underlying resentment towards his father for trapping him into a life of this thing of ours. The whole reason why they're even in Miami is because Johnny Boy made him commit murder, taking away his innocence. So it's no wonder when Paulie starts talking blissfully about the old days, Tony becomes irritated as it's bringing up a lot of repressed feelings. Played by Mohamed Reza Pahlavi, Phil Leotardo emerges in season 5 after having done 20 years in the can, not a peep. In spite of his advanced age, he slips back comfortably into the role of a soldier, being an efficient enforcer for Johnny Sack in the Lupertazzi succession war. When his kid brother Billy is eaten by an animal, Phil goes on the rampage against the Sopranos, infuriated even after the animal's death, as he is denied the opportunity for revenge when Tony shoots his cousin to avoid him getting tortured. When Sack gets arrested, Phil becomes acting boss, putting the thing with his brother, whatever happened there, in the past, even though there is lingering resentment. After he suffers a heart attack and is visited by Tony at the hospital, Phil decides to start taking it easy in life, stopping to smell the shine box, much like Tony himself after he gets shot.
From now on, every day is a gift.
But real life gets in the way, and his protege, the hairdo, is killed, and Doc Santoro, his main rival for the big seat, disrespects him by eating from his plate and asking about his wife. The symbolism not being missed by Phil, a man well versed in visual metaphors. He has Doc killed and becomes boss of the Lupertazzi family, and with a new outlook on life, one with no compromise. A series of failed business ventures and a tit-for-tat violence between New York and New Jersey, mainly concerning serial jokester and occasional ass-muncher Vito Spatafore, and the families eventually go to war. Though New York lands some heavy blows, Tony does a deal with Butchie, Phil's number 2, behind Phil's back, which allows them to get the upper hand. Long story short, Phil gets out after 20 years, comes out of the closet, turns into a house, and gets his head squashed like a watermelon.
End of fucking story.
Phil Leotardo is considered something of a joke in the Sopranos community. Endlessly quotable, Phil is basically a walking, talking meme. The mere appearance of his eyebrows sends audiences into a fit of shinebox and 20 fucking years galore. He is also one of the most hated characters due to his stubbornness, his ego, his resentfulness, his narrow-mindedness, always going on about how he did 20 years, and just being a needlessly hateful and spiteful character. But to that I say, no more Butchie, no more of this. Because Phil Leotardo is one of my favourite characters. I love him like a brother-in-law, not least because he's played by mob movie veteran Frank Vincent. I feel that Phil's character is weighed so heavily under the jokes about him that sometimes we forget there is actually a very interesting three-dimensional character there, whose side of the story isn't talked about enough because the character is dismissed as a joke. In fact, I feel so strongly about this that even before I became a quote-unquote Sopranos YouTuber, I made a video called The Case for Phil Leotardo, my first real Sopranos analysis. That was about 3 years ago.
I'd like to do it over, boy, let me tell you.
And, well, I kinda am, as this video is something of a remake. Even before getting into it, it can't be denied that the man's one-liners are legendary. He's like a gangster William Shakespeare.
I guess the turd doesn't fall far from the faggot's ass.
Next time,
There'll be no next time.
There's no scraps in my scrapbook.
There's something I need to get straight between us. What's the matter, Joey? You got a fucking eye problem? You look like Stevie Wonder, your eyes rolling around.
Let me tell you a couple of three things.
Easy on the sugar, hon. They tell me I'm sweet enough.
I consider Phil Leotardo to be the archetype old school gangster, the quintessential mobster. Now hear me out. I think the show does this on purpose, as it's there specifically to contrast with the new age of La Cosa Nostra, the ideals of guys like Tony Soprano, which are far away from people like Phil. Tony has always had a love and nostalgia for the old days, feeling like he came in at the end of the thing, the best is over, as he says in the first episode. The old days were the best, back when we had men like Gary Cooper, the strong silent type. And Phil Leotardo is the final manifestation of Tony's reckoning with his romanticization of the past and the glory days, warts and all. Previous renditions include Ritchie, fresh out of the can, violent, stubborn, unlikable, and not of much use. Then came Feech Lamana, equally violent and stubborn, but likable and very popular. These are men of the past, men who Tony would have looked up to and wanted to be like when he was a young mobster, or maybe even as a teenager, struggling in college football with his small hands.
Your father never had the makings of a varsity athlete.
And the final form of this old violent gangster out of the can, out into a world that has moved on from him, is Phil Leotardo, a man with 200 soldiers in his family, boss of the much more powerful Lupertazzi crime family. Now you might say, Cine, how can you say that? How can you compare the Shah of Iran to the likes of Gary Cooper? Phil is emotional, he's like a child, he's petty, insecure, and he can't let things go. But that's precisely the point. Tony's vision of the past is a sanitized, romanticized one. He is sucked into the allure of honor and code, as shown in The Godfather, one of his favorite movies. But when Tony comes across someone who carries those very same values, he utterly despises them. Add to that, the classic old school gangsters were never smart and suave. Not all of them anyway. The 80s, a period where Phil was in his prime and a period which Tony would idolize, was one of the most violent and brutal decades in mob history. Think back to Boardwalk Empire. Tony would probably love that show, love the characters, but guys like Al Capone, Charlie Luciano, Jimmy Darmody, these guys were egotistic, self-serving and cruel, and had Tony actually come into contact with them, he would have hated them. He would just not be able to get business done with someone like Luciano finding something to be offended by in every sentence, Capone off his rocker on coke, or Darmody throwing people off balconies. Phil is a real-life manifestation of those kind of characters. He lived and breathed omerta. He even nitpicked the way Jersey did their initiations. And in real life, these kind of old-timers are annoying, emotional, narrow-minded, behind the times, and crucially, hypocritical. Tony wants to talk up codes and ethics, lamenting that men aren't real men anymore. But when he is dealing with such a man who has the values that Tony claims he wants in today's mobsters, Tony finds him annoying.
You're a man, Phil. This ain't a lot nowadays.
The Vito situation is the best example. Rightly or wrongly, Phil wants him gone because he's gone against mob values. Rightly or wrongly, Tony, much more business-minded than many of his peers, is willing to give him a pash because of how much cash Vito brings in. They are at loggerheads, and that's because Phil represents the old ways and Tony the new.
Think about the old days. They the old days.
This relates to something I want to dedicate to a separate video, but there's a lot to say about Tony's nostalgia and rose-tinted look at the past. For example, coming to terms with his father not being a great man in therapy took a long while. Tony has a love of old gangsters, but guys like Feech and Ritchie are a major problem for him. There's the nostalgia, and then there's the blunt reality. Phil is that reality. He's actually a fascinating antagonist to Tony because the same ideals Tony aspired to growing up are the ones Phil lives by. And look how irritating it is. Phil represents the last of the old school dons, for better or worse. He's the last man standing in that regard. And the casting of Frank Vincent, famous from Goodfellas and Casino, may have been an intentional decision in that regard. You gotta give it to Phil, there's a lot to praise. he competently slips back into his role in the family after a 20-year break, something that didn't happen in the DeMeo family. For a man of his age, he was a terrifying enforcer. Yes, he was as hypocritical and petty as the rest of them. He followed the rules when he felt like it, like when he tries to avoid Tony when he owes him money. And there are lines to suggest that Phil has always been a cruel man.
I lived through the 70s by the skin of my nuts when the Colombos were going at it. There ain't a bigger cocksucker than Phil Leotardo.
And there's a weird line from Agent Harris where he says that Phil tried to set up an FBI agent for rape. But in season 5, it's after the killing of his brother Billy that he really went haywire. The murder of his brother sent him over the edge, sent him overboard, and even he knows it, as implied when he has his head in his hands regretfully after harassing Christopher's mother, knowing he went too far in this instance. He may not have humanitarian principles, but he does have principles nonetheless. Before that, there wasn't much to note about Phil. And I know people like to go on about how he and his brother were professional killers and he had no reason to cry about the Blundetto situation, and I agree in spirit, but I gotta counsel. Phil and Billy killing the likes of Angelo Gareppe was ordered by Johnny Sack and occurred within the context of an inter-family succession war. Tony B was a complete outsider. He had nothing to do with this conflict and carried out an unsanctioned hit not ordered by anybody. Within the world these guys live in, there's a difference. Forget Phil's brother, Phil himself was shot at, a made guy, almost taken out by a non-made guy. He was completely within his right to want satisfaction. I mean, his own boss almost started a war over a fat joke, and yet Phil, emotional as he is able to swallow his thirst for revenge on the orders of Johnny Sack when he becomes acting boss, and even keeps the Lupertazzis in shape to such an extent that even Tony is impressed.
I tell you though, he surprised me. He's acting boss, takes care of John's business, plus the wife, while John's in jail. No complaints. It's real old school. I take my hat off.
He's as hypocritical as the rest of them, but there is a level of integrity. Refusing to kill a boss, accepting John's orders to let it go, and a few other things. And the word discipline comes to mind when thinking about Phil. I mean, look at the way he had his family gathered around him, kids putting their hands up to say their piece. It's overkill, but it's way better than Tony's dysfunctional home with the shaved off eyebrows, poppers and weird sex. You have to consider the human element also of the Billy situation. His brother looked after his family while he was a guest of the government, probably sacrificing opportunities to climb higher in the ranks of the mob in doing so. Now Phil is out of the can and can enjoy time with his brother, and Billy almost immediately is killed, dying in the Shah's arms, unable to say his last words, and Phil is cheated out of a chance of revenge. Obviously, torture was over the top, but he had a right to be angry. He had a right to a lot of things right now. Look how ballistic Johnny Sack went over the Joey Peeps hit, saying he should even go as far as to kill little Carmine's wife.
I should fucking kill him and his fucking wife.
And Peeps wasn't even a made guy. And then there's the jokes about him reminding everyone he did 20 years in the can. He only actually mentions it a couple of 3 times, only saying the exact phrase after Johnny Sack pleads guilty. And it is a long time. If we did that long in the can, we'd be sure everyone knew it, and we'd want our recognition. And it's clearly justified, surely, blurting it out after Sack admits the existence of this thing. Imagine doing 20 years in prison, and then your own boss elocutes. This is where Phil Leotardo's issues are, the reason he has such a chip on his shoulder. Everyone talks about being able to do time for the sake of the family. He actually did it. They wouldn't really. The guys lament how everyone flips, there's no real soldiers left, and as I talk about in another video, I'm sure Tony himself would flip, and Phil has realized this, and he's bitter. What would have kept him going in the can when he could have died of old age? What was he telling himself as to why he did it? The ideals, the codes, the life, or murder, this thing of ours. It isn't just the fact that he did 20 years, it links to a wider issue and insecurity he has. He was truly dedicated to the life, did 20 years telling himself it was for the family. The values and ideology he lived for and did 20 years for no longer exist. Now it's bosses crying at weddings, ass munchers being protected, and him being seen as unorthodox and behind the times for seeing something wrong with it. Bosses seeing shrinks, junkies, rats, just low caliber all round, a far cry from what he was used to. You have to also consider mob life when he went in. He would have experienced the heights of the 70s and 80s. He wasted 20 years, and for what?
To protect the likes of Rusty fucking Millio?
The mayor of Munchkinland? Even Tony would agree with Phil about the state of this thing of ours. Phil got out and realized he wasted 20 years. In addition to the usual insecurities and entitlements Ritchie and Feech had, that of seeing kids running the show, people making money outside while they ate grilled cheese off the radiator, Phil had to also reconcile the fact that his years of sacrifice and standing for his values were meaningless, that those values aren't shared by the mob anymore. I feel he was less bothered by the lack of recognition for his time in the can, and much more bothered by the fact that people didn't share the same values he did anymore. In his time, very few people became rats, but it seems now it's more likely a guy turns state witness than not. He is bitter and frustrated now, and the constant L's he's taken, or perceives he's taken, the constant compromises, leads to a mentality where he tells himself he won't stand for it anymore. Even things like the Leotardo name change. He's a proud man, and his pride has been constantly hurt, and now he won't take it, leading to his famous compromise speech. I'm reminded of a line he says, "Either it has meaning or no meaning." He's talking about this thing of ours here, but he could easily, on a deeper level, be referring to his time in prison. Either my 20 years sacrifice has meaning, or it has no meaning, and by extension, my life. Either my life has meaning, or it has no meaning. And for Phil, the life was everything. I'm not saying he should be given sympathy by other mobsters or they should placate to him. I'm just arguing about where he is coming from. In fact, the best thing for this thing of ours would probably be for Phil to quietly disappear in between season 5 and 6 because he can be too volatile to keep around. And as boss, he took everything personal and wasn't fit to lead a family in the 21st century. He's emotional because he has a Ginny Sack level of weight on his mind. Honestly, he would probably have benefited from seeing a therapist like Dr. Melfi to reconcile his internal issues. I haven't even talked about him supposedly being in the closet, which I have done in another video. He couldn't let things go, just accept things the way they are, like Angelo, who was the most mentally sound of the old guys who came out of the can. Even Angelo seemed like he got a little bit pissed when Tony brought up the possibility of him being boss.
Things happen how they happen.
Suggesting even he has internal resentment, but put it past him and is now content. You have to see things from Phil's point of view to see he's more complex than he's given credit for. The Vito situation, for example. Phil's been in prison for 20 years. He would have seen things, maybe even done things that he now feels insecure about. Or maybe he is just bamboozled and sickened that a free man out of the can spends his time catching, not pitching, which infuriates him after what he did in the can. Then there's the 47 years old, just a kid line, which we like to make fun out of, but 20 years ago, Billy was 27 years old. A lot of convicts talk about how time seems to shoot past them while they're in the can. Phil's life pretty much skipped 20 years and he's playing catch-up. He would still see Billy as that 27-year-old kid, making him all the more furious when Long John Silver takes him out. Now that he's seen what kind of world he has stepped into, Phil is unsure of those around him. He feels he's been tested and has earned a level of respect. His lack of respect to Tony is multifaceted, linked to thinking of Jersey as a glorified crew, but Phil also feels Tony hasn't made his bones, so to speak, by specifically bringing him up not doing serious time in the can. Plus, he piles on reasons for killing Tony, like stepping over his uncle, Jersey's lack of standards, like when he says there's no shine box on the table. It shows he still has to justify killing a boss to himself, because it goes against his values, even though the two men have history. Tony represents everything wrong with the mafia today, in his eyes at least. So if you're someone who dismisses Phil as a joke, I hope this video has maybe given you food for thought. What do you think of Phil Leotardo? I was wondering, Who would be the most difficult Sopranos character to offer a sympathetic case for? Some might say Phil Leotardo, but it's actually quite easy to see his side of things, as I argued in my video The Case for Phil Leotardo. Ralph Cifaretto is surely a strong candidate, a man who beat a pregnant young woman to death, but even he does get something of a redemption arc in his final episode. No, the most difficult man to argue for, even though I'm going to try and attempt that today, is this guy, Ritchie Aprile. Now I know what you're probably thinking, come on Signorante, Ritchie Aprile, are you running out of ideas? But hear me out. The brother of former acting boss Jackie Aprile, Ritchie comes out of prison after a 10-year stint and immediately is a source of tension for the new boss Tony Soprano, circumventing authority and refusing to be reined in. Something of a precursor to the likes of Phil Leotardo, Ritchie seems like a Napoleonic bitter man stuck in the past. He makes a move against Tony, but before he can act, is shot dead by his fiancée Janice Soprano. Ritchie is considered by many to be the scariest character in the show. Manson lamps aside, there's just something about the guy that radiates terror and fearlessness. He's got this 1,000-yard stare, but instead of it being inflicted by trauma, it looks like he wants to inflict trauma, wants to eat your children. There's something quite aggressive about the man. Even in his first meeting with Tony and Christopher, there is an aura of him trying to put his foot down and assert his authority. But the issue for Ritchie is, he doesn't have any authority, and he doesn't really add anything of value in terms of the DeMeo family. He's not respected, as Junior says. Nothing will be lost from not having him around, as Silvio says. So characters don't like him, and audiences are freaked out by him. But I was rewatching season 2 in anticipation of a season-by-season review of the show, and I found myself marginally sympathetic to many of Ritchie's woes. So, here goes. Of course, it has to be acknowledged that there's something up with the guy. Tony asks him if he's gotten laid yet after doing a 10-year bit, and he says, I'm trying. He gets a blowjob with the lights out. It's him who lubricates Junior's arm to get it out of the sink instead of it being done by Junior's own niece who's right in the room. His fetishist, bizarre and downright disturbing method of having sex with Janice by pointing a sometimes loaded gun to her head while she pumps up his ego. Who does the hanky-panky with Janice with the lights on anyway? Janice at one point says that because of Ritchie's experiences in prison, he's sensitive to the plights of women? Wait, what? There are no women in prison. What does that mean? Unless... So, there is something there, something under the surface, events that may have occurred in the can, perhaps exacerbated by the idea that Ritchie's own son might be catching, not pitching. What happened to that man in the can, as Tony says at one point? And he just did 10 years. He's got a right to be a little fucked up, as Paulie remarks. I'm not saying Ritchie's internal issues and whatever he experienced on the inside count for him or against him when it comes to empathizing with the man, but it's not as if a guy like this is going to see a psychiatrist, so his problems forever remain unsolved. It would be interesting in finding out what exactly he was like before he went inside. By and large, it suggested he wasn't exactly a savory character before he did time, and prison seems to have amplified his attitude problem. So here he is, back on the street, having been sent away in the 80s, completely unrehabilitated, angry at the world for moving on without him, angry at the fact that any advantage he thought he might have had with his brother as boss is gone. He's got no businesses, no money. Some kid who he helped out in the past is now running the show and seeing a shrink on the side. So can you blame him for being frustrated? These guys were sold a lie when they went inside. In order to protect the men at the top, the bottom feeders of the mob have illusions of honor and grandeur that when they come out they will be celebrated. But the reality is that guys like Ritchie, Feech, LaManna and Phil Leotardo are considered irritating distractions by the new younger guys running the show, who see them as out of touch, their methods dated and their scope narrow. Ritchie's so out of touch, he is bamboozled when he learns you cannot talk to the boss about crime directly, and rather than recognize the intelligence behind this decision, he sees it as an affront, a showcase that Tony Soprano thinks he's too big for Ritchie. And he'll also have the insecurity of knowing, had he not gone away, he'd have been a contender for the throne. As he says to Junior, I gotta meet Tony at the mall, you here, what the fuck is happening? He needs time to adjust and get with the times. As he says, he's from the old school. I mean, the man gets out of prison, and the first thing he does is beat someone up in a vicious manner. It's like he focused all of his frustration and rage against the weaker Beansy, who, as a civilian, would have no hope of help from the likes of Tony Soprano, no real tangible help. His treatment of Beansy is probably his most horrific behaviour. The way he relentlessly and repeatedly goes after him, crippling him and even threatening him afterwards, is deplorable. But it's possible the beef is justified. It's just that Ritchie's methods are too extreme and of a different era. First off, Beansy may be a likeable character, but let's not forget this guy was a heroin dealer and he was put into action by Ritchie. He doesn't see him when he went away, he doesn't see him when he gets out. Why not just throw Ritchie a bone somewhere along the way, especially when you know what he's like? And I know you'd want to distance yourself from a guy like Ritchie Aprile, but he went away for 10 years, not 20. So Beansy would know that somewhere down the line, this angry little man is going to come knocking. The relationship between Ritchie and Beansy is not fully explained, but it's possible he and his brother set Beansy up to allow him to earn and eventually prosper with his multiple stores. But with the Aprile crew almost dissolved after Tony takes out junior loyalists in season 1, Beansy now kicks up to Tony and is enjoying his success. It kind of symbolises and personifies Ritchie's frustration that everything he was working on has been taken away and now is in the hands of that kid Tony. With prison, his brother's death, Junior's crew being wiped out, he was dealt a bad hand. And he wasn't always mental with the way he handled things. The talk with Chris was done right. Chris is a non-made man. It's done in front of the boss. He gives a clear warning to Chris not to hit Adriana until he marries her. They shake hands. Ritchie praises Chris to Tony. Boom, done, sorted. By the way, did you notice that Ritchie hits Janice before actually marrying her and is then killed? Nice bit of ironic foreshadowing there. Is it possible that a man who causes as much frustration, insubordination and dysentery in the ranks as Ritchie could be controlled if controlled in the right way? I actually think it's possible. It's more convenient to take him out, yeah, and he doesn't add much to the family in terms of money, but the guy could be an asset. I rather enjoyed the rare opportunity to see Tony and Ritchie work together when they're both berating Davy during the bust out, and when Ritchie gives Tony information on the Bevilacqua kid. In another world, these two would have made a good team, but Tony's lack of leadership skills is as much of a reason for Ritchie's behaviour as is Ritchie's inability to move on and instead hang on to the past. Initially, Ritchie actually shows major signs of settling into the family. Yeah, he's disgruntled, but about halfway through the season he seems to pull his trousers up and get on with it. At the start he says things to Tony like, "It feels disrespectful," and "What's mine is not yours to give me." He doesn't feel like he's getting his dues. He's approaching the situation from a different angle. He approaches Junior with the implication to move against Tony, saying, "You tell me this is the way it is, then so be it. You tell me otherwise, then I'm yours, Junior." And that kind of sums Ritchie up really. If he could respect you, as he did Junior, if he could be managed, made to feel regarded, he could be contained. But Tony couldn't manage him, so couldn't contain him. It was his first real nemesis as boss, and he was struggling with it. It even affected his panic attacks. But going back to what I was saying, Tony lays down the law to Ritchie heavily in the shopping mall, and Ritchie does take it. He backs down. Ritchie even offers him breakfast. He keeps his cool, saying to each his own, when Tony massively disrespects him by saying there are men better looking in the can than having to hook up with Janice. I gotta say, the guy did fight his natural instinct to stab Tony, and after a brief teething period, we only really see Ritchie coming back from shopping with Janice and being out and about among civilians, with whom, I might add, Ritchie was always good and polite with. It doesn't say much, as many of the mobsters were, but there you go. He was cordial with Davy's son, the people at the party. Maybe that's why it stung so hard with him when he learns Tony doesn't want him around his kids, in that Ritchie is offended that Tony thinks he will do something to AJ. During much of season 2, before one particular scene, it's actually Tony who keeps coming up with snide remarks around Ritchie. What brings you to an English-speaking neighbourhood? I was wondering why these squirrels went quiet. Little things here and there that you just don't say to a guy like Ritchie who won't take it as breaking balls. How is saying, "I don't know if your parole job at the fish market is going to cover the cost of a new house," after you stopped him selling coke on garbage routes, gonna keep the man in line? You stopped him selling the coke. Leave it at that. Don't rub it in. Maybe that's why Ritchie went back to selling. I think one of the issues with Ritchie is that it can be argued many of his quote-unquote innocent actions could have ulterior motives. Maybe he did want to rekindle old flames with Janice. Maybe he was actually trying to get closer to the boss position. At one point, Ritchie says to Tony, "How's your sister?" And he gets offended, only to find Ritchie was being genuine. Well, apparently. Does he reprimand Chris in front of Tony as respect for Tony, or to undermine Tony? He gets close to Livia and brings her flowers, but is this some sick plan to suffocate Tony by inserting himself into the boss's life? He tells Tony to back off in a firm but forward manner, all due respect, but at the same time he has a potential weapon in his hand. But that's part of the problem, you never quite know where you stand with Ritchie Aprile. But having done a rewatch, honestly I don't see Ritchie being sneaky in many of his actions. He isn't even smart enough. There's an element of it, yeah. He tests the waters. He has these comments, like when Junior asks him what he's gonna do and he replies, "Whatever you tell me." And there is a pause. But for the most part, he's just an asshole. But there is sincerity in his assholery. The guy has an attitude about everything and he tries to get his little victories, like when he messes about Beansy's wife with the ramp, but he still tends to do the job in the end. And he's actually wronged many times. In spite of this, it does seem like he is slowly becoming used to Tony being boss. I mean, look at the way he dealt with Davy Scatiano. Yeah, he was wrong to bust into Tony's game and ruin it, but he asks Davy if he's sure about wanting to bet, and when Davy fails to pay up, he is a lot calmer than when Tony came to collect. The way he deals with it is actually pretty cool but firm, saying, "No good, Davy. Don't take this personally, but I don't want to see your face in any of my games until you're caught up. A guy hands you a light envelope, it's just the beginning. Nothing personal. I know, it's just a stutter step." The beef was legit, but he saw red at Tony's game and went around his problem in his usual anarchic, explosive way. Again, he feels screwed over when Tony doesn't bring Davy out. He shows that by spitting, but again, he still accepts the decision. And later, he even apologizes for it at the funeral. On a side point, it shows how small-minded Ritchie is when he is only thinking about the 8K he is owed by Tony, when Tony has a potential complete bust-out of Davy's entire business in the back of his mind. Kind of shows you how narrow-minded these old-timers were when they got out of prison. He also gets screwed over by Dick Barone with Jackie Sr.'s old roots. Ritchie has less roots than anyone, learns he is being charged more than everyone else, and brings his grievances to Tony only to essentially to be told to do one and just roll the costs downhill. Then there's the jacket. As a gesture of goodwill, Ritchie gives Tony a jacket he took off that cocksucker Rocco DeMeo. Again, some might think there's an ulterior motive here. Is this a power move of some sort? Or is Ritchie genuinely proud of this great moment in his life where he got this important trophy? Honestly, there's a lot to be said about the jacket scene, and I want to tackle it in another video given this vid's length. But in short, I think Ritchie was being genuine here, as proven by how crushed he was when he saw the Sopranos' maid's husband wearing the thing. And in the same scene, he bought some food for Carmela that he cooked. He even brings up the jacket again with Janice, highlighting how hurt he was by Tony's rejection. He might not like the guy, but he does respect the position of boss and gave something that was close to his heart. Really, where it all started to turn for Ritchie was his conversation with Janice in the car. Gotta wonder where she's in all of this, my little niece. She's the one who wound him up, played him in order for him to make a move on Tony so she could become the new boss's mob wife. She basically did to Ritchie what her mother did to Junior in season 1. In the car, she tries to stir shit. He tells her to drop it and reminds her that Tony put him back in action and gave him 50k. She undermines the gesture by saying her dad gave someone 50k 30 years ago and even male men make more. Then there's the scene where they're getting funky, and rather than be lost in the passion of the moment, she's still going this asshole with the games, saying, "You're the best, it should be you." She tries so hard to manipulate him, to play on his insecurities and ego, and he even calls her out on it, reminding her that he needs to be loyal to his capo, that without that they crumble. You can see him fighting against his instinct. He would love to have a go at Tony, but chooses to stop himself, and that's commendable. But who knows how many conversations the two had where we didn't see, where Janice chipped away at Ritchie. Lady Macbeth used any chance she could get to piss in his ear, like her complaining about money after Ritchie stops being allowed to sell coke. And when he does start to turn the gears and approaches Junior again to try and turn him, he couldn't fucking sell it, and Junior immediately recognizes Janice's handiwork, knowing she's involved, and warning Ritchie against her. Ritchie tries to turn him again with the coke on the truck routes, and we all know how that goes. Junior ended up being smarter than all of them, waiting things out until he saw that Ritchie didn't have the moxie and sold him out. So there's poor Ritchie, wound up by Janice, going to Junior, who he respects and trusts. He gets pumped up by both Janice and Junior, and then Junior leaves him in the wind, and Janice literally delivers the final blow by taking him out. The poor guy. And he does yoga. Honestly, having rewatched season 2, I really think Tony could have done things differently. Subsequent seasons of The Sopranos would show how much of a poor boss he was, with the way he handled the Vito situation, with the way he handled Christopher, Carlo, and many other Soprano underlings. Maybe he just wrote off Ritchie as a liability after the Beansy incident. But I gotta say, Tony didn't treat the guy very well throughout the season and could have handled the man better. Maybe even turn him into an asset for the family. He had a big problem with the guys who came out of the can, unable to reinstate them into the family successfully, like Tony B and Feech. Many of these guys who did decades were shafted by the younger guys. So there you have it. I do actually think there's a few more points that can be made, but this video is getting a bit long in the tooth. So now that you've heard my argument, do you think Ritchie Aprile deserves another chance from Sopranos fans? Or do you think I just couldn't fucking sell it and this video is a sad commentary? Let me know in the comments below, subscribe to the channel, and thanks for watching.